to the ball.
He's what I call a dangler. He's sort of, actually I think the ball had already gone past, but he just dangled the bat more or less where the line of the ball had been. But I'll tell you what, he's got a pretty good record against Essex, so I will not take his name in vain.
Well, no, I mean, he's got a decent record, really, against most sides.
Well, yeah, absolutely, he's a fine player.
But, yes, he's on strike to Snater, who's in and bowls, a bit further wide of off stump this time, and that time, even if Dent moved the bat down after he shouldered arms, he was nowhere near the ball.
No, once again Rossington having to bend down to take it, and you would hope with a new ball, mind you, I mean I say that, but it must be horrendous conditions really to prepare pitches in this endless weather. I mean even before the heat wave began it was still very, very dry indeed, no real moisture.
Here goes Snater. He's there and bowls down the leg side. Dent tries to get a touch on it, but can't do so, and it goes through to Rossington behind the stumps. It's been a couple of Aprils in a row where we've had such dry weather, and like you say, it doesn't matter whether it's baking hot sunshine. There's no moisture to put into the surface, so there's not going to be any moisture.
No, that's right.
In the pitch, even from the start.
Got 4 slips rather than 3 slips in a gully now.
Goodness, 4th slip is so close. Snater bowls, leading edge, it goes past 4th slip, and it's running down towards the 3rd man boundary. It won't get there. They're going to come through for 2 fortuitous runs, and Dent will move on to 6, and it is 10 for 1 Gloucestershire. Squared up by that one, Chris Dent.
He was indeed, and just before he was out, Marcus Harris was also squared up by a ball from Jamie Porter. So there's a little bit of movement out there, partly to compensate for the fact that the bounce is very, very low indeed. I don't think I've seen, although Chelmsford is typically a low bounce pitch anyway, but I don't think I've seen with the new balls such low bounce from the very word go.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same pretty much everywhere, isn't it, in terms of these slow, low surfaces.
Here comes Porter, Hayes close end, bowls, and this ball's played back to the bowler. Nice smart bit of fielding. Batsman's Ryan Higgins, promoted to number 3 today, and one person who won't have been dismayed by Sam Cook being required elsewhere will be the man currently bowling, because Jamie Porter hasn't had much of a look in this season. Shane Snater tends to have been preferred. Of course Essex did have Mark Steckety, the Australian, in the early matches, but Porter, I sense that he's itching to get going here, and he's made a good start as he comes in. Bowls to Higgins, good delivery, well played by Higgins, who moves smartly into line, steers it down to mid-on, Tom Wesley, and score 10 for 1, and we are in the 5th over.
How was Mark Steckety in general? I didn't kind of have a look at his overall numbers, but I mean just an impression.
A bit disappointing.
Numbers. Okay.
He has got speed, and in fairness to him, he never got a lively pitch to bowl on. They were all a bit slow, and it didn't suit his style. Here's the next delivery. Oh, that's a good one, and lovely bowling from Porter, because that was angled in on off stump but then straightened, and just didn't quite take the edge, and there was a bit of bounce there actually. Very good delivery, 10 for 1.
Yeah, that's good bowling, and it's the kind of delivery which you're going to get batting at number 3 if you're Ryan Higgins, and not that he's not used to batting against a newer ball. You'll do that, even batting in the middle order, but at the same time this is a really thorough examination, especially after having lost the early wicket.
Porter bowls again, Higgins out to cover, and there is no run there. Score remaining at 10 for 1. Aaron Beard, the man who does the fielding at backward point. He's one of, well, we've suddenly got a veritable rash of sun hats. Normally only Paul Walter is to be seen in a sun hat, maybe Sam Cook from time to time, but now we've got the likes of Simon Harmer, Matt Critchley, Aaron Beard, all preferring the white headgear, and who can blame them? The extra brim, of course, on the hatters. Porter bowls, and that one is an off-cutter which is just played off the hip by Higgins, who thinks about a second, it's not there, but he gets a single down to long leg. 11 for 1, he's off the mark. I always think Middlesex made a big mistake actually in allowing Brian Higgins to go, because after they got relegated in 2017, although they're having a better season this season, but they've had an absolutely torrid time, and boy could they have done with him.
Well, certainly, I think even Middlesex supporters, of all the people that they've kind of let walk and gone on to have decent success at other counties, Higgins, I think even in the words of our colleague Kevin Hand, is the one that hurts the most.
Yeah, I like him because he plays red ball, white ball equally well, and you know he's a great man to have at the crease.
You can just ask him to do anything, pretty much, and bowl at any time, bat any position.
He's very strong. He can hit the ball clean out of grounds. As here we see Dent, just slightly taken aback by a Porter delivery coming round the wicket, but he plays it safely enough. 2 or 3 yards square on the offside to complete the Porter over. 5 overs gone, and choosing to bat Gloucestershire with Harris in the 3rd over. Caught very well low down by Alistair Cook at first slip off Jamie Porter for 4. But since then, Chris Dent 6 and Brian Higgins 1 have taken the visitors here to 11 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of bowling so far this season, Higgins is Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker. It hasn't been the same kind of prolific season for Higgins that it has been in the past, but then you were talking about Mark Steckety and the fact that the pitches haven't really suited him. The pitches haven't necessarily suited Ryan Higgins in general either. 4 slips go down as Snater bowls to Higgins for the first time, and that's driven onto Higgins's pad, I think, and it loops in the air not that far away from Snater. Bounced a couple of times, but for a moment I thought that was going to be one of the kinds of dismissal that you usually see with spin bowling.
Yes.
A shot getting played into a batter's pad and looping up into the air, but this one did fall short of Snater.
It's going to be very interesting, you mentioned spin, to see whether Simon Harmer gets any when he comes on to bowl in the not very distant future.
Snater is there and bowls. Higgins forward in defence, rolling the ball up to Westley at mid-on. Yeah, and how soon does he come in to the attack? I guess, really, looking at Essex's side, he's pretty much got to come in at first change, doesn't he?
I think so, particularly when you bear in mind he got 15 wickets in the previous game. But one point I would make there, I think if there's a word that describes the Gloucestershire batsmen so far, the ball's just doing a bit, it's suspicious. You could see the way Higgins played that. He was trying to play a shot that covered 2 options.
Yeah. In comes Snater, in and bowls, full and straight, and Snater will field with his right hand off his own bowling, not cleanly, but prevents runs. And yeah, I mean, we've already seen the ball is moving both ways out there. There is movement off the pitch, so the old Shane Warne adage, if it seems it spins, so you have to imagine that we are going to see some turn even on day one.
Should just explain, everybody knows that this is a heat wave going on. We're very lucky so far in the box here. We've got every possible aperture open, and it's actually a nice little breeze has been generated.
It's perfectly pleasant at the moment, I have to say. Snater bowls full. Higgins whips this one with the wrists wide at mid-on. It's travelling across the quick outfield, and the chase has been given up quite quickly there. And so 4 runs for Higgins. Powerful shot through wide mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and Gloucestershire are 15 for 1.
Yeah, it was a nice shot. Again, it was pretty much like the other boundary that we've seen today, that lovely clip off the pads from Marcus Harris shortly before he was out. And on both cases, they weren't bad deliveries, but they just strayed onto leg stump. And good batsmen are very good at just playing it through mid-wicket.
In goes Snater. 4th slip does have a helmet now, and Higgins tries to repeat the shot, but doesn't quite get the timing on it, and he also finds that square leg's been moved more towards a mid-wicket, so Brown is able to prevent runs. It was a no ball, that one from Snater, however, so that's 2 more runs onto the Gloucestershire total, and Snater looks quizzically down at the area that he landed, as most bowlers do after they've...
No, that's right. Yeah, yes, the man who's at a very advanced 4th slip with the helmet now, rather than the erstwhile sun hat, is Dan Lawrence, who is a bit of a specialist in that sort of area.
You're going to need to be in that close. Snater is there and bowls, and Higgins is right in behind that one, playing that one under his eye line and defending to mid-off, where it's picked up by the, I'm not going to say beanpole figure of Paul Walter, but gosh, he's tall, isn't he?
He is, yes.
His legs are about as tall as me, I think.
He goes up a long way. Paul Walter is having a very fine season, let it be said, you know, in both red and white ball cricket. I was very impressed, having watched many innings that lasted nearly all day in red ball cricket, how well he accelerated in the white ball game.
Yeah. Slater bowls, that's short and wide, and Higgins cuts, doesn't time it though, and it's out towards the long boundary. They'll get 2, and that's probably all. They're not going to be pushing massively hard, I think, on a day like this in terms of the running between the wickets, but it was a good chase out towards the deep cover boundary, but it was never getting there. And 2 more runs go on to the score for Higgins. He moves on to 7, and Gloucestershire are 19 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yep, nice chase from Aaron Beard there. Be sun-hatted, he discarded the hat as he chased after it. The one thing he didn't do was, having caught up with the ball, pick it up properly. He needed 2 goes to pick it up. Not the first Essex fieldsman, just not quite to pick it up today. But overall, he got there quickly enough to dissuade them from taking a 3rd. It would, in fact, have been there, but there'd be nothing worse than losing a wicket when you're already 1 down by being a little bit over-ambitious. And it is mighty hot out there. So we've got Cook 1, Harmer 2, Critchley 3 and Lawrence 4. The 4 wise men in the slips here. All closer than they would normally be as Porter's in. From the Hayes close end, appeal for LBW. It's going to be given not out. I thought there was a, in spite of everything we said, I thought there was a height issue there.
Yes, exactly. Extraordinary. There is some bounce out there after all. Yeah, you mentioned Paul Walter, and I've been looking at Essex scorecards, of course, and you look at Walter and you think, oh, there's somebody who should be able to hit the ball as far as anyone with those levers that he's got. And it seemed as if, just from a distance, that this season was the season where he put it all together. And it seemed as if every time he was going out there, he was whacking 3 or 4 over the rope.
No, that's right. He's had a tremendous season so far as Porter's in. Bowles, Dent plays it out to cover, and there's no run there. Slater fields. He, too, wearing a sun hat. In fact, the sun hats have grown since the start here. We've got at least 4 out there. Cook does not like a sun hat. He's still got his cap on. 19 for 1 is the score. But yeah, Paul Walter, I think it's a case of he didn't even play in the first 3 games. Essex had 3 new signings and wanted to give them all a game for starters. But I think it was a mistake to leave Walter out, and now they've given him a proper chance. I think he's really taken it, as here's Porter in, appeal for LBW. That's closer, that's out. And 19 for 2. Whereas I felt instinctively the first one was going over the top and would therefore not be given out by Paul Baldwin. This one looked well worth a shout, to say the least. Porter coming round the wicket and trapping the second left-hander, LBW. Both Gloucestershire's openers at left-handers, 19 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it struck Dent, I think, just having a look at this one again. It has, I think, struck him above the knee roll, but it hasn't bounced like the previous one. I don't think that is going over the top.
Don't.
And even though I'm sure Dent will feel, just because it's hit him above the knee roll, that he might have got the benefit of the doubt, it just didn't seem to get up that much, and that's one of the reasons I think why Dent missed it. I don't think it did anything too extravagant off the pitch. Just came in maybe a fraction, but it sort of looked a bit as if Dent was in a couple of minds about whether to play very straight or whether to try to turn the ball leg side.
Yes, I think you're right. It
almost just ended up with the ball hitting him, actually. It sort of went nowhere, and a huge loss that for Gloucestershire, and both openers gone. They rely heavily on their opening combination. If you look at centuries scored this season, Chris Dent with a double century against Surrey, the century in the first innings of the last match against Lancashire, which was arguably at least as good an innings as that double century was. Marcus Harris with 2 centuries as well, and then there's 4 between the other batters in the lineup.
Yeah.
Well, the other batters who played for Gloucestershire, I should say, because Glenn Phillips is one of the ones that scored a century and isn't there any longer. 2 to James Bracey and 1 to Ryan Higgins, but the opening partnership is vital for Gloucestershire, and they're both back in the pavilion, and Miles Hammond is out there at number 4.
So Hammond has taken guard and the third left-hander that we've seen out of 4. Higgins promoted to give a bit of variety and that ideal right-hand, left-hand partnership. Hammond pushes forward, plays it well, gets a single. Good cricket all round from Hammond there. The throw hits him. Hopefully it hasn't done him any harm. In fact, I think he's going to even retrieve the ball. But I like the way there he stepped right into line, played one of the more confident shots we've seen from a Gloucester batsman, and immediately saw the single there, which we haven't really seen anybody taking a quick single previously, and I think that's a good tactic. I think Gloucestershire need to, obviously they can't really afford to lose another wicket quickly, but whatever's there they've got to excavate it. It's 20 for 2.
Exactly, yeah. If you've got a big gap between, well, extra cover, wide mid-off really, as much as an extra cover and a point, then there's always going to be a single on offer with a firm defensive shot, which is played well into the gap, as that one was from Hammond, and especially with the right hand, left hand, you can also maybe just buy the odd bad ball.
Fourth slip has been moved to short mid wicket for Ryan Higgins, and he just drops the ball into the offside. Aaron Beard will field, and one thing that's very noticeable, it wasn't a fluke, that quick single from Miles Hammond. He's very, very keen on looking for the runs going. Really, no other Gloucester batsman so far today has particularly looked as if they were on their toes to see if there was a run, but Hammond there was backing up a good 3 or 4 paces. Obviously he's got to be careful not to overdo it, but I think he might just slightly increase the scoring rate here, judged by what we've seen from him so far. So here comes Porter again. Hayes close end, bowls, and played defensively to mid-off. The giant Paul Walter does the fielding. Applause for a very good over from Jamie Porter. 1 run, 1 wicket in it, and Gloucestershire having lost both openers. Harris caught Cook first, slip bowled Porter 4 in the 3rd over. It was then 8 for 1. Dent in this over just now, LBW to Jamie Porter for 6. Porter with both wickets. That was 19 for 2 in the 7th over, and after 7 overs it's 20 for 2.
And like you say, Gloucestershire cannot afford to lose another wicket, because you like to think, if you're Gloucestershire, things might get easier after the new ball, but
yes,
then with Simon Harmer it may well not do. But that's the first target, and all too often this season, I think, not just Gloucestershire but sides in general, when they have struggled, it's been a case of losing a lot of wickets with a new ball and then not being there for the time when you can actually cash in with that older ball, as England's Test team have shown so much of late. Snater's going to bowl round the wicket to Hammond, and Hammond is defending towards mid-on. There's going to be a quick single here. He's played it quite straight, and fielding, I mean, it was a conventional mid-on Tom Westley, but it was just too straight for him to prevent the single, and Hammond has 2 runs from 2 balls. It's 21 for 2.
Yes, that stat that I imagine everybody's familiar with from Andy Zaltzman in Test cricket, pointing out how very unusually the last 5 wickets of any given team have been putting on a lot more runs than the first 5. It's replicated in county cricket.
Yep. 3 slips now for Higgins as Snater bowls to him. That's driven down the ground. Snater can't stop it, and it's half stopped in the end by Walter at mid-on, pardon me, by Westley. And they can get a single, which they may not otherwise have got, but then the outfield is so quick, I think it may almost have surprised Westley having got down there and had a single added. I
think he did very well to get a hand on the ball there, diving full length, and 4 runs for me. It wasn't hit very, very hard by Higgins, but the timing was there. I think that would have made the boundary had he not managed to arrest its progress.
A positive shot from Higgins down the ground, and another positive shot from Hammond, who drives, and it's well stopped. This time it is Walter in action at mid-off, tumbling away to his left and prevents runs. But Hammond has certainly come out and looked positive, and he has been in decent touch, Hammond. His frustration will be that he's finished not out on good surfaces to bat on twice, and rain has prevented him from reaching a century. He was 75 not out on the extraordinary pitch, as it turned out to be, against Surrey, as Snater is in and bowls full, and Hammond is forward in defence this time, playing a bit more circumspectly. A surface which saw I've just realised I've gone and got rid of the tab where I'll be able to tell you instantaneously, but it was something like 605 plays 450 for 2 declared, and Hammond ended 75 not out in that game and finished 58 not out against Lancashire in the second innings of the last match. As Snater's there and bowls down the leg side, and Hammond tries to play the leg glance but misses it, and it goes into the gloves of Rossington behind the stumps. But he's been consistent, has Miles Hammond. What he would love, and I think I've said this every time that he's batted, is the century to go along with the half centuries that he's produced, because he's passed 50 more times than any other Gloucestershire batter so far this season. Just hasn't yet got the 3 figures. Snater is in and bowls. Bit of shape on that one. Hammond will be content to leave that one alone, but that looked to be the away swinger to the left-handed Hammond, but Snater just started it too wide for Hammond to be interested in playing it. And the end of that over, 22 for 2 Gloucestershire after 8 overs. Snater 4 overs for 16, but he's not bowled badly. And Porter 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6.
Yes, I mean, you usually reckon that whoever has the Hayes close end has a slight advantage because it's down a slight slope, and Porter just loves it. You know, I'm very pleased on his behalf to see him back and thriving here. You're welcome to email us at bbcessexsport@gmail.com. Ken Newbury has done so and says, very pleased to hear Essex on time today. It makes a difference hearing the opening overs, and I was especially pleased for Jamie and hope he has a good return. Yes, there can be an occasion or two where it's just a matter of connecting the line. Doesn't always work as well as it might, but it has today, which is good. In spite of the heat, Porter's in, bowls, and that ball's edged down, but no hint of a catch. It was straight into the ground. Critchley stops it on the dive at 3rd slip, and there is no run. And the score remaining at 22 for 2, and a very, very hot day in store, and it's only just starting really, because although it got hot very quickly this morning, it's only going to get worse as the day goes on. Don't envy any of the players out there in the middle, nor let's forget the umpires. Oh, that's edged, and it goes to ground before it can reach Cook. Now, actually, that may have come off the pad there, maybe a mixture of bat and pad. Could have been inside edge into pad, and it went to Cook, but there was no chance of that going on the full. In any case, Simon Harmer, captain of the white ball team, but not the red ball, as usual, has a good natter with Cook. 2, you might almost call them elder statesmen, even though Harmer in particular is not that old, but in terms of experience, they are very experienced players in whatever they do. Porter again. Bowls, and this one comes off something of a leading edge. Goes all along the ground, having said that, into the covers. Beard retrieves. There is a single, and the score goes along to 23 for 2, with Higgins on 9 and Hammond coming into strike on 2.
I think you used the word suspicious earlier on in terms of how Gloucestershire were playing things so far off this pitch, and that was another kind of suspicious,
yes,
pokey looking drive from Higgins. He kind of wanted to drive it, but I think he felt he just couldn't really trust the bounce almost.
Porter round the wicket, bowls, and they're going through for a leg by here. Hammond taken on the pad, just being signalled by Paul Baldwin, and the score to 24 for 2. And we are in the 9th over, Gloucester having been put into bat and losing the 2 openers. Harris, Cook bowled Porter 4, and Dent, LBW Porter 6.
I actually noticed that earlier in terms of how deep Essex have their point and their square leg. So there's a fair area really where you can just drop and run.
Yes,
if you decide to go for it.
Porter's in again, over the wicket to the right-hander. Higgins drives, and that's a chase for Paul Walter here from mid-off. I don't think it's going to go for 4. They've taken 2 and will probably settle for that. Arguably, you could say that if their lives had depended on it, they'd have actually got a 3rd quite easily. But no need for them to take unnecessary risks. And the score along to 26 for 2 with Higgins on 11.
And another indication, really, of that was not timed especially well by Higgins, but even that almost went towards the long off boundary. I was over there in that corner earlier where I noticed there are some fold-out chairs where some of the spectators have decided to park for the day.
Next ball goes to the man placed at short mid-wicket, and Dan Lawrence, and there is no run. That completes the Porter over, and Gloucestershire choosing to bat 26 for 2 in 9.
And I have to say, if I were spectating today, I think that might possibly be my area of choice, because not only are you so close to the action because of the pitch being over towards that side, but I'm also noticing the shade of a rather large tree, which I'm imagining will provide shade for most of the day, unlike those spectators who've chosen to sit in the lower level of the stand away to our right, where you're probably going to get the full face of the sun by mid-afternoon, as we are, I suspect, as well. But it's certainly enjoyable at the moment with the shade and the gentle breeze in through the open windows. So we've got the first bowling change of the morning. Shane Snater is out of the attack, and in comes Simon Harmer. I can't wait for this. It is one of the things, isn't it, about cricket, and I think even a lot of Gloucestershire supporters will say this as well. I think the majority of them will. You appreciate good cricket, and you appreciate seeing cricketers at the top of their game, and some of the best in the business out there at the moment. And Simon Harmer is definitely one of those at his craft, and I cannot wait to watch him bowl today and see what he can extract out of this surface.
No, absolutely right. Now, in the previous championship game here against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago, it was a kind of strange game planted in the middle of a whole host of T20 cricket. But as I say, he got 8 wickets for 46 in the first innings and 7 for 161 in the second.
So Harmer then to bowl his first ball to Hammond, who reaches forward, defends back to Harmer, who bends down and picks it up, gives the ball a bit of a shine, I think, just maybe out of habit rather than anything else, and then walks back to his mark. But I noticed in that second innings, Hampshire looked as if they decided, well, the only way we're going to play him is by trying to take him down. And Hammond cuts, that's a good shot. It wasn't that short from Harmer. Well, it was short, but what it didn't do actually was get up that much, is probably what I meant to say. Hammond's cut that one off around about his shins, but what he's done superbly there is find the gap between short extra cover and cover and get it away to the boundary for 4, and it's 30 for 2.
Yeah, no, that was excellent shot, and you're quite right. Hampshire did in the second innings set about Harmer.
Harmer in and bowls on leg stump, turned away on the bounce to short leg by Hammond for no run.
I think in the end, Essex very nearly lost the game. They only won it by 12 runs, and Keith Barker, during the last wicket stand, had done so well, and then suddenly had a rush of blood, and that was it.
In comes Harmer, approaches and bowls. Hammond is forward, smothering whatever turn there might be, and Harmer. See, this is always the tricky thing when you've got two names like that, Harmer and Hammond. It's
yes,
it's easy to come up with something like Harmond or Hammer, but Hammond defended back to the bowler, no run. Next delivery's in, and that's edged, or maybe off the thigh pad, maybe a bit of both. It loops wide of
I think it was an edge, yeah.
It's gone down towards the short third man area, and there is no run, and Hammond has got away with that one.
Yeah, Harmer might think, I mean, that turned so sharply, because it was angled actually in on leg stump, and then it really turned. I think they'd be justified having a second slip.
In comes Harmer, bowls full, and Hammond can get to the pitch of the ball with a big stride forward this time and defend away into the extra cover area. Dan Lawrence with the sun hat will pick up, and 4 runs off the first over from Harmer. 30 for 2 Gloucestershire after 10 overs, and I just love seeing a side bowl spin in the first 10 overs of a championship match. I just love it.
Good point.
It's just great to see, because so often you can just get 80 overs of medium pace in a day, and the few overs that are bowled by the spinners are usually, you know, a couple before the session breaks or something like that, or maybe they'll get a few overs just to rush to that second new ball and just get to it quicker and keep the over rate up. That's pretty much your role as a spinner. It's always refreshing to come here and see Harmer bowling first change, or even sometimes opening the bowling.
So Porter makes his way from the Hayes close end. Probably be the last over of this spell, I would have thought. It's his sixth. First ball is played just in front of square leg, and there is no run. Nick Brown fields 30 for 2. Gloucestershire choosing to bat.
Yeah, so this over, and if Porter were to get another one, but like you'd have to think 6 overs on the bounce on a day like this is going to be about as many as you'd want to be bowling. So getting through this over is vital, and then you see what you get.
Yeah, absolutely. Mind you, he's taking wickets, so he'd like to stay on, as this is a ball that was arrowed in middle and leg and played by Ryan Higgins down to mid-on, and there is no run there. Score remaining at 30 for 2. But Gloucestershire, with both these sides, have urgent need of points for different reasons. Essex have got an awful lot of work to do if they're to have any chance of reeling in Surrey at the top of the table. Gloucestershire currently down at the wrong end of the table, but they haven't necessarily played that badly, and you know, if they could get a couple of wins under their belt, that could soon change. Porter bowls, and that ball off a leading edge goes, albeit along the ground, to Beard at backward point, and he prevents any run, and the score remaining at 30 for 2.
He's done a bit of a Ben Stokes there, as Higgins has sort of come charging at Jamie Porter, and then to sort of work out what we do after that. And it was not a convincing shot at all. And for just one moment, I thought he had actually edged that towards the slip cordon, but he got a big, thick outside edge on it and it went out towards backward point.
Yeah, he turned the blade too soon on that, as Porter's in again, bowls, and this time Higgins rather more circumspectly watches it carefully onto his bat and returns it to the bowler. So, for all the fact it looks a lovely hot day and very hard work for the bowlers, certainly in these early stages the bowling's been good and batting's not been easy.
I just noticed a bishop bug landed on my notes, and of course the one thing that you really don't want to do with those is perturb them at all.
Yes.
So I very gently coaxed it onto my pen and dropped it out of the commentary box.
Porter bowls, that's a nice shot, chase for Paul Walter. Again, it's not perfectly timed, it's probably just going to be 2 runs rather than the 4 that I think will come when Higgins gets his timing better, but it was a good shot nonetheless. Mid-off, Essex's mid-off's a point that was made on commentary on the radio the other day. They are particularly wide in the, not so much mid-on, but the mid-off position. So there is a gap there between bowler and mid-off. 32 for 2 and 13 to Higgins.
Yeah, and you would potentially, with a quicker surface, you might see short mid-wicket move to the offside.
Porter bowls, that's edged, it bounces in front of Critchley, only just at third slip, but again, we noticed this in the very first over, that the bounce is very, very low here, and even slips that are closer to the batsman than would normally be the case are not really finding the ball is carrying to them. It's 32 for 2 at the end of the Porter over, and possibly the end of the spell for him. 11 overs have been bowled.
So because the surface is slow, and like you say, we've already seen, 3-4 edges in the first 11 overs of the game bounce short of the slips, you're not necessarily thinking about dangling it outside off stump and bowling for the edges. You're trying to bring bowled and LBW into play, and so if you are just a little bit straight, you want that cover at mid-wicket if you're just a bit straight, but B, you also want potentially to bring the catch into play in that region as well. Harmer starts a new over. Hammond goes back to quite a full delivery, but gets plenty of bat on it and defends it away towards short extra.
Could be in trouble if he continues to go back there, because it was quite well pitched up, and Harmer would like to see him going back.
In comes Harmer, he bowls. This is very full. Hammond reaches forward, defends away quietly into the offside.
Yeah, I think that's
up to his right.
He came forward there. I think that's the better policy.
I think the thing with Hammond is, I'm going to put the kiss of death on him. I know I am. So I'll just say it anyway. Harmer bowls, and it's full, and Hammond is forward with a big stride, defending out towards point this time. He's probably Gloucestershire's best player of spin in this side, and he does tend to do that. He'll try to mess with the bowler a bit as Harmer bowls. This is over pitched and driven, but not timed. It came off the inner half of the bat and Harmer is able to stop in his follow through. I don't think there would have been runs even if it had got past Harmer.
No,
the thing that Hammond likes to do is he will play about with the bowler a bit. He won't just let a spinner bowl at him. As Harmer bowls, sweep shot comes out. It's a big sweep from Hammond, and it's going to be 1 bounce and 4 over what is the longest part of the boundary. If that had been to the other side, then that would have been a low flat 6, but it's 4 for Hammond and it's 36 for 2.
Very good shot indeed, excellently played, and it's not just the shot itself that's important here. I think to have any chance of keeping Harmer at bay, you've got to attack him.
Yeah.
If you ever let him just pin you down, he'll have you. And so, as you say, you reckon he's Gloucestershire's best player of spin, and he's on your side at the moment.
Harmer bowls. That's a nice flighted delivery from Harmer. He tempted Hammond into having another go at it, but Hammond treats it with the utmost respect and defends away out into the offside for no run. And I mean, this battle is one that I'm probably looking forward to the most, just because, as I say, Hammond has proven himself against the spinners. You look back to last year, and Gloucestershire had 2 surfaces which were, by the time they batted on them, not turning square, but turning sharply and then turning square later on. And Hammond was Gloucestershire's standout in both those games, made a 77 against Moriarty and Verdi on a turning pitch at the Oval, and then 67 against Leicestershire on a surface which was probably turning even more. Leicestershire had identified that Gloucestershire's weakness might be their spin attack, so they prepared a turning pitch and it worked. But Hammond, that was, I mean, in T20 cricket, I think you've always kind of known that Hammond likes to go after the spinners, but he really proved himself in those 2 games last year, and he has played spin well so far this year as well. But as I say, I'm putting the giant kiss of death on him now, but he played Harmer very well, I think, in that over.
Beard replaces Porter at the Hayes close end and begins with a ball that takes the batsman on the pad, but it was going to have gone down leg side, so not even an appeal there. And now we've seen, I think Cook must have left the field without my permission, because he's no longer there at first slip. I thought my eyes were deceiving me when I saw the number 28 on the back of first slip. It is Dan Lawrence, and Cook, I'm sure he'll be back. Whether he might just have snagged a finger slightly in taking the low catch earlier, or in stopping one that bounced in front of him subsequently. Beard bowls, and a bit of a reach here from Higgins. Didn't really move the feet enough there. Goes to Michael Pepper, who's substituting under the sun at backward point. And so we've got Lawrence at first slip, Harmer second, and Critchley at third, and then Pepper, substitute, is at backward point.
Yeah, so Higgins, one of his favourite shots is that cut shot. I'm sure he'll be fuming inside after having missed out on that one.
Yeah, hasn't got his timing quite right, has he? Yes, the next one edged, and that bounces just in front of Dan Lawrence. Good bowling from Beard. Now that was a clear edge, and it was one of those that bounced. You can't dive forward at slip. You haven't got time, and it almost reached Lawrence. He went to try and take it low, and in the end, realising he couldn't get fingers under it, just formed a barrier to make sure that it hit him rather than went for 4. But a moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't pushed at it hard, Higgins, but at the same time, it's an edge that you would have expected to carry on a lot of other surfaces.
Yes, absolutely. Beard again made a good start. Bowls to Higgins, and Higgins plays it down to mid-on, and no run there. As Wesley Fields and the score, Porter Fields, and score remaining at 36 for 2.
You just can't field any closer than that. There comes a point when, even if you are taking it low down, you don't have enough reaction time in order to take catches. So there's a limit to how close you can stand, and I think Essex really are at that limit. I don't think you could level the criticism of they're not standing close enough.
No, you're quite right. You're quite right, and credit to the slip fielders for at least coming at least a yard further forward than usual here. Next ball is driven into the covers, and it eludes the man running across, Paul Walter, and is eventually fielded at mid-off, but they get a single in the meantime. So Wesley retrieves, and it's 37 for 2 with 14 to Higgins, and Hammond coming in to strike. We haven't seen a lot of him down at this river end. The two batsmen, for the most part, have been at the ends where they were before that last delivery, but they got a single, and he's now taking guard indeed at this end is Miles Hammond, and Beard is going to come round the wicket to him.
Yeah, that clearly seems to be what Essex have decided they're going to do with their right-arm seamers against Hammond, because they have been bowling over the wicket to the likes of Denton Harris, but straight away round the wicket to Hammond.
Beard bowls. That's a cleverly judged leave, because I think he knew what he was doing. It's about 3 inches outside off stump. It didn't nearly hit the off stump, but Hammond, who's made a very good start here actually, he's probably looked the most impressive of the 4 Gloucestershire batsmen we've seen to date, be it against the quicker bowlers, and certainly he's played Harmer well. So there we are, the end of the 13th over, and choosing to bat Gloucester 37 for 2.
Indeed, yeah. Now thinking back to a couple of his innings lately, so in the last 2 matches it's 66, 41, 37 and 58 not out from Hammond, so consistency has been the name of his game so far this season, and in all those innings he has left well. Of course you leave well right until the one that cannons into off stump, but at the same time I think if you know, so sometimes if you are out shouldering arms, you have to think you take the odd dismissal that way in order not to play at one that you don't have to play at. That's how I might view it anyway, because you know the number of times as a batter that you're going to edge a ball that you'd think I should have left that, surely overall it's going to be far higher than the number of times where you shoulder arms and leave a ball to hit the outside of your off stump. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. We're changing the ball already. That's what's going on. There's a big box out there, and well, it's just the one umpire at the moment, and Simon Harmer, who is bowling, and he's had to go and fetch the box himself. Could nobody have gone to do that for him? I think the replacement ball has now been selected, so here we go again. 13 overs that ball has lasted, and it's not as if it's been pummeled to the boundary repeatedly, and I don't think I even saw them bring the gauges out as well. That's the other thing with these balls. They're going so badly out of shape that actually they don't even have to put them through the gauge to know that they're out of shape.
No, well, that's again well observed, and obviously it's been the talk of Test match special, hasn't it? The rate at which the balls need changing, and yeah, it's a bit of a balls up, if I may use such an expression, because really you feel, I think even the makers, the Dukes, are aware that there's widespread dissatisfaction, and apparently the guy who used to do all the sewing up, and he was a specialist, he did the whole lot, apparently he had incredible fingers that sort of really did.
I've heard so many stories like this.
And apparently the person who's taken over can't quite match that.
Harmer bowling to Higgins, full wide. Higgins slams it down the ground and straight down the throat of long on. And that is the end of Ryan Higgins. It's Michael Pepper, the substitute fielder, who's taken the catch. I didn't even see long on because of the stand in front of us. But that is an extraordinary way to go, I have to say. You'd expect Higgins to take on Harmer, but it was full and it was wide outside off stump, and he's tried to drag it down towards long on, and long on didn't have to move. Extraordinary dismissal, and it's 37 for 3.
Well, Pepper is pretty good out in the field. He's done some brilliant fielding in the T20 competition, taken some amazing catches, and one was just the other day with, I think it was Phil Salt, in the Lancashire game, where he one of those where he caught it inside the boundary, and as he knew he was overbalancing, it's the second time he's done it this season, chucked it back up in the air, and I think it might have been Aaron Beard who actually caught the catch that he threw. But He is very good like that, and here, as you rightly say, didn't have to move. And I'm afraid we've been praising Ryan Higgins, and rightly so. He's a bit of a favourite of mine, but I'd keep very silent if I saw him come back into the dressing room, and I would leave it to him to interpret the meaning of my silence, as in that was not very wise.
Well, it was. I mean, there are so many things to say about it, really, because of it was there to be hit. I think, because it was full, it was wide, it was a ball that I thought was primed to be slapped through the covers, but Higgins has tried to drag it towards,
yes, he's dragged it
long on.
That may, incidentally, I may be wrong about this, it may even have been the first ball he received from Simon Harmer.
I think it was.
Because Miles Hammond, we've been saying, has been receiving all the previous ones, so I think it was, and what I'd just say there is, just take a look at a bowler before you sort of really go for that. And I think had he done so a little bit later in the over, when he got his bearings a little bit more and picked up the tricky little pace of Harmer, who varies, you know, the speed of his deliveries, then he might well have hit it all the way for 6. But I'm afraid that looked a rather foolish dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, there were so many things about it, but it's basically a straight slog sweep that he's ended up playing.
Yeah.
It was more of a slog sweep than it was a kind of a conventional hit down the ground. And if you were going to hit down the ground, you'd have gone over mid-off rather than over mid-on stroke long-on, as it turned out. And it will have been also, as you say, the pace that Harmer bowled, because it was a real tempter. Even if I don't think Harmer might have necessarily meant to bowl it exactly that length, maybe he did, I don't know. Come back to that, because it's James Bracey on strike, and he's prodded this one away from Simon Harmer out towards backward point, picked up by Snater, and there's no run. A little bit of bounce there for Harmer, which we haven't seen too much of, but then he did drag the length back. So it's Bracey on strike with a slip and a leg slip as Harmer bowls full this time. Bracey's forward in defence. Back to the bowler it goes. But I think the flight has done him, as well as just the fact that he's tried to slog sweep a ball outside off stump over long on. Harmer in and bowling. Bracey goes onto the back foot to turn it leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Interestingly, both slip and leg slip here. Alistair Cook hasn't returned, so maybe he has done something like snag a finger.
Harmer moves in and bowls. That's short and wide-ish, but Bracey, I think, surprised by the lack of bounce on that occasion, and just skews the ball into the leg side in the end.
Yeah, it was off the bottom of the bat. It could have run back into his stumps, actually.
It wasn't too dissimilar, actually, the ball that Hammond cut away as Bracey reaches forward to a full straight delivery, defends into the offside, and there is no run. That's a wicket maiden from Simon Harmer, removing Higgins for 14, 37 for 3 after 14 overs. I thought they were letting off some fireworks for the wicket maiden for a moment then, but I think there must have just been a car backfiring or a motorbike backfiring behind us.
Yeah, it made a heck of a racket, didn't it? In these days, with horrible incidents on the news every day, it sends the shivers through you a little bit when you hear an outburst like that. But I think everybody's still alive, and it will continue, or in fact we may even have a bowling change. No, I think it's still going to be Beard to bowl the next over from the Hayes close end, just in conversation with Wesley. So 4 of the 5 batsmen we've seen for Gloucestershire are left-handers here, and Essex have a couple to open with in Cook and Brown. Brown keeping his place in the side, did make a decent score in a recent game. Lawrence, who had been fielding in the slips, is now being put at this short mid-wicket position. 2 slips now only as Beard comes in around the wicket. Oh, he's bowled him, and that is the end there of Miles Hammond, and he left it. And I'm afraid prophetic words you spoke a few moments ago, you did say when we were commending him for a good leave in the previous Beard over, that probably soon I think you said we'll be saying, oh well, he didn't actually get that one right, and it just nicked the off bail. And Beard, who has this distinctive celebration where he runs out towards cover, arms outstretched when he's taken a wicket, and looking a little bit like Jürgen Klinsmann, the great German footballer. He used to sort of put both arms out and swallow dive onto the ground in his days. Well, I'm sure he did it whoever he played for, but I'm thinking of when he joined Spurs and got a hat-trick on debut against Sheffield Wednesday. Enough of that, 37 for 4.
Yes, well, what can you say? I think my words were, it's a good leave until you leave one that nicks the top of off stump, and that's exactly what happened. Hammond looked back in bewilderment at the fact that his off stump had been taken. He'd obviously just lost it. I'm looking at the replay, and it's quite surprising that it didn't hit him on the pad. I mean, it would have been LBW, let's face it, even if it had, but it shows you that he has lost where his off stump is, the fact that he didn't even get pad on it. So a vital breakthrough again, because as I say, Hammond was looking the most assured against Harmer, and it's the seam that has done him in. And now Graham Van Buren, in his first innings back from injury, finds himself in the 15th over, with Gloucestershire staring down the barrel already at 37 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think that delivery from Beard did a great deal. You know, he just made an error of judgment. He just carried straight on, round the wicket, right hand round to left-hander. And here's the first ball of... Sorry, it's not the first ball. It's the continuing over from Beard, played out into the covers, quick single taken, so Van Buren immediately off the mark, and 38 for 4, and that brings Bracey to face. One of 4 left-handers that we've seen already. So scorecard reads: Harris caught Cook, bowled Porter 4, 8 for 1 third over. Dent LBW Porter 6, 19 for 2 7th. Higgins caught Pepper on the long on boundary, bowled Harmer 14. First ball he received from Harmer. Should have had a look at it, I think. 37 for 3 in the 14th. And now Hammond playing no stroke, bowled by Beard for 10, 37 for 4 in the 15th. As Beard bowls, that's way down leg side and 4 wides all day long, and 5 onto the total will take it to a much needed bonus, that for Gloucestershire. 43 for 4 as Beard lost his bearings and bowled it miles down leg side.
Where did that one come from? It's extraordinary. I think that's the furthest down leg side delivery I've seen for an awfully long time in this form of the game, maybe even in all forms. Just, I don't know, it's just a completely kind of fallen over in his action or something like that, or maybe the ball got stuck in his hand or something like that and he left it.
Wasn't as accurate as his previous delivery, I think we can say, or the previous but one, as Beard bowls, and that's much better, and it's played out well enough by Bracey to backward point Shane Snater, 43 for 4.
Also, I think I have to say, good on, I think that's Paul Pollard at the Hayes close end for signalling it wides as well, because I can almost guarantee that there would have been umpires out there who would have signalled that buys, even though there's absolutely no way anybody's getting bat on that. It's just extremely hard, it seems, to get a wide in the county championship, but I think even that might just have been signalled buys by somebody.
Oh, it would. No, that's absolutely right. Beard bowls and digs us in short. Good rolling of the wrist from Bracey, because otherwise he might well have holed out to Nick Brown at backward square leg. The umpire who you'd expect to be at square leg is actually at point, precisely because Brown was fairly in his eye line, I think, there. And score remaining at 43 for 4, but of course when you get the wide signal and it crosses the boundary, that's not 4 runs, it's 5 in total, so it's a nice little bonus for Gloucestershire. Much appreciated, I'm sure, as Beard comes around the wicket and bowls to Bracey. Bracey comes down on a good Yorkish length delivery, returns it whence it came, 43 for 4, and I always think, Ed, that I think it was last season Bracey got absolutely hung out to dry by the England selectors, not untypically, because an injury to the wicket-keeper meant he had to both keep wicket, making his debut, and bat. I think he batted about 3.
No, it was almost the reverse of that, actually, because he'd been batting at 3 for Gloucestershire, and then he came in, I think, at 6 or 7 in
right,
the end.
Thank you. Yeah, but they certainly didn't do him any favours, and the poor chap didn't have the best of games. Here's another delivery that could be coming down. It was down leg side again, and it is prevented from going for 4, and this time it is a bye. And again, I think probably the umpire's signal is correct. It probably wasn't quite wide enough.
Yeah.
Would have been in white ball cricket, but in red ball, it's a bye. And 44 for 4 is the score at the end of that strangely erratic beard over with the wicket in it, hitting the stumps, but then 2 balls that were way down leg side.
Yes, it was a real mixed bag, that over. I think with Bracey this season, he started off the season very much saying, I've got a new mentality, I'm not going to kind of dwell on things in the way that maybe I did after the call-up last season, and he scored 2 centuries in his first 2 matches, had a slightly leaner time of it since, but what they have done as Harmer starts a new over bowling to Bracey, that turns, but it was well wide of off stump from where it started, and so the only person that had to worry there was Rossington trying to take the ball with the turn, which he did so. But they've moved him down the order now, Bracey, down to 5. As he's gone for a big drive there as Bracey, and he's beaten by another ball which turns. Rossington has whipped the bails off and rearranged off stump. And I think Paul Pollard says, you can put that back after you've just done that. Bails and stump. But he's done it remarkably quickly as Rossington were already ready for the next ball. But turn and a lovely length drawing Bracey into the shot. And this time he's fired one in, and Bracey drives quite pleasantly out towards the short boundary. That's going to go. It's gone for 4. I mean, that on the other side would have been quite a quick 2, I think. A relatively quick 2, but there's just no catching it towards that part of the ground. Nicely played by Bracey. He got the bat down quickly on the quicker ball, but Harmer, that would have caught many other batters unawares, that one, after the previous delivery. 48 for 4 with Bracey off the mark, and next delivery comes in and beats Bracey. And again there is turn and a bit of bounce, and Bracey was not too close to that one in the end because of the turn.
Yes, fine bowling from Harmer, and twice in 3 balls he's completely beaten Bracey.
Harmer in, bowls, turned with the wrists, wide of Harmer to his left, but he's able to pick up, and there is no run. There is now appreciable turn there, and I think Harmer's just found his spot where he can extract that turn. Flights this one up a bit, and it's leg side-ish, allowing Bracey to clip the ball through square leg and pick up a single. Move on to 5, 49 for 4, and the end of the over. But that is not what you want to see if you're Gloucestershire, after you've already lost 4 wickets to the new ball, and Simon Harmer has got 3 balls to rip in that over. Yeah,
absolutely right. We've heard from John Bootland, who has emailed us at BBC essexcricket@gmail.com, and he says, I wonder if Mr. Harmer can get more wickets caught in cow corner this match than in the last when he had about 8. The catch he's already got was, perhaps you'd have to expand cow corner to mean anywhere in the leg side, because it was long on rather than mid-wicket.
Yes, cow quarter maybe rather than cow corner.
Good point, but Alistair Cook's back. He's come back now, and in his usual position at first slip. And that's a good leave, but it wasn't that far off nicking off stump, and perhaps after what happened to Hammond, Van Buren would be well advised not to try that too often. But yeah, Cook, his position at first slip is a bit like one of those reserved car parking spaces that you see with the name emblazoned up there, thou shalt not pinch a Knight of the Realm's place. And nearly Dan Lawrence kept his seat warm, as it were. Not that it'd be difficult in this weather. While Cook was off for quite an extended break. He's been off for about 20 minutes as Beard bowls, and Van Buren this time will pick up at least 2 as in fact, a player emerges from out of my vision around the mid-wicket boundary, and there is only 1. So score to 50, the Gloucester 50 up, 50 for 4 in the 17th.
Yeah, I think as far as Cook goes, the one thing that you know is that you're not going to have to worry about time off the field and when he can come back on and bowl. So he can have as long off the field as he likes, as long as he's on the field for enough time to bat at his usual position. That's about the only consideration that you've got. And with Gloucestershire losing wickets the way they have been, That's not quite as tongue-in-cheek as it might have been.
Well, it's nice when you've got 10 teammates. Ed and I have got none now that Duke Davis isn't here, so we can't just nip off when we feel like it. This ball is played to point. Dan Lawrence, there's no run there, and score remaining at 50 for 4. Gloucestershire choosing to bat with Bracey on 6, Van Buren on 1. Beard currently bowling, has picked up 1 of the wickets. There have been 2 for Jamie Porter and 1 for Simon Harmer. Sam Cook away on England A duty, so that explains his absence from the Essex team today. Beard is in. Bowls, leave, good leave actually, that one, outside off stump by Van Buren, and 50 for 4 on the board.
You were talking about that Hampshire match when Harmer took all the wickets and had them all caught at, well, not all of them all, had a lot of them caught at Cow Corner. Hampshire even put James Fuller in at 3, didn't they?
Yes, they did, yes. No, that's right. I mean, he would normally come in sort of 8, somewhere around that sort of region.
I think he even came in at 11 against Gloucestershire this year. It was because they used 2 night watch.
Right, yeah. He's a good biffer of the ball, and that was the idea, and he had his moments as Beard is in bowls, and that's a very nice drive, lovely cover drive.
These past few months have shown we need to try harder, run faster, support each other, welcome one another more than we ever have before. Cricket must be a game for everyone, and we all have a role to play in raising the game.
We need to inspire the next generation.
Through county cricket.
Investing in facilities.
And investing in the next generation of players.
Creating new heroes.
Moment for the young 16-year-old, her first time at Lord's.
Playing in more places.
With more role models. Inspiring generations starts with all stars and dynamos.
Giving kids the chance to shine.
And turbocharging women's and girls cricket.
We're seeing a new wave of officials.
Anna Harris confirms.
And driving disability cricket. From Somerset to Durham.
And everywhere in between. We want to inspire the next generation to say, cricket is a game for me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
And me. And me.
Do you remember how you fell in love with the game?
First sort of proper memories were early T20s down at Chelmsford, going to watch and sort of falling in love with the game there, and then with my dad and my brother.
Which coach or mentor had the most impact on you?
I think my earliest coaches would be Guy Ben Irvin, who's been fantastic. He was the first proper coach I had at Writtle and taught me how to bowl and how to bat and how to play the game in the right way.
Why are programmes like Funds for Runs so important for the cricket community?
Grassroots level and getting kids into playing sport or cricket specifically, I think the opportunities that we can have, if it's got to be widespread, and whatever background you're from and wherever you're from, you've got to have access to the game. So I think it's extremely important that everyone has access to the game, has access to kit, has access to facilities and coaching. I think that's something that cricket's done well historically but can always improve on.
past few months have shown we need to try harder, run faster, support each other, welcome one another more than we ever have before. Cricket must be a game for everyone, and we all have a role to play in raising the game.
We need to inspire the next generation.
Through county cricket,
investing in facilities,
And investing in the next generation of players.
Creating new heroes.
Moment for the young 16-year-old, her first time at Lord's.
Playing in more places.
With more role models. Inspiring generations starts with all stars and dynamos.
Giving kids the chance to shine.
And turbocharging women's and girls cricket.
We're seeing a new wave of officials.
Anna Harris confirmed.
and driving disability cricket. From Somerset to Durham.
And everywhere in between. We want to inspire the next generation to say, cricket is a game for me.
And me.
And me. And me.
And me.
And me. And me.
Do you remember how you fell in love with the game?
First sort of proper memories were early T20s down at Chelmsford, going to watch and sort of falling in love with the game there, and then with my dad and my brother.
Which coach or mentor had the most impact on you?
I think my earliest coaches would be Guy Ben Irvin, who's been fantastic. He was the first proper coach I had at Writtle and taught me how to bowl and how to bat and how to play the game in the right way.
Why are programmes like Funds for Runs so important for the cricket community?
Grassroots level and getting kids into playing sport or cricket specifically, I think the opportunities that we can have, if it's got to be widespread, and whatever background you're from and wherever you're from, you've got to have access to the game. So I think it's extremely important that everyone has access to the game, has access to kit, has access to facilities and coaching. I think that's something that cricket's done well historically but can always improve on.
These past few months have shown we need to try harder, run faster, support each other, welcome one another more than we ever have before. Cricket must be a game for everyone, and we all have a role to play in raising the game.
We need to inspire the next generation.
Through county cricket.
Investing in facilities.
And investing in the next generation of players.
And welcome back to Chelmsford. It's session 2 on the first day of this Division 1 match between Gloucestershire and the hosts Essex. Gloucestershire having won the toss and decided to bat first, 104 for 6 at lunch. 3 wickets to the man who will bowl the first over here, Simon Harmer, 3 for 31. Jamie Porter, 2 for 22. He got rid of both the Gloucestershire openers, Harris for 4 and Dent for 6. And the other wicket falling to Aaron Beard, who had Miles Hammond bowled shouldering arms. So Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, on 34, and Zafar Gohar on 10, resuming the innings for Gloucestershire. They put on a partnership of 20 before lunch, and Harmer bowling the first ball of the afternoon. It's a top-edged sweep from Zafar, but there's nobody out anywhere near it. And they will come around for 2 runs, but Zafar not really in control of where that sweep shot went in terms of the fact that it went up in the air, but what he did do was make sure that it went behind square, and the only fielder behind square on the leg side is very much a deep backward square leg rather than a long leg. So 2 runs, and Harmer in and bowling to Zafar, a Yorker length delivery which is dug out by Zaffer away out into the offside. 106 for 6 then the score after those 2 runs. Ed Seaborn alongside Paul Newton, your commentary team, as Harmer bowls to Zaffer. Cut shot, slightly flapped out by Zaffer, goes as far as cover, and there is no run. Wherever you're listening to us, whether it's on the BBC Sport website via BBC Essex, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, or hopefully, as Harmer bowls to Zaffer, full and straight, and it's blocked into the offside, hopefully also now back on the live picture feed. And if you could let one or both of us know that that is the case, then it would be very much appreciated. Harmer is there and bowls, edged by Zaffer, but down into the ground and stopped by a fielder that they've put in a second slip. It's Lawrence, I believe, under the helmet there. So a close second slip, as well as Cook at first. He's quite wide there, and a short leg. Harmer bowling full and dug out once more by Zaffer, away out into the covers. That's the end of the over. 106 for 6 the total remaining. And I should point out, of course, that hopefully, one of the reasons why hopefully the sound is back with the pictures is because we've moved our box and everything back to the row behind where we were earlier, so we're the cool kids hanging out the back of the commentary box, and as a consequence, fingers crossed, the kit's not going to overheat this time. If it does die again, then please accept our apologies. There's nothing we can do about it if it does, and we'll just have to switch to the other kit, which unfortunately means that we will not be able to have the stream audio connected. It will be Shane Snater to bowl the first over of the afternoon from the Hayes close end, and it's Snater to Van Buren, who drives, forcing into the offside. Oh dear, we've got 2 batters at the same end, and I think Zaffer has he left his ground, or is it Van Buren who's going? Zaffer went back into his ground, which I have to say is not the thing which should have been done, because Van Buren is the top order batter, and if anyone was going to be sacrificed, it had to be Zaffer. But the ball was driven firmly into the covers. The stop was made. There was a single there. I have to say, it was a quick one, but Zaffer was going nowhere, and still went nowhere, went back into his ground. Van Buren was never going to get back, having got that far down, and that's an absolutely disastrous way for the afternoon session to start. No problems with the throw in to Rossington. Could have the proverbial cup of tea and a sticky bun before removing the bail, because Van Buren was that far down. Now that it's quite intriguing actually, because I've just been able to have a look at the replay there. I actually wonder whether, and it's a bit difficult to tell from our position with the glare, it's a bit difficult to tell whether that is actually the right batter out, because I'm looking at the replay and I have a feeling that Zaffer may have had his bat actually up in the air. Yeah, I've freezed it right at the exact right moment, and Zaffer's bat is in the air. So actually Zaffer should have been the batter out, but Van Buren is the one who's walking off. 106 for 7 is the score, and from bad to worse, I'm afraid, as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Pleased to say I believe everything is working. I've been told things are working on both the online stream and the live picture feed, and the new batter is Tom Price on strike to Snater, and Tom Price drives, and it's stopped with the boot of Shane Snater. One way to do it, I suppose, if you'd like to get your ankle hit rather hard, as that one was. And so it's Tom Price joining Zaffer, and Price, who's more than capable with the bat, but would not be hoping to be out there just 6 minutes after lunch. Slater bowling just the 4 overs in the morning session, 4 overs for 16. Slater is in and bowls, back of a length, and Price rides the bounce, drops it out into the offside. There is no run. Paul Newton is back alongside me.
Well, thank you very much, Ed, for filling in for me for a couple of moments. And really, of all the catastrophes that could have happened, you get the man who really did look capable of adding another 50 at least, and possibly raising the prospect of reaching 200, and he's run out. I didn't think it was him that should have gone, but anyway, he's run out for 34.
Slater in, bowls, beats Tom Price with a perler. Drawing, pardon me, him into the shot, but actually it was a ball which he probably didn't have to play at in the end, but it just left him. But because of the way that the ball started, Tom Price clearly feeling as if that one was going to rip out his off stump if he didn't play at it. Just having a look at that again, well, it's just a beauty. Slater there, bowls down the leg side. They're having a, has to be said, I thought was a fairly optimistic appeal for LBW.
I think even he would agree with that.
High and leg side-ish.
Because he didn't appeal straight away, you know, he sort of, oh, it's hit him on the pad, how's that, you know, whereas when you really think you've got someone, you don't say, oh, it's hit him on the pad, you know, you just go up, and it looked to be fading down leg side.
Yeah, so it probably wasn't high, actually, looking at the replay, but it's definitely leg side-ish. Slater is there, and Price, I think to give him credit that time, he did shape to play it initially, but then kept the bat well inside the line. He's rehearsing the classic shoulder arms, but I don't think he really went at that. And that's the end of the over. Good one from Slater. It's a maiden, and it has also included a wicket, and in disastrous fashion, as Van Buren was run out for 34, but as we've been able to see on replay, it should have been, even though, well, I mean, it should have been Zafar that was run out anyway, because I think, realistically, Zafar should have been the one to give himself up for his captain and top order batter, but actually, it should have been Zafar to go, because his bat was up in the air.
So Harmer to pick it up from the river end here. We've got 2 slips and a bat pad. And, oh, that's a good delivery, has the beating of Tom Price, and goodness knows, there's no shortage of left-handers in this Gloucestershire lineup. I think he's about number 6, or the 6th left-hander. And Harmer's in, bowls to him, sweep, just as well he caught hold of that because he was pretty much adjacent, but he did get hold of it, and no mistake about it, played it very nicely down to long leg for a single. Score goes up to 108 for 7.
There's almost a little bit, I mean, I know it's because it's blaring sunshine, but there's almost a little bit of a sheen to the surface.
Yeah, you're right.
I'd be so intrigued to get down there and get up close to it, but of course we can't.
Harmer, just the one slip bowling to the right hand, who leaves this one outside off stump, and in fact that is Price, isn't it, now, as bat out. Lost my bearings over lunch. Zafar still at the other end, so Harmer in to bowl to Tom Price, and this ball played back to the bowler. There's no run there. 108 for 7, or in fact the board seems to have taken a run off Gloucestershire as another penalty. It did definitely said 107 when the last wicket went down, but they've had a single since then. It is now apparently 107 for 7, which means the wicket must have gone down to 106, and the ball, next delivery, comes off a pad and rolls slowly into the onside.
I think they've been having a few issues. Maybe it's the heat.
Yeah, could be
there as well.
Yeah, could be. We've suffered it in this box as Harmer's in bowls and played to mid-wicket. And when I say we've suffered it, the box has suffered it, because that's why we lost transmission around about 12:25. Thankfully, Ed had his spare kit around. It wouldn't take the television connection at that stage, so that's why you probably wouldn't have been able to get pictures and commentary together. Hopefully you can now. BBC EssexCricket@gmail.com if you'd like to let us know. Hopefully all is now well, and we for our part have moved back into the back row here, so we don't get quite as good a view, but it is a sensible move because it means that we can make sure the box doesn't overheat again.
Yes, and actually there probably was a danger of us overheating.
Yes,
at the front
no,
of
I
the
think
box
you're right, yeah.
Gosh,
I wanted to appear unselfish, you
It's
see.
absolutely fierce out there. It
It
really
is.
is. I mean, even, as I said this morning, even at about 9:30, it was just, the sun's so powerful.
Quite right.
Snater round the wicket to the left-handed Zaffer. Zaffer drives inside, edges it into his pad, and he's fortunate that that one didn't end up back onto the stumps. Ruth Charville via Twitter, my nerves are struggling to survive. Gutted about GVB being run out. Should have been Zaffer on 2 counts, and he should have just run. Well, yeah, I think it's... Yeah, well, as you say, it really is the 2 counts, because there was a single there, as evidenced by the fact that Van Buren was there at the other end by the time the bell was whipped off. As Zaffer inside edges this one again, and this time it goes past leg stump and backward a square on the leg side for a single. Zaffer 14, 108 for 7, and it's especially disappointing for Van Buren because it's his first match back. He was in great touch from the second 11 match. That was actually his highest score of the season. He was having a bit of a tricky time of it before the injury, but looked in good touch, and then that happens.
Yeah, I mean, he looked very good before lunch.
Snater to Tom Price. Tom Price is forward, defending away towards backward point, picked up by Lawrence.
I was making the point that Van Buren was the one player who played with conviction out there. Everybody else looked sort of, now what do we do here? Better pay a player a shot that will cover 2 options that might happen, whereas he seemed quite happy to go after the ball and made a very good job of it. And as you were saying, you know, really the junior batsman should have sacrificed himself there, whatever.
Tom Price waiting. There are 2 slips in place. Snater in and bowls. That's driven on the bounce. Snater is able to get fingertips on it and stop it. Slightly more uppish than I think Tom Price would have intended, but he did time it quite well.
It was a nice shot. It was nearly a catch. He's made of tough stuff, Shane Snater, because he's more or less took that on a mixture of fingertips and shin. He's never showed any reaction either way. And of course he did a bit of fielding through his own bowling with a boot. He stopped probably a 4 earlier in this period after lunch.
Here comes Snater and bowls to Tom Price, who drives pleasantly, but this time it's stopped by Lawrence at point, and there is no run. The locks kind of bounce up and down as he comes in and bowls Snater. He's quite a sight.
Yeah, he is.
With his headband as well.
That's right. Price has played 1 or 2 nice shots actually. That was a lovely square drive. If it had been a little less square, it would have been 4 runs.
Indeed.
He timed it beautifully.
Yeah, he is a classical batter really. There's not going to be any slogging. He's going to look to play straight through the V a lot, and he gets a Yorker this time from Snater, which he is able to get the bat down on top of and send the ball away out into the covers, where it's fielded by Beard for no run. 108 then for 7 at the end of that over. Price in his first class career so far has got an average around about 22. Again, it's not a long career though, just his 10th match here in this one, and his highest score is the 71 that he made against Glamorgan at Cardiff, and that was a really proper innings. He faced something like about 220 odd deliveries for that one, so he's got the ability to stick out there, but it's another thing doing it against this attack on this surface.
Simon Harmer from the River End bowls, and there's the sweep shot again from Zaffer. Again, it'll go down to long leg, and with the inevitable consequence of just a single. 109 for 7, and the board that we have up in the box is just a little bit more difficult to read now that we've had to move to the back row, but Zaffer has 15 and Tom Price yet to get off the mark, and will now face Simon Harmer. Slip, leg slip, back pad, a little bit of turn there, but it was short enough for Price to see it all the way and return it to the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, when I say on this surface, I don't mean that anything too extravagant's going off out there, but when Harmer's given a bit of turn, he's deadly.
And here's a clout, and that is going high in the mid-wicket region for 6. A perfect pick up there from Tom Price, and that sees the score soaring along to 115 for 7. Picked it up beautifully.
Well, I must say I didn't expect that. It's kind of building him up as somebody who's going to play quite straight and defensively into the V, and that's his first 6 in first-class cricket, Tom Price, to get off the mark against Simon Harmer.
Well, I think we might dub him Cow Corner Surprise for that one. If he were a chocolate, we'd label it Cow Corner Surprise, because that was right over Cow Corner. It may even have gone right out of the ground.
I think what happened was I caught a glimpse of it away to my right, and I think it bounded off something at the back edge of the stand away to our right, and then I think it hopped out after that.
Yes, that's a Tom Pearce stand, and it leapfrogged that or leapt that, and they have disappeared into the river. Harmer bowls again, and this one is hit and caught. Great catch by Aaron Beard at mid-wicket, and Price stares in disbelief at the pitch before reluctantly making his weary way away. Not that I'm suggesting he is actually weary, but just the resignation, the realisation that he's been caught, and that really following such a fine blow is an anticlimactic way to get out. But what happened was it just turned enough, and he flicked the wrists and sent it nicely in the mid-wicket area, and Aaron Beard, who's a very good fieldsman actually, lurking at mid-wicket about 15 yards from the bat, tumbled to his right and just got hands underneath it.
Yeah, it's gripped in the surface, and I think it's also held, which is why Price has chipped that in the air. Yeah. It's I don't know whether it would have actually been LBW if it had struck his pad, because I think there may have been just too much turn possibly, and it would have been going down the leg side, but it's turned a long way. It's turned from almost beyond a full set, I think, of stumps actually outside the off stump, and turned to sort of middle and leg. It was there to be worked with the turn, but as I say, I think it was just the fact that not only the fact that it turned, but the fact that it stopped on him, which is why it went up in the air. And I'm afraid for Tom Price, it's a 6 and out.
Yeah, it's funny, I've been watching a lot of T20 cricket obviously recently, and Michael Pepper, who's the Essex substitute, or one of them out there today, very fine young player, but I think at least 3 times, might even have been 4, but definitely 3, he's been out the ball after hitting a 6, and fair play, in that sort of cricket you do keep going for it, but it does happen as Harmer's on his way in again. Bowls, and this ball is in danger of rolling back onto the stumps, but Taylor manages to stick out a foot and keep it out.
Yep, so just sure to come after Matt Taylor, and again, neither of them are mugs for the bat by any stretch, but they're not going to be able to get Gloucestershire up to the total they'd have been after.
Harmer's in the bowls, and the ball is played back down the pitch, and the over is completed, and Simon Harmer 4 for 41 in 13 overs, and you'd have to say he's surely long odds on, if there aren't too many more run-outs in the meantime, to record yet another 5-wicket haul here at the county ground.
Yeah, because as we were talking about this morning, really, whilst in these 2 overs from Slater since lunch, there have been a couple of deliveries which have done something off the surface. In general, the spin is going to be the main threat, and the man who's on strike now, Zafar Gohar, is going to have to more than play his part for Gloucestershire. As I said this morning, they've got plenty of spin options. They've got Van Buren for another slow left armour. They've got both Hammond and Ollie Price to bowl some off spin. As Snater continues round the wicket, Zafar clears the left leg out the way and hoiks this over mid-wicket for 4, but it was not over the head of the mid-wicket fielder. It's Beard there again, but just couldn't get up to it, and Zafar gets a boundary, 119 for 8. So looks as if Zafar is only going to play one way.
Yes, well, he owes Gloucestershire a few, to be sure, after being involved in the run out of Van Buren, when really we felt his duty would have been to sacrifice himself. But if he goes on and gets a big score here, he will be forgiven.
Facing Snater, the field's spread a fair bit now, and Zafar plays a gorgeous drive, but straight to the fielder at a fairly deep set mid-off, and if he'd hit that just a bit softer, then he would easily have got a single, but he absolutely creamed it, and so there's no run.
Yes, if the fairly deep set mid-off were any deeper, he'd effectively be long off, really. He's sort of 2/3 of the way back to the boundary.
There's a single basically everywhere except to the keeper, slip and gully. Snater bowling to Zaffa, who pulls away in the air out towards deep square leg, and it's gone for 6. The fielder at deep square, who is Dan Lawrence, gave it a look. It was only into about the 2nd or 3rd row, well, there are only about 2 or 3 rows towards the pavilion there, right underneath the Lucking and Sons sign, which I'm glad to see nobody's defaced, otherwise they could be running into issues there.
Yeah, it was, to be fair to Zaffa, we criticised him over the run out, but those 2 shots, okay, they weren't that far off catches, but it is the right policy, I think, now. See what runs you can get, and he's played 2 cracking shots.
He's on to 25, 125 for 8. Snater over the wicket, bowls a slower ball, which I don't think Zaffa saw coming, and he was through the drive a bit early and sent it back to the bowler, who gave him a glower. Yes, I don't think he really appreciated getting hit for 6 there, Snater. I don't think any fast bowler ever does, and he certainly let Zaffa know about it. I'm not sure there are too many fast bowlers throughout the years, though, who'd have bowled a slower ball and then given the death stare. It would probably have been a Yorker or another short ball. It was good thinking from Snater, it just didn't produce the wicket. Snater bowls full wide. It's a full toss, which has been driven firmly by Zaffa, but straight to Walter. Extra cover. Missed out on a scoring opportunity there, did Zaffa.
Yeah, going back to what we were saying right at the start of play, Shane Snater, of course, playing in the recent series, England v the Netherlands, and of course he got Jason Roy, his cousin, out straight away, proceeded to go for, I think it was either 90 odd or just over 100.
Yeah, I think it was in the late 90s, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, 99 it might have been.
Snater is in and bowls very short. Somehow Zaffa has managed to get some sort of bat on that. I'm pretty sure that would have been a no ball if he'd left it, because he was swatting above his head trying to reach it, and I have no idea how he's managed to get the ball to go there. He's pretty much chopped it straight into the ground, and they can get a single for that. So Zaffa will keep the strike, which it's not the fact that Zaffa will want to farm the strike, but I think they'll probably be relatively happy the fact that he's managed to keep the strike there and move on to 26. 126 then for 8 at the end of that over. It's been nothing if not eventful so far.
No, that's right, and so the 4 and the 6 have taken Gloucestershire on very nicely, and Tom Wesley just having a conversation with Simon Harmer, 4 for 41 in 13 overs up to this point, and always tends to bowl, even if the short boundaries, leg side when the right-hander's on strike. Simon much prefers to bowl from this river end, which fits in well with Essex's overall plan, because the quicker bowlers on the whole would rather bowl from the Hayes close end, and Harmer can bowl forever while the 3 quicker bowlers rotate at the Hayes close end. Here's Harmer beginning a new over, reverse sweep, it's very well fielded at mid-wicket. Shy comes into the bowler's end from Snater, and I would not want to have been Simon Harmer having to field that. It was moving. He's a strong man, Shane Snater, but so's Harmer, and he's got a superb pair of hands, and while he would have been really galled if he picked up an injury stopping that, but because if he misses it, it's 4 overthrows.
And I would not want it to have been Zaffa running that single either.
No.
Because
yes,
he had to put in the full sprint. And at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're probably not even at the hottest part of the day, because quite often that happens at sort of 4 or 5 o'clock.
Indeed.
Even.
Yeah, quite right, as this next ball's played into the offside. Yeah, it's different in the winter or that sort of time of year when it is really around the middle of the day when you get what little heat there is, but at this time it goes on getting hotter till about 5 o'clock as Harmer's in. Bowls, Taylor uses his feet to come down the pitch, but doesn't really time a push drive, and Harmer onto it. Very good fielder to his own bowling, as many spinners are. Got slip, leg slip. In fact, it's almost backward short leg rather than leg slip, and you could say forward short leg rather than back pad, but he defining lines between those notions are a little bit grey as this ball is played out into the offside again. Harmer nips round. Score remaining at 127 for 8. Taylor yet to get off the mark, faces Harmer. And he's hit this back past the bowler and has got off the mark. Single down to long on. Matt Critchley, who just had the 1 over going up to lunch. And 128 for 8.
There was a stat going around about opposition bowlers here versus Simon Harmer, and I'll probably expand on that at the end of the over.
Harmer on his way again to bowl to the left-handed Zafar, who goes for the sweep. Appeal for a stumping. Don't think it's been given, as the score remains at 128 for 8. That concludes Harmer's over. Just wanted to quickly read out this Michael Biswell email. Thanks, Michael. Emailing at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Good afternoon, commentary good as always. Shame about Mr. Davis, hope he's back tomorrow. So do I, Michael. I've wondered over the weekend what the score would have been if Lancashire had put out their first 11. Scary. Yeah, they were -5 of their best players, so no disputing they deserve to be in the finals day. And you finish, I do hope that Aaron Beard can get his consistency sorted out. He seems to be 4th in line, but he does offer something different. I'm always cheering him on. Good game so far. You are working. Thank you, Michael. And I agree. I think he's got talent, Aaron Beard, and he's been good in the field since lunch with a run out and a splendid catch to his name.
It's Snater to continue to Matt Taylor, who's forward and blocking this one out into the covers. And there is no run. The stat that I think I heard, and I may be remembering this wrong, but at least the gist of it is definitely right, that until that Hampshire game here, I think I heard something like no opposition bowler has come, spinner I should say, no opposition spinner has come here and taken a 5-er since Simon Harmer has joined Essex, something like that anyway.
Yeah, very interesting.
In comes Snater and bowls to Matt Taylor. That's turned into the leg side, but it's quite well packed, and it's fielded at forward square leg by Nick Brown, and there's no run.
Which does sort of just underline that those people who sort of, I can understand it as well, say, oh, of course they fix the pitches to suit Simon Harmer. But you would have thought that some opposition spinners would also have made hay on it. It does show what an outstanding bowler he is.
Exactly, because when I think of the Chelmsford surfaces that they've tended to be in recent times, as in goes Snater and bowls full and straight, and Matt Taylor is defending that one off the bottom part of the bat, but got plenty of bat on it out into the offside, and there is no run. I tend to think it's more of a seam movement pitch, really.
Yes,
there's
I think
a bit
you're right.
of turn in it, but not extravagant in amounts, and it actually so often is the seamers who are doing a lot of the damage still. It's just that Essex can mix that with Simon Harmer to take wickets at an even greater rate. Snater bowls a very short ball, which Matt Taylor ducks underneath. It's been called as the first one for the over, but it would be quite close if he'd not ducked.
Just on the point you're making, I've seen Simon Harmer take 5 wickets on this without a ball turning at all. And
yeah, exactly.
An equally important part of his craft is his duels with batsmen, his ability to work them out mentally, the variation in flight and pace of his bowling, they're all part of his armoury.
Snater is in, and a full delivery by Snater is defended off the front foot by Matt Taylor into the covers for no run. Kind of tennis ball bounce on that previous one. I said it was close. I mean, it could have been close to being a no ball if Matt Taylor had been up higher. I think it would have been all right, but I'm not sure that you're going to have masses of joy with the short ball on this unless the batter makes a terrible error, which can always happen. But I'm just not sure there's enough pace in the surface to be really banging in too much. Snater is in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Matt Taylor, and that is a maiden over for Shane Snater, but Matt Taylor's just got to do his bit here, and whilst Zafar striking the ball quite nicely, Just got to stay in there for Zaffer, who's got 27 off 32 balls with 3 fours and a 6. 1, 2, 8 for 8. And there's also the added pressure, if you like, as you've been saying, to go on and get a decent score, having basically said, on your way, skipper, to Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, that was tragic, straight after lunch. We've heard from Jeff Hawes, just wanted to assure us that the live feed was okay. Thanks for that, Jeff. And Adam Thomas says, good afternoon from sunny Morton in Marsh. You always think it should be Morton in the Marsh, but that is correct. It's Morton in Marsh, as it would be with Adam coming from there. Thanks very much. He says, enjoying the commentary. Always enjoy Essex Gloucestershire matches with the familiar sound of Paul Newton. Goodness me, there's not many who would say that. This next ball is played into the offside. Single to Zafar, who moves along to 28, 129 for 8. And he says, will the great Dick Davis be making an appearance this match? Well, he was meant to be here, Adam, and unfortunately, he's been away for a few days in Southwold and reckons he picked up some rather nasty stomach bug, possibly from some unspecified seafood. So anyway, we're wishing Dick all the best, not least because it's darned hot and we could do with a third man to give us a rest every now and then. We're hoping he'll be back tomorrow. But if not, we just wish Dick well, as this next ball is played up to bat pad. There's no run. Ironically, a week ago, when Dick and I were down at Hove, I ended up with a bit of a stomach bug, and I could do the match all right, but wasn't able to have... I joined Dick and his wife Sarah for the meal, but wasn't able to have anything further to eat myself. Thankfully, I'm over that now, as the next ball's just played up to that pad. Nick Brown, and there's no run.
Yeah.
But hopefully...
And a hazard, for sure, with seafood at all times.
Harmer bowls, and oof, that one takes a leading edge, but lands safely enough into the offside. No run, 129 for 8, and so far Matt Taylor's struggled a little bit, and who can say he should do or shouldn't do, because it's not easy facing Simon Harmer, and he's just come in. Here's the next ball, which he plays suspiciously, but perfectly safely. Again, just bringing the bat pad Nick Brown into play as the ball squirts a few yards into the onside.
Yes, I heard something mentioned fairly loudly about inside edge there out in the middle.
Harmer bowls again, and that's cleaned him out. Off stump, knocked back, and 9 down now as Matt Taylor departs for 1, bowled by Harmer, who has now got yet another 5-wicket haul, and he's such a difficult man to keep out. 5 for 44 in 15 overs with 4 maidens, and that's even with Gloucestershire by and large trying to play some attacking shots against him. Not as many as Hampshire did in the second innings of the previous game here. So a bit more expensive than usual, Simon Harmer, but he's still got the 5 wickets. And Ed, just going back to the run out, you know, Zaffar's still there. And but for the run out, so very probably it would be Graham Van Buren, and Gloucester might still be 6 down.
Well, yeah, ifs, buts, maybes. I'm afraid that's a lot of the tale for Gloucestershire so far this season. And now, I don't think, whilst, as I say, Josh Shaw again, very capable, and he had a period really from mostly at the start of last season, but he was in terrific touch with the bat, and there was, because of a couple of not outs, of course, as usually happens, but there was a couple of matches where I think he was topping the batting average just because of a 41 not out, a 23 not out, and some other scores as well. Amusingly, Josh Shaw was top of the batting averages, but I don't think Zafar is going to be hanging around here. I don't think he's going to be waiting to see what he gets from Josh Shaw, but for Shaw's part, he has as good a chance of sticking out there as any number 11, and certainly any number 10 and 9. Really.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a genuine number 11, but at the same time, I don't think Zafar's going to hang around to see what he gets. It's Critchley then to bowl from the Hayes close end, so they're going to tempt him with a bit of leg spin.
Yeah, I think Zaffa had shown a liking to Shane Snater, and so Tom Wesley is probably reasonably enough deciding, not that Snater bowled badly, but that it might be spin that will be the ultimate undoing of Zaffa. And Critchley, who bowled just the 1 over up to lunch, and wasn't a bad over either, is now going to return to the attack at the Hayes close end with Gloucester 129 for 9.
So Critchley will bowl over the wicket to Zafar Gohar, the left-hander, and Zafar defends this one away out towards Snater at short mid-wicket. There is no run. There's a leg slip, there's a slip, and there is that short mid-wicket, but they are the only fielders who are saving the single. There's a deep set extra cover, and Zafar sweeps. There's a shout for LBW here, but not out, says umpire Paul Pollard. He's looking to sweep, went quite a long way across his stumps.
It's clouded up a bit here, remarkably. Hopefully none of it threatening. There's certainly none in the rain in the forecast for this region, but certainly nothing like as sunny as it has been.
Nick Brown's come out of leg slip now and goes on to the 45, and Zafar goes for a huge heave leg side. It'll bounce a couple of times out to deep mid-wicket and just be the single. Zafar takes that single and moves on to 29, 130 for 9. And I just wonder, I suspect they'll probably take whatever runs are on offer now, but you'd think that with Critchley bowling, Zafar would be a bit more happy to let Shaw face him, even though it's the ball turning away from Shaw rather than into Zafar, just purely because of the fact it's Simon Harmer at the other end. It would be intriguing to see what happened if we get that far. 130 for 9, 2 slips go in, and the short leg as Critchley bowls to Shaw, who's forward and dropping the ball away back at a square on the offside. There is no run.
Of course, not the least advantage that Simon Harmer enjoys. He's able to create great pressure on batsmen. You know, there are always people breathing down the batsman's neck. All the close fielders have got 2 slips and a back pad.
Critchley in, bowls full wide. Shaw hits this one up in the air, down the ground, and 4-6. A straight strike from Josh Shaw. I don't think he really got all of it either, and it's gone over the top of the advertising boards and into the white awning, which is serving as the sight screen. And Josh Shaw is off the mark with a 6 to his second ball, 136 for 9.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's a strong man, because
yeah.
There was no backlift there at all. He just brought the bat down from only about a foot behind him and wham, straight out of the playing area.
Long off and long on, both back now, and Shaw drives in the air and is caught at cover by Snater to end the innings. So Critchley gets a wicket and Gloucestershire are all out for 136. Extraordinary. 40 minutes after lunch on the first day, having decided to bat first in sunny conditions, Gloucestershire find themselves out, and it's another tale of woe, I'm afraid, as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. And there's just no way, even if they bowl extremely well, that they're not going to be staring down a first innings deficit, you'd think, surely.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. All out for 136, and just a simple catch. And it's the old story. Remember what we said earlier, the last time someone hit a 6 out next ball, and it's happened again. I think batsmen get a little bit too carried away, but you can't blame the failures on the number 11 batsman. Well done to Critchley, picking up a wicket. Easy catch for Shane Snater. Harmer departs with his hand raised in triumph, 5 for 44 in 15 overs and 4 maidens. And I think all dismissed for 136 in the 39th over, so there's a lot of overs left to be bowled today. Add a couple to those for the Welcome back as we are now bang on schedule. The umpires have timed it correctly, about to see the start of Essex's reply to Gloucestershire's seemingly modest 129, and it remains to be seen. Never judge one innings until you've seen the other side bat, but I'm Paul Newton, and with me is Ed Seaborn, who'll describe the first over.
It'll be Ryan Higgins to bowl the first over, and he's into Brown, and Brown leaves alone. Bracey takes the ball around about hip height, but he must already know that he's going to be taking a lot of balls down low, but then playing his cricket at Bristol, he's pretty used to that. So it'll be Higgins to open from the Hayes Close end.
Spectacular mop of hair,
yes.
Higgins.
It does kind of mushroom cloud out of
yes,
the back of his
that's well described, yes.
head, is the way I've been describing it, but it is phenomenal.
A cartoonist.
You can't fully appreciate it until you're up close as well. Higgins over the wicket bowls to the left-handed Brown. That time it's well outside off stump and no stroke again from Nick Brown, with Sir Alistair Cook at the far end, the only Cook playing in this game. Chris Dent at first slip, Ollie Price at second, and Marcus Harris is at third slip. We've got Zafar Gohar standing at quite a short mid-wicket, maybe even closer in than Essex's short mid-wicket. Higgins in and bowls, tighter to off stump this time, but well left by Brown again, and that one does bounce before it gets through to Bracey.
Yes, a cartoonist would rather enjoy doing Ryan Higgins with this, as you say, mushrooming hair. They're a very fine cricketer, I hasten to add, and sadly he rather betrayed himself when raised to bat at number 3 today by holding out the man on the long-on boundary.
Higgins moves in and bowls forward in quiet defence. Is Brown sending it up to mid-off, where Gloucestershire's skipper Graham Van Buren fields. Ryan Higgins had been captaining the side as well in the absence of Graham Van Buren. And I just wondered whether there was a little bit of a change of style with Higgins, who's in and bowling, to Brown, who shoulders arms, through it goes to Bracey. I just felt as if Higgins tended to be a bit more of a tinkerer than Van Buren.
Yeah.
Just in terms of suddenly deciding that he was going to field at that short straight mid-off position, or short straight mid-on, with the tiptoes almost on the edge of the cut strip, and a few funky field sets here and there. Higgins in bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side by Brown, past the dive of Zafar at short mid-wicket, and Essex will get their first run. Not entirely, I don't think, where Brown was looking to get that one, but he does pick up a single. Will keep the strike, and Essex one without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 136. And thinking back to that game last year as well, Gloucestershire's last 3 innings here at Chelmsford, 76, 197, and now that 136.
Yes, it's not what they'd have wanted, that's for sure, as Higgins and Van Buren having I thought for a moment Higgins fancied bowling from both ends at once. He's lining up to bowl here, isn't he?
It's Tom Price.
Ah, it's Tom Price, sorry.
From a distance, we had the same thing last week where somebody thought that it was indeed Ryan Higgins.
Similar hairstyle. Yes, of course, Higgins 29 on his back and Price here 53. But I'm rather in favour of little tricks being pulled, like the same bowler bowling at both ends, well, and nobody noticed.
It has happened. And I was going to mention this. I'd saved it for my birthday, because my birthday is the anniversary of this happening, where the Australian captain Warwick Armstrong, Price bowls to Brown, who's forward and playing back to the bowler. The Australian captain Warwick Armstrong, either side of a break, which only happened, I think, because of the fact that England declared, but it was a 3-day game. I think it was in 1921, and in those days you couldn't declare a certain number of overs before the end of a day's play, and people had forgotten this. Everybody trooped off. The umpires were then informed of this fact. As in goes Tom Price and bowls down the leg side, and it's well taken by Bracey, sprawling away to his extreme right.
Yeah, saved 4 certain runs there. Terrific wicket keeping, and came up with the ball as well.
Yeah, and it would have gone to him as well for sure. Wouldn't have been wide because it was quite tight to leg stump. But Warwick Armstrong, having bowled the previous over before the errant declaration, then decided that he was going to bowl the first over after it as well. Assume out of displeasure with the mistake having been made, as Tom Price is there and bowls on the back foot looking to drive as Brown away out into the covers, and will get an easy single to move on to 2, and it's 2 for no wicket.
No timing in that shot from Brown. He picks up the single. The aim was good in that he found the gap he was looking for, but he is actually a very powerful man. Had he really caught that, it would have disappeared to the boundary, but in the end just the single. Not that the speed of runs is what will be exercising Essex at the moment. They just want to make sure they keep wickets in hand.
There are 4 slips in place, as it'll be Cook to face his first ball. Price bowls, and that's a beauty, which actually lifted more than we've seen pretty much any other delivery, because Bracey behind the stumps took that around about chest height in the end, rather than, I mean, we haven't seen too many being taken by either Bracey or Rossington.
And that was
above about waist height.
Really good delivery, and certainly Graham Van Buren quite right to go on the attack, because for Gloucestershire their only way of winning the game is to take wickets.
And next delivery from Tom Price is down the leg side, and Cook can't glance it away, so it goes through to Bracey. But the previous ball beat Cook all ends up, and if you can do that to Alistair Cook first ball, then you know you've started right on the money to him, and you can't bowl a much better ball to start off a batter than that without taking a wicket. So good start from Tom Price, who has been in terrific form since he's returned from his studies.
As Higgins will come round the wicket, bowled to Brown, who plays it down to mid-on. There's no run. The score is 2 for no wicket. Now, just noticed that Tom Price there has the same mannerism regarding replacing his cap at the end of an over as Simon Harmer. They put it on with the peak pointing backwards and then wheel it round into the forward position.
Probably doesn't want to disturb the hair.
Yeah, it could well be. But interesting, both of them have that mannerism. Here's a good delivery from Ryan Higgins, well left by Nick Brown, and through to Bracey, and 2 for no wicket. Remains the score, and Gloucestershire won the toss, elected to bat, but they were soon in trouble at 37 for 4. The next partnership doubled the score, but from then on wickets fell all too regularly from a Gloucester point of view, all out for 136. And here is Higgins in, bowls to Brown, turns it off the pads, but easily fielded by Zafar at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Tom Price's form, he claimed his maiden first-class 5-fer, but also got a hat-trick in the game against Kent, and that was his first game back.
Yes, with next delivery from around the wicket, Brown returns it whence it came. Just a quick email here to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com from Nick Hines. He says, well done Essex, maximum bowling points. Now let's see if we, meaning Essex, can score fast enough to get a decent haul of batting points. We've only got 9 all season from 8 games, well below the 20+ teams above us have got. As here is Higgins again, gets through his over quite quickly. There's a good delivery. Brown definitely playing at that, goes past the outside edge and through to Bracey. Score remaining at 2 for no wicket, and that is a good point you make there, Nick, in that Essex, they do score at a funereal rate, and having seen how England's batting has been transformed, maybe Essex could do with a little intrusion of Bazball. Higgins is always amazed how quickly he gets back to his mark. There's a drive for 4. Lovely shot from Brown, and Alistair Cook just opens his legs so the ball can pass between them and go to the long off boundary, and 6 for no wicket, all the 6 to Nick Brown, and that was Brown at his best there. But yeah, just coming back to what we were saying there, Essex could do with a little bit of the Baz balls, their technique. But I'll tell you one thing that occurs to me, Ed, and that is when England do badly, it's always county cricket's fault. There is no mention of it now that England have been doing rather well.
No, indeed. Tom Price to continue full and Cook driving. It's stopped. Yeah, it is stopped away to his right-hand side by Van Buren at mid-off, to the encouragement of the rest of the Gloucestershire fielders. Unfortunately, that's the one position on the field actually where I can't quite see, just in between that sort of double set of windows.
Yes,
he did manage to stop it, and it was only a single. But Cook is off the mark, and Essex is 7 without loss, as Tom Price over the wicket to Brown, bowls, and Brown struck on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before, but I don't think that it was an especially convincing one. Tom Price was, I mean, he sort of put his hand up in the air to appeal, but I don't think there was a great deal of conviction behind it.
I thought it pitched outside leg, actually. It hit him in front. There's no two ways about that. It would almost certainly, if there weren't a problem with height, and there may not have been, it would almost certainly have hit the wicket. But I think the bowler sort of, that slight hesitation in his appeal rather revealed that he didn't really expect it to be given.
Price there, bowls. Oh, that one's really done Brown, a leading edge, which falls well short of mid-off, but he didn't know where that one had gone, and we saw that a fair bit from Gloucestershire's openers whilst they were out there, getting squared up, turned around, and this one coming off the leading edge, but unfortunately for Gloucestershire, not carrying.
And he's a good bowler, actually. He hits the deck hard, and he's getting some lift, and he's got the batsman guessing, which is exactly what you want to do.
Here he comes, and bowls to Brown, who leaves alone this time. Through it goes to Bracey. Yeah, he's a really skillful bowler, and it's what stands out when you watch him. The fact that he's only in his 10th first-class match, but he's got the ability to do a lot of different things with the ball. You can get the ball to swing into the right-handers, which is not something that every bowler can do. Move the ball off the pitch. Probably wouldn't say he's got a vicious bouncer at this stage, but we'll see. Tom Price is there, bowls, and that has edged and caught by Bracey. Brown has gone, and the first wicket falls. Not too much, I don't think, that Brown could be faulted for there. The ball was just angling across him. He tried to cover the line of off stump, and the catch taken by Bracey behind the stumps very easily. And he gets an early wicket, which Gloucestershire desperately needed. And Essex is 7 for 1.
Well, we've been talking Tom Price up, and rightly so. You know, he's immediately rewarded us, so to speak, by showing just what a good bowler he is. And there was plenty of lift there, as I say. He hits the deck hard, and it just nibbled the edge of Brown's bat and threw into Bracey's appreciative gloves. So 7 for 1. You heard me say a few moments ago that you don't judge one innings without seeing the other side bat, and certainly we've seen enough from Tom Price to think that this is not going to be a cakewalk for Essex to get past Gloucestershire's 136. The biggest differential, I would guess, and it is only a guess, we're not to know yet, but Harmer just has this amazing ability to take shed loads of wickets, and just to watch him bowl an over, you wouldn't immediately say, blimey, yes, this bloke's unplayable, but he keeps doing it.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire will have to hope that Zafar Gohar can be that bowler for them. They've signed an overseas spinner who, in his final 3 innings of 2021, claimed 17 wickets. So he's got the ability, but Gloucestershire are really going to need him to deliver on this pitch, because for the first time this season, he's got a pitch where it feels as if he's going to be able to get turn, but not just turn from outside the footmarks, way outside the right-hander's leg stump, or way outside the left-hander's off stump. There are 4 slips in place as Westley is there at number 3 to face Price, and Price bowls a ball outside off, which Westley's not tempted by, and that is the end of the over. 7 for 1 Essex, with Tom Price having struck once again, and for him that is his 9th wicket in just his 4th innings since coming back into the side. As I say, he was studying, which is why he was not available up until now, but goodness, Gloucestershire are glad to have him back, because he's taking wickets at 17s since coming back,
which is very good. And well, Ryan Higgins had begun his run up from the Hayes close end at the start of the 5th over of the innings, only to find that Alistair Cook was not yet ready to face him. He is now. Higgins is in, bowls to Cook. Good judgment from Cook, who lets a ball that bounces a little bit. There's certainly evidence of more bounce from the Gloucestershire opening bowlers than was the case with the Essex counterparts this morning. But that ball safely goes through. Wasn't that far wide of the stumps and into the gloves of Bracey. So it's 7 for 1.
Yeah, and they're going to need wickets from both ends with this new ball, I think is fair to say.
Higgins in. Oh, appeal for LBW. It's got to be close. It's been turned down, but that certainly wasn't going over the top. So height was most definitely not an issue. And a good delivery from Higgins there. Maybe Cook had just about got outside off stump. But
that was my initial thought in terms of just first look at it. I mean, we have the ability to have a look at it again, which the umpire doesn't. But yeah, it's close. Whether it's umpire's call, I'm not sure.
Higgins to Cook, who's looked pretty uncomfortable so far against both these opening bowlers. This one's just played fairly straight down to mid-on and intercepted by Zafar from mid-wicket.
Put it this way, it's no better than umpire's call. It hasn't definitely struck him in line with off stump, and I think probably just was outside, but it was a very good shot. The other thing was bat and pad quite close together.
Yep. Next delivery from Higgins, played back to the bowler. Cook playing that with a little bit more confidence. He's just off the mark with 1. Wesley just to face 1 or 2 deliveries yet to score. Brown, the man out, caught behind off an excellent piece of bowling by Tom Price for 6. And Essex still 129 behind at 7 for 1. Gloucester all out 136, having won the toss and batted. Higgins is in, bowls to Cook, plays it to Zafar at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But yeah, I definitely believe that Gloucestershire are going to need contributions from both ends with this new ball, because they've got to expose Essex's middle order. That's the only way that they're going to keep Essex to anything close to Gloucestershire's 136, and I think by close I mean 70 or 80.
Higgins bowls, and there's a shot that's probably going to go for 4. We see the shine on the new ball there as Cook. It didn't go where he was aiming it. He was looking to play that just in front of square on the offside. Goes down to widest third man, but he won't mind that. It was all along the ground. 11 for 1. Cook has 5. Brown dismissed for 6. And got an email to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com from Adam Thomas, who says, is there a match for Essex at Colchester this year? I'll answer that straight away, Adam. No, and I don't think there ever will be again, very sadly. Essex last played there in 2016, but you bring back a memory to me. You say you remember watching Gloucester there in 1986 when both teams were in contention for the title. John Childs took a stack of wickets, I think it was 16, and Essex won the match and the title. Was the closest Gloucestershire got to winning it in my lifetime.
Tom Price is in and bowls. Good ball, which is actually well left by Wesley. Whether he left that one on height, because the only reason it missed off stump by a little way was the fact that it seemed away from Tom Wesley, but perhaps he trusted the bounce enough to leave it, but I'm not certain that you can necessarily do that. But maybe it was a bit further away on its starting line from off stump than I thought it was. But Wesley went down to prod at the pitch after that delivery. Price is in, bowls, bit further back of a length. Wesley onto the back foot to defend back to Tom Price. And I noticed that the two sides' respective second 11s are playing in Colchester.
Oh, right, yeah, I mean, the Castle Park, the Colchester ground, is still there. It's a lovely ground, and it is a great shame, Adam. I'd love to see all counties have to play at least one match a season on an outground.
Well, Gloucestershire, of course, move on to the Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah, it's great.
Next, as Tom Price moves in, bowls, Westley turns the ball to mid-wicket, or short mid-wicket, as Higgins is able to do the fielding.
And just on the subject of Adam's email, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but I think you said in an earlier email that you were in Moreton in Marsh, and I remember one-day games at one point being played there.
Yeah, I think the last one was 1996.
Yeah, that'd be about right.
Wesley taps his bat on the ground, waiting for Tom Price to move in and bowl. That one comes back in towards him, but Wesley's dealt with that movement and more. Flicked it away fine. It's going to trickle into the rope eventually. Josh Shaw with the bucket hat down at fine leg went into the slide and stopped it, but unfortunately the ball just went for a while parallel to the rope, but then ended up hitting it, and 4 runs to Wesley to get off the mark.
But certainly, on my point of outgrounds, the pitches tend to be quicker pitches at a lot of these outgrounds. When Essex played at Ilford, it was a wonderfully fast pitch. Remember Gloucestershire winning there once with old Lawrence there. And I forget his Christian name again now.
In comes Tom Price bowls. That one also comes back into the right-handed.
David.
Wesley. Yes.
Yep, David Lawrence.
Yes, he's now the club's president.
Oh, excellent. Well, he... as we know, he was an explosive bowler. He bowled at real pace. I remember David East hitting him for 2 or 3 sixes, and of course David Lawrence himself would hit a few sixes. But Gloucestershire won the game, even though David East, former not only Essex batsman, wicket-keeper, but chief executive a few years ago of the county here, and he was a mighty hitter of a cricket ball. He played a big innings in that game.
Price in and bowls, and a more extravagant leave this time from Wesley. That one not to his liking. So 3 overs 1 for 6 for Tom Price, and Essex 15 for 1 after 6 overs. Wesley 4, Alistair Cook has 5. I can tell you in that second 11 game, Gloucestershire's seconds are batting. They also won the toss, then decided to bat. They're 190 for 5. George Scott, who is in the squad for this game, made 77 opening the batting, and another noteworthy bit from that is Luke Benkenstein, 2 for 68.
Here's a new over from Ryan Higgins, and this may well go to the boundary for 4. It's been tucked off the pads by Alistair Cook. 4 runs it is, as you'll gather from the applause. 19 for 1, Cook with his second boundary to 9. And yeah, I just feel it's great for spectators to have a game at an outground, and I also think it's good for batsmen to have to play on different surfaces rather than, half your games all on the same pitch. And I don't think it'd do clubs a great deal of harm to each feature at least one game at an outground. And many of them are wonderful places to watch cricket. This ball goes down past the leg stump. There's no shot needed there. Goes through to the tumbling wicketkeeper Bracey. And I mean, we've mentioned a few of the outgrounds there at Colchester, but there are other wonderful places. The Cheltenham Festival that you've mentioned is fantastic. Queen's Park in Chesterfield is another wonderful outground.
Fairly recently, we've got games taking place at Southport and at Scarborough.
Scarborough, great favourite of mine. This ball goes down leg side, a little bit of a flick at it from Cook, but it's not a strangle, and score remaining 19 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, there are still some about, and Lancashire played a 50-over match at Sedbergh last year, and it's one of the things which has actually come out of the 50-over competition having been forced into the window that it's been forced into. The fact that so many outgrounds are used during that as well.
Higgins bowls, it's a leave outside off stump. Email from Steve Hallam, who I'm afraid heads his email worst Division 1 team ever. Question mark. He says, surely there must be a case that Gloucestershire fall into this category with their performances so far this season. Today's utterly embarrassing 39 overs just adds to the misery that most fans have witnessed this season. I suspect Steve is a Gloucestershire supporter, Higgins is in and bowls to Cook. Oh, that's a good delivery. Turns Cook round, and the ball possibly off bat and pad. Rolls away into the covers. There is no run. Just finishing Steve's email, you say, also, may I add, Dale Benkenstein really must consider his position if this carries on throughout the season, because the team for me is going backwards with every performance in the championship. And Steve signs himself off. Steve, a very frustrated fan. Well, I do understand your frustration, Steve. Essex have had their times when it's not been going at all well, and it's not nice as this ball is played to square leg, and there is no run, and the end of Ryan Higgins' over, 19 for 1, perfectly decent over, but I don't feel he's quite presented as many problems to the batsman as Tom Price has from the River End.
Yeah, not quite yet. No, it was interesting. We've actually seen a few bowlers, well, particularly Beard from that Hayes close end, but also Porter, when he came back in his second spell, had a couple of balls which drifted down the leg side. I've no idea why that would be, but that does seem to have been the case. Tom Price will prepare to bowl his 4th over, and he's just getting himself loose again. I think I was a little bit worried when he suddenly went collapsing down to the ground and started stretching. Of course, you've got to worry about cramp on a day like this.
Yeah, very much
even
so.
After a short spell. 3 slips now, and the short mid-wicket. Tom Price is in and bowls, and a leave from Westley through to James Bracey.
One advantage Price has, what would he be, about 23, somewhere around there?
He is, I mean, I should know this off the top of my head, but I'll make sure I get it right rather than guessing. He's 22.
Yes,
yeah.
22. Well, thankfully for him, he's not express pace, even though he's nippy. And I say thankfully for him because, for me, every bowler that England produces that's distinctly quick gets rushed into the England setup as that bounces twice on the way to Bracey. It does well to get a glove to that and prevent it going for 4 byes. You know, I mean, there's a list as long as both our arms put together of England bowlers who are out injured. Jofra Archer merely being one. And they all get asked to bowl too much, too quickly, in other words, when they're too young, and too fast. And with the result, they all have stress fractures of the back.
Yeah, it's all stress fractures, isn't it? Pretty much. I mean, a huge proportion of the injuries happen that way. Tom Price moves in, bowls full and straight. Wesley defends away towards backward point. That's the first siren of the day. We do tend to get quite a lot.
Yeah, no, you're quite right.
The road behind us.
What would really dismay me, England would give him an absolute gift in Jofra Archer, deciding he'd play for England rather than the West Indies. So, surely anyone who knows cricket would say 6 over spells maximum, no more than 4 a day, and he ends up bowling 36 overs in one innings against Australia and 42 in a match in New Zealand.
Tom Price bowls, tries the Yorker. It's dug out by Westley and deflects out towards 3rd slip, where it's fielded by Marcus Harris. That was, I mean, I can remember the one here.
Yeah.
It just, there's got to come a point where you take the ball out of his hands. You've just got to say you cannot, but even if you feel like you can bowl.
And the England coach at the time was none other than Chris Silverwood, formerly a fast bowler for England himself. And you'd think Joe Root would have had more Cokham as captain than to keep bowling him.
Tom Price to the crease, bowls. That one comes back towards Westley. There's an appeal for LBW, which has to be said isn't joined in by certain members of the field, and I think that one maybe just did too much, actually.
Well, I thought he might have got a bit of bat on that as well. But yes, it didn't look right, you know, whether he did or not, it still didn't look right. But I do like Price's bowling, though. I think he's doing a very good job here.
Yeah, he's mixing up the deliveries, which he tries to tempt Westley outside the off-stump with, that move away, but then brings out the in-swinger, and he's tried a Yorker already and got that right. At the moment he can't prize Westley out though, and Westley drives this one off the back foot but doesn't time it, and it will go to Van Buren at mid-off, and that's a maiden over from Tom Price. It's the first maiden of the innings actually, albeit it's been a tidy enough start from Gloucestershire's opening bowlers, but just the 1 wicket so far. Nick Brown with what was a fairly thick outside edge actually in the end through to James Bracey, but an easy take for him. And that was off the bowling of Tom Price, of course, for 6. But Wesley and Cook, even if they may not be playing Baz ball, they are seeing off the new ball, which I think is more important at this stage.
So, start of a new over from Ryan Higgins, and Cook leans on the ball pretty much middle and off and plays it down to Shaw at mid-on, and there is no run. 19 for 1, still 117 behind Gloucestershire's all-out 136, in which Simon Harmer, as usual, got a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 44 in 15 overs and 4 maidens. His third consecutive 5 for an innings here at Chelmsford. As this next ball, Cook plays it into the covers. There's no run there. In the previous match against Hampshire, Harmer took 8 for 46 in the first innings and 7 for 161 in the second. 19 for 1 is Essex's score here.
And actually, you mentioned about the pitches at outground sometimes being quicker. That certainly tended to be the case at Cheltenham versus Bristol.
As Higgins bowls, that goes through outside off stump, and no run, score remaining 19 for 1.
And arguably one of the reasons why in recent times Gloucestershire's record at Cheltenham in general, probably until last year actually, was far better in 4-day cricket than it was at Bristol. They had a really tough time full stop, not just winning but even drawing some games at Bristol.
This ball's played off the hip by Cook to square leg. Tom Price fields, and no run there. And I'm probably wrong in saying this, but the last memory I have of Essex ever winning at Cheltenham, bearing in mind they've often played games there, was 1994 in the Ronnie Rani days, and all the time I've been there, I've never seen Essex come away with a win. As around the wicket comes Higgins, bowls to Cook, hits it firmly back, nicely stopped by the bowler. Again, there's no run. And this includes not only several championship games, but a rack of one-day games as well. It's an absolute bogey ground for Essex. If I were, I shouldn't be saying this, but if I were a Gloucestershire fixture organiser, I'd sort of say, whatever else, make sure Essex are playing here in both red and white ball cricket, and that will guarantee us a couple of good results as his. Higgins in field for LBW, this is close, but umpire Pollard remains unmoved, and they've scooted through for a leg bye. I must say from here, and we're not right behind the bowler's arm, though we're in a decent position, but I thought it was well worth a shout, to say the least. I wouldn't have been surprised if the finger had gone up there. Leg bye, 20 for 1.
No, likewise. I'm just about to see the replay. Oh, gosh. To me, I have to say, to me that looks pretty identical to the Chris Dent LBW in the first innings, and I thought that on first look as well as looking at it again, because just like that one, it struck Cook above the knee roll, but it's never going over the top. And to be honest, I have to say that looks out looking at the replay. The only thing is it's always impossible to tell whether there was an edge on it, but I don't imagine there was, because otherwise somebody would have been sprawling after the ball trying to catch it. So yes, anyway, it'll be Tom Price to bowl, and Cook, having kept the strike with that leg bye, is on strike, and he drops the ball out towards mid-off, and there's no run as Van Buren does the fielding.
Well, was it the knighthood that saved Alistair Cook's bacon there? I mean, you and I, we're reasonably fair. We're not interested in saying, oh, we're from such and such a county, therefore we'll say it wasn't out. I mean, it just looked gone for all money from where I'm sitting. But anyway, the umpire's in a far better position than I am, but it was most certainly worth a shout. And
here goes Tom Price, bowls, and a forward defence from Cook out towards mid-off. And I mean, of course, we know that there was no inside edge on it in the umpire's mind, because otherwise he would have given a run rather than a leg bye. So yes, we know that didn't save him, and to be honest, looking at the replay, I'm not exactly sure that there was anything else really. As I say, yes, it did strike him above the knee roll, but then so did Chris Dent, and anyway, we can, as you say, we can only call as we see, and we don't get, the umpire doesn't get multiple looks at it, and I've got no interest in pointing fingers, etc. Tom Price is in and bowls, and Cook will defend this one firmly to Van Buren again, who's moved from mid-off to cover. So quite a conventional kind of ring field on the infield for Gloucestershire, plus the 3 slips and then the long leg.
Yes, on the point of umpires, we do have very good umpires in this country, without a doubt. And anyone standing out there day after day for a full day's play, they earn their corn in my eyes.
Price to the crease and bowls, and Cook works this one towards mid-on. This time fielded by the sun-hatted Matt Taylor, and there is no run. Yeah, and I'm always the first to say this, and it won't be the last time I say it, but there's always the usual complaints about the standard of umpiring, because there are complaints about absolutely everything. But if you watch cricket in other leagues overseas, actually English umpires are among the best. As Tom Price bowls, and that's turned away by Cook firmly, backward a square on the leg side. I think there'll be a fairly comfortable 2 here, as Shaw does the fielding from long leg towards deep backward square, and 2 runs taken by Cook to move him on to 11. Essex 22 now for 1.
Yes, I mean, for me, the standard of umpiring in the English game is much better than the standard of refereeing in football. And the obvious reason is, of course, that football referees are not former players, and cricketing umpires almost invariably are. Even if they haven't played first-class cricket, they've played a lot of cricket at some level.
Last ball of the 10th over. Price is in, and Cook's had a bit of a feel for that one. It was a nice length again from Tom Price, and in general he has got a bit more carry than I think anyone else so far. I don't think that's unfair on Essex's bowlers, but at the moment it's just the 1 wicket, and Cook was able to miss it, even though he did play slightly away from his body there. 22 for 1, Essex, and they trail by just 114.
Yes, I think Tom Price, for me, wins the day's notional bowling prize for the day. It's not that the Essex seamers didn't bowl pretty well. You know, Jamie Porter got rid of both Gloucester openers and generally looked in good nick. Shane Snater, it wasn't his day really with the ball, but it wasn't that he bowled badly. Another day, he's quite good on his day of picking up a 5 for. And Aaron Beard I like, because he does take wickets, even though he's also a little bit wayward. But Tom Price has particularly impressed me, which is why, for me, he wins the bowler of the day so far. Among the quicker bowlers, let me underline, because Harmer, obviously, with 5 for 44, has been the most effective bowler. Here's the first ball of a new over from Ryan Higgins, which easily is allowed to go through to wicketkeeper Bracey. Tom Wesley is the man on strike. He's made 4, and Alistair Cook has 11 at the other end, and it clearly isn't easy batting out there against the new ball. When as good a player as Cook has been made to work hard, you know that it's not that easy, as Wesley plays the ball back to the bowler Ryan Higgins. Sun returns, and we've had actually the better part of an hour with very little sunshine, and it sounds ungrateful, but it's been well received in the box here. There's a bit more sense of a breeze.
Yeah, indeed, and I mean, after probably the next couple of overs, you'd think Van Buren is going to have a decision to make. Seam or spin?
Higgins, Wesley just plays the ball defensively to mid-off, no run.
So does he go straight to Zafar, or do Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw get the kind of more conventional first change pair of seamers? I think I'd be quite tempted just to get Zafar in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. You can always take him off if it hasn't worked.
Yep.
Higgins bowls, and Wesley again shoulders arms, and Essex continue to be 114 behind the Gloucestershire all-out total of 136, which is very frustrating, as our recent caller Steve, I think it was saying. You know, he rather fears the worst for Gloucester this season, and they certainly need to score more in the first innings, as here is Higgins bowls, and Wesley plays the ball out into the offside. We've got an email from Michael Charlton who says, good afternoon, gents. I'm enjoying your coverage as always, watching the feed while listening to your excellent commentary. It is my humble observation that Higgins, with his headband and hairstyle, looks rather like a bowling wheat sheaf. Make of that what you will. This is a chance for Essex to pile on the runs and get some batting points in the bag. And as I write, Brown is out, exclamation mark. Oh dear, another exclamation mark. Wesley defends the next ball into the offside. End of the over. I'll continue with his email. And you say a good ball though, no complaints. Regarding the ball this season, could there be a scenario that so many balls are gone through that the national supply may run out before the end of the season? And would there be enough left over balls from previous seasons to be able to be brought to into the breach? Dukes need to pull their socks up. Thank you as always, and just gone off my screen. Thank you as always for the entertaining and perpetually high quality commentary, and the best of best wishes to Dick in his recovery. So warm regards, Mike, erstwhile of Pudsey. Thank you, Mike.
I've got to say though, read the balls last year. I seem to remember last year's batch there was an awful lot of complaints about it as well, but then obviously now we've had this year, people didn't know what they had last year. I mean, those could last a full 30 or 40 overs before needed to be changed last year. I mean, I heard also something to do with, I mean, you were talking about this one person who has to stitch them and the new stitches not so good. I heard something extraordinary about the cows, the quality of the cows being down due to COVID for the leather, something like that. Which, anyway, Matt Taylor is replacing Tom Price and bowls to Cook, who feels for that one outside off and is beaten, and it goes through behind the stumps to Bracey. So he's certainly not without his difficulties out there as Cook at the moment. No, absolutely not. And the strange thing is, in this particular instance, the left arm over bowler is exactly in my eye line, and that ball didn't actually change direction in the least, and yet Cook has played inside. I guess he'd say he was deliberately playing inside the line, but if it just nicks the edge, he's gone. Matt Taylor in and bowls. Bit of swing on that one, but Cook is able to push drive it wide of mid-off, and there is no run. So the 5-over spell for Tom Price. I just wonder, you'd imagine that Zaffer would probably want this end, given what you were saying earlier about Harmer. So it sort of means, I would imagine, it's more likely that you might see Josh Shaw bowling from the Hayes close end. Here's Matt Taylor in and bowling to Cook, and on off stump it's defended to Tom Price at mid-on, and there's no run. This is a good start from Matt Taylor. 3 balls right where he'd want them to be. Yeah, it is rare for a main spinner from a side to bowl other than at this river end. So Cook, 30 balls for his 11, and Matt Taylor bowls to Cook, who plays that trademark clip off his pads, but can't get runs for it though, as it's fielded by Hammond at forward square leg. Hammond has not gone for the sun hat, actually, I notice, which is a bit surprising because he does often bring that out. I mean, Hammond's headgear is always a subject of discussion. Last year he had the headband on whilst he was bowling, which was a sight to behold as Matt Taylor bowls. It's driven by Cook, timed pleasantly enough, and with the shortness of that boundary it might well even have gone for 4 if it had got past Higgins at wide mid-off, but it didn't, so there's no run. But I think there were comparisons made to Bjorn Borg when Hammond was bowling with that sweatband last year, and it's a little bit short at the hair this year though, so it wouldn't quite have the same effect. Taylor in, bowls, a leave from Cook, watchful leave outside his off stump, so it's a maiden to start with from Matt Taylor, and I think really we've just kind of underlined the difference so far between the two sides, the way that they've gone. I mean, yes, of course, Essex could still lose a couple of wickets, and they're not looking on for a massive total, but at the same time, what they have managed to do is they've managed to, I mean, they haven't completely seen off the new ball pairing yet, because I think Higgins is going to have another one, but they've basically seen off the new ball pairing without losing more than just the one, and for me that's more important at the moment than the number of runs that are on the board, and they've just bedded in, and then potentially they can make some hay later on, and that attacking middle order, which they do have, Essex, can come in and play their shots with a bit more freedom later on and build that lead up quickly and really destroy potentially the morale of Gloucestershire completely.
So, a very quiet passage of play in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, as here is Higgins bowling, and the ball steered down to the captain at mid-off, Van Buren. There's no run, the sun has returned, and we're beginning to see a lot more blue sky developing. Had an email to Essex, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com from Paul Snyder. Somehow, all I've got from you, though, Paul, is just the heading out grounds. You don't appear to have made any other point. Do come again if you would like to make a point, as Wesley steers the next ball into the onside, well stopped at short mid-wicket, and once again there is no run, and the score remains stuck on 22 for 1.
Perhaps you should talk for a minute without hesitation, repetition or deviation on the subject.
Yes, that would be a nice idea. And Higgins on his way again. Hayes close end, bowls, Wesley just makes sure he gets everything behind this and steers it defensively down to the skipper at mid-off. One skipper to the other, Wesley to Van Buren. 22 for 1, we're in the 13th over, and on my reckoning there'll be another 11 overs, I think, after this before we reach the tea interval.
Yep, it'll be a decent way to go yet.
Higgins to Wesley. Wesley leaves, and again there's just what we didn't see earlier in this morning's play, some good bounce through to the wicketkeeper there. So the Gloucestershire attack have got bounce out of the pitch in a way that the Essex bowlers initially didn't. Whether it's anything to do with rollers or what, I don't know, but it's a marked difference.
Yeah, because I think we saw a little bit of variable bounce, but it tended to be normal or low.
Yeah, I mean, here's the next delivery. Higgins bowls and Wesley returns it to the bowler. I mean, we noticed in the very first over that the ball took the edge and went to ground well before reaching Cook at slip, and although he subsequently caught one, again it was just off the ground at the time, and we saw the slip cordon having to move up very close. Admittedly, Gloucestershire have done the same, and they're pretty close here. 3 slips as Higgins is in again. Bowls and Wesley leaves. And another maiden over, must have had 3 or 4 now on the bounce, and the Australians have a saying that if you bowl 3 consecutive maiden overs, a wicket is just around the corner, and you could believe it on what we've seen. It's 22 for 1, Essex are 114 behind.
To be honest though, when it comes to playing England, particularly down under, I think a wicket's around the corner, regardless of the 3 maiden rule.
And the point being that if you get utterly bogged down, what you've got to lose, really, apart from your wicket, by launching out a bit. And England's great success this summer, in sharp contrast to recent test matches, both home and abroad, does show that with a positive attitude, it's remarkable what you can do.
It's Matt Taylor to bowl his 2nd over from the river end, and he's in now to Cook and bowls, and that's left comfortably by Cook this time through to James Bracey. It was kind of interesting reading Ben Stokes's comments after, I think it was the Trent Bridge game, where, I mean, we talked a little bit about this at the time, so apologies if you're hearing the same discussion again, but he said something along the lines of, this has sent a message to county cricket. As Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, nice looking drive from Cook, but Matt Taylor's done well to get down in his follow-through and slow the ball down and deflect it to Tom Price at mid-off to make sure there's no addition to the score. But he said that the approach has sent a message to county cricket, and it's less about stats and it's more about how you play, which I thought was kind of intriguing. And whether we'll start to see more of this in county cricket or not, I'm not sure. Taylor bowls to Cook. That one does shape away from Cook, but he's left that one alone again, and it passes way wide of his off stump because of the left arm over to left-hander angle.
The message I would have sent from Ben Stokes is to say, hi there, County Cricket. Maybe you're not so bad after all. Because I do think, you know, everything changes season to season. When are the powers that be ever going to stop and say, let's just leave it as it is for a couple of years?
Taylor to Cook, who's forward and blocking this one back to Matt Taylor's right. Yeah, and it's kind of the thing of, well, maybe just a couple of minor tweaks might be all right, rather than having to have gigantic overhauls.
Yeah.
There's just this feeling that we needed change. It didn't matter what the change was, but there's got to be drastic change.
Change for change's sake.
Yeah. Taylor moves in and bowls, and Cook this time plays slightly around his front pad, but he has got such a good eye that you don't even bat an eyelid really when he does it, and it's turned to Van Buren at mid-on. So Matt Taylor still hasn't gone for a run yet.
No, he's bowling a good line and length, and so far he just hasn't really given the batsman anything to have a go at, unless they're absolutely determined to open up.
Last ball of his second over. He's there and bowls and beats Cook on the inside edge. And a tremendous one-handed take from Bracey, because that was moving back into Cook, and I don't think we've really seen a ball do that yet. We've seen ones which have gone straight on and a couple of balls which swung away, but that's absolutely done Cook all ends up, and it was neither inside edged to the glove of Bracey nor back onto the stumps, nor did it bowl him. Matt Taylor can feel aggrieved, I think, after that one. Wonderful piece of bowling.
Ball of the day for me. Absolutely magnificent delivery. I couldn't believe it when I didn't hear the death rattle there, and I shouldn't think Cook could either, because he drove at it. It nipped back between bat and pad, and how it didn't hit the stumps, I don't know. Again, it's the point we were making, I suppose, that the Gloucestershire bowlers are getting more bounce than the Essex cricket bowlers, and very unlucky not to dismiss the former England captain there, as that was yet another maiden. It's still 22 for 1, but we are going to see Zafar now, and he is going to bowl to our surprise from the Hayes close end, and Tom Wesley will initially be on strike to him. Jeff Hawes emails us at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, and you're talking about Cheltenham as we see Zafar in and bowls, and it's a no ball. That's a strange start, so that'll be, I think it's only one run for a no ball in red ball.
It's two.
Oh, it's two, is it still? 24 for 1. So after all those maidens, it ends not with anything off the bat, but a no ball. Come back to your email in a moment, Jeff, but now that we've got the slow bowler on, there's not quite such an amount of time between deliveries, and this one isn't a no ball, and it's played for no run into the offside by Wesley. So Jeff says, I went to Cheltenham in 2012. The weather was the winner. I think there was a problem with the drainage. The bottom end of the ground was flooded and unsafe for spectators. Do you remember that game? Yes, I do, and it's one of several where the rain has interfered with play in Gloucester-Essex games. This is a good ball with a bit of turn from Zafar there. Nicely taken by Bracey. Wesley was playing at that.
Yes, it wasn't a great shot from Wesley. As we said, it was not a drive with great conviction. And I think part of that was because he realised that he shouldn't have played the shot after he'd started it.
Zafar comes in again, bowls. Let's play back to the bowler. There's no run there. But of course, it was unbelievable a month ago. Gloucester v Essex, T20 game, Bristol. Not a sign of anything in the weather or in the weather forecast. And as I came over the Severn Bridge from Wales, where Essex had been playing the previous day, suddenly, as the next ball's played for no run back toward the bowler, suddenly I saw this area of cloud and thought, surely not a ball bowled again. And 7 recent games between the two counties have all failed to reach a conclusion in all forms of the game. As this next one, Wesley has got a full toss, and he's going to pick up 3 runs here, as the ball will be pulled out just short of the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they're jogging back for the 3rd. And that takes the score along to 27 for 1, and Wesley will move along to 7, and he's been there for about 3/4 of an hour. That's only his 2nd scoring shot.
Honestly, you'd think that Essex were 20 odd for 8, given the sarcastic cheer that those two just got from the crowd for scoring runs off the bat. Honestly, can't you just settle for absolutely slaughtering Gloucestershire at the moment?
Well, we'll see about that. Long way to go yet. As Zappa switches to over the wicket, slow left arm to the left-handed Cook, and he plays it back down the pitch. The end of the Zappa over, and Essex 27 for 1, still 109 behind. The Grumbler sends us an email. Hope all is well, and Dick too. Ray the Cook LBW, in your comment, did the knighthood save him? In the 1990s, there was an academic study that concluded captains were much less likely to be given LBW by county umpires than other players. Unconscious bias was at play, but there may have been conscious bias too, as the skippers marked the umpire's performance after each game. Very good point. At times, I do get the impression Cook gets the benefit of the doubt, and I agree with you there, Grumbler. There was a big call he got away with at Taunton in the final game of the 2019 season. Remember it well, and Cook was the man Somerset had to get out, as they would have had the championship rather than Essex, but as it turned out, Cook was given not out, and he never looked in trouble thereafter.
And Somerset supporters, I'm sure, won't be bitter about that.
Oh, no.
Now, Matt Taylor bowls over the wicket to Westley. First time he's bowled at him, and that's angled well wide of off stump, and another one that bounces before it gets through to James Bracey. No stroke from Westley. Yeah, like he says, it could be unconscious, it could be conscious. We won't know, because it's not as if the umpire's going to tell you, even if you asked him.
Well, Viv Richards used to get away with Blue Murder. He's a wonderful player, but he'd such a presence about him, nobody really wanted to give him out.
Taylor to Westley, a bit tighter to off stump this time, but still doesn't draw a shot from the Essex captain.
If you saw Viv Richards walk to the crease, you know, he had this aura, you know, of being the gang leader about him. You know, anyone want to argue, you know, and people let off guns behind him just to show that they're armed. And I love the man. You know, he's a wonderful player. Had the pleasure of commentating with him once in his Glamorgan days when he joined us in the box. But he certainly got away with quite a lot.
Now, are we... No, we're not having another ball change. I suddenly saw something being tossed towards the square leg umpire, but I think it was just a stud or something like that anyway. I mean, it is about time. We are in the 16th over after all. 2 slips in place. Matt Taylor bowls, and another one that goes past the outside edge. This time it's Westley. That one just shaped a little bit back in towards Westley, which is certainly why he felt he had to play at it, but he missed it.
Well, once again, batting is not at all easy out there. Gloucestershire didn't find it easy, and Essex in their turn, though they haven't so far lost a glut of wickets, but they're looking, there's been an awful lot of playing and missing, and appeals just given in favour of the batsman.
Taylor bowls, and Westley in defence, sending this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And for Matt Taylor, I'm afraid for him, he's got to be thinking, just, is this more of the same? Because it was exactly like that for him in the Lancashire match that we've just had.
Yeah.
Beat the bat an inordinate number of times, and just couldn't get an edge.
He's wonderfully consistent. He hardly puts a ball offline.
Here he comes over the wicket. Westley drives back down the ground, but not firmly enough to beat Van Buren at mid-off, who's quick across the turf. And Gloucestershire probably do just have their mid-off and mid-on a little bit straighter than Essex, because of the fact that they've tended to have the fielder at cover, whereas Essex were quite content, and they could be content as well because of where the scoreboard was, to leave cover open for a fair bit. They had the short mid-wicket, but the cover fielder wasn't there for a fair bit, so mid-off had to kind of do the dual role between stopping the straight drive and stopping the cover drive. Matt Taylor bowls round the wicket now to Westley, who's forward and defending, and that is 3 maidens on the bounce for Matt Taylor. He's passed the edge at least 3, maybe 4 times in those 3 overs, but nothing to show for it. Essex 27 for 1 after 16 overs, but what you can't say is that there's less out there for the Gloucestershire bowlers than there was for the Essex bowlers. At the moment, Essex are just surviving better.
Yeah, very accurately described, because there's every bit as much help for the bowlers out there. It's been far more a bowler's track than the batsman's, as Zafar is in and bowls to Cook, who prods forward, returns it down towards the bowler, and the score remaining at 27 for 1. And up to a point, the batsmen who have at least tried to play some shots have come off better than those who simply haven't. Unfortunately, one or two of the shots have been injudicious and wickets given away. And here, 4 runs to Cook, facing Zafar from the Hayes close end, coming over the wicket to the left-hander, the slow left-arm bowler, and Cook has swept that away to one of his favourite areas, just behind square in the direction of the pavilion. And the sweep brings him 4 more runs. He's got 15, but they've been 15 very hard-fought runs indeed. 31 for 1, 105 behind.
Yeah, I'm sure that one will feel good to get that one out the middle of the bat, even for somebody like Cook. Wouldn't really have wanted to go that long without at least getting something away.
No, that's right.
A nicely executed sweep, just using the angle.
It's his 3rd boundary, as the next ball he plays up to back pad, and there is no run there, and that is Ollie Price at under the helmet. Zafar prepares to bowl again to Alistair Cook, who gets this past Ollie Price and out to the man at deep mid-wicket for a single, and that takes the score to 32 for 1. Had an email from Adam again. He says, the first match I ever went to was Gloucester v Essex at Moreton in Marsh in 1972. Was taken along as a 6-year-old. Don't remember too much, but the scorecard says Gloucester won by 6 wickets in a John Player League Sunday game. I used to love those John Player League games, Adam, as the next ball is played defensively into the offside. You go on, Mike Proctor got a 50, wonderful player, amazing man. And you say, agree with Paul, where are all those doommongers now who came out after the Ashes calling for counties to be disbanded? Less teams, franchise, red ball sides, as the next ball again is just played defensively into the offside, no run. Score at the end of that over is 32 for 1, 104 behind, and you just finish off your email and say, they're all very quiet now, the Test team are doing well. Remember, during all this, the white ball team were world champions and #1 in the world. Leave the county game be and ditch the 100. A lot of people would say amen to that, Adam. Thank you very much for your email.
Well, I'm certainly going to agree on the point about the fact that England's white ball team didn't just come from nowhere.
No.
The whole point was actually that a lot of these players already existed in county cricket, but weren't necessarily being chosen for the 50-over side in particular. And then lo and behold, actually was pretty much as quick as just choosing the right players. And all of a sudden, results in general improved pretty quickly. Graham Van Buren is into the attack, replacing Matt Taylor from the river end, and Cook just blocks the first ball from Van Buren away out into the covers. So clearly the shoulders feeling absolutely fine in order to bowl. And Van Buren is in, bit of turn, and it's well stopped by Ollie Price at short leg. And I mean, intriguingly, whilst Tom Price easily tops Gloucestershire's bowling averages, of the people who've played an appreciable number of games, Graham Van Buren actually has the highest bowling average, which, I mean, read into that what you will. But Van Buren's taken 8 wickets this season at 36, as that's clipped away and it's not stopped at mid-wicket. Not going to go to the boundary, though. Matt Taylor will haul it in before it goes towards the wide long on boundary, and they get 2 runs as Cook just works with whatever turn there was and moves on to 18 with a couple of runs, 34 for 1. I mean, Gloucestershire aren't absolutely alone in those terms, because looking at the Kent bowling figures for the season at Canterbury, as Van Buren bowls a very flighted delivery, which I think was a low full toss at the end. It's turned to Matt Taylor at mid-on for no run. But Kent's bowlers are having a tricky time of it once again, and Northamptonshire's batting lineup is enjoying life.
Yeah.
Yet again, as Cook turns this one fine this time, but won't get a run. Zaffer able to get across from the 45 to field. There wasn't a great deal of bat on that from Cook, but at the same time, I'm not exactly sure what dismissal could have been affected. And a word of advice from Marcus Harris for Van Buren. Don't know whether he's talking about field or a ball or something that he might try. It probably field, but nothing's changed. And Buren in, little bit of turn, but it's worked with the turn again by Cook to mid-wicket, and the end of the over. 34 for 1, not a bad over from Van Buren, but then Cook showing his quality and playing every ball with the turn, just deadening the ball with the wrists, making sure it doesn't go in the air. And just 2 runs off it, though. 34 for 1, Essex after 18 overs. Northamptonshire are 185 for 2 in the 56th over against Kent. They've just scored runs for fun, and I think pretty much, almost without exception, every prediction that I saw had Northamptonshire finishing bottom of Division 1. Well, they look as if they're going to pick up a bundle of points against Kent already from that position, and that will further solidify their spot. And they're 20 points clear of Somerset at the moment in 8th, but they're only trailing Kent by 3 points, and they've got a game in hand, so they're going along absolutely fine, Northamptonshire. And it's a century for Emilio Gay, who's just signed a contract extension, but Vasconcelos was actually out to the first ball of the innings.
Well, here comes Matt Taylor switching to the Hayes close end. This ball is played down to mid-off, and just wanted to say, mentioning Mike Proctor, who was such a formidable warrior-like cricketer, fabulous player, and I actually had the pleasure of meeting him. I'm name-dropping all afternoon here because I've been mentioning Viv Richards. Now, the context was Warwickshire v Essex in the NatWest final at Lord's of 1997, and Mike Proctor was working for Sky, and I think there must have been someone. I'll just break in because Taylor's in and bowls and Wesley leaves this one, the score remaining at 34 for 1. I think there must have been someone that Mike didn't particularly enjoy the company of in the Sky box, because whenever he was off air, he came and actually chatted to the BBC Essex commentators who were there, and had a nice chat with him. And an amazing man, quietly spoken, very respectful. And there's not many are respectful to me, so I was greatly touched. And as I say, it was astonishing to think of this god of a cricketer, you know, such a humble man to talk to, you know, fantastic. Here is Taylor in and bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump, and there's no run there. And he was one of a wonderful volley of all-rounders in that era. They even had competitions between the top 7 or 8 all-rounders who were all brought together, you know, in particular matches, and they showed them on the telly. Graham Gooch was one, because he used to bowl quite a bit as well. And you had the likes of Richard Hadley and Clive Rice, and so we could go on. It was a wonderful era. Imran Khan would be another one. Terrific players all, as Taylor coming round the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, and Wesley hits the ball firmly but for no run to mid-on, and Essex continue to be 34 for 1, and we've got about another 4 overs after this one until tea.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to say Mike Proctor's been around this season
a fair
bit after recovering from the heart surgery that he had over the winter.
Yeah.
He delivered one of the Walkers and Talkers events, which take place every Wednesday at the Seat Unique Stadium, as it is now in Bristol.
Glad to hear that. As here, the next ball is a lovely drive, but easily cut off by Tom Price, square on the offside. And once again, there's no run, but it was Wesley's best shot to date. And typically of cricket, your best shot doesn't necessarily yield a run. He remains on 7.
But a lot of people, I think, were a little delayed to the start of proceedings on the 3rd morning of that game against Lancashire, because they were all rapt with attention with the talk that Mike Proctor was delivering. And he's going to be there at the Cheltenham Festival as well.
Well, that's great, as the next delivery is played back to the bowler. It's always nice when great players still want to be around and you know, the county era at that time, of course, people like Mike Proctor banned from Test cricket for obvious reasons, but it's great that their loyalty to the counties, which saved their careers in many ways, you know, remains unsullied.
Yeah, and I actually am a little bit hopeful we might manage to get Mike Proctor on commentary.
Be great
at some point during that, but we'll see. But that would be fantastic if we could.
When is the festival?
So the first game of it starts July the 19th.
Yeah.
So what's that, a week tomorrow? That's a 4-dayer against Hampshire. Then the day after that there's a Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match between the Western Storm and the South East Stars. Then there's a 1-day break for everybody, including me. And then the 4-dayer against Northamptonshire, which starts on July the 25th, my birthday. And then the last match of it will be a Royal London fixture, 50 over match against Warwickshire, the first match in that competition for Gloucestershire. There's also on July the 31st the National Counties fixture against Wiltshire. So it's busy.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot happening and I cannot wait for it. It's the highlight of most people's seasons and certainly one of the highlights of mine. Zafar Gohar replacing Graham Van Buren. There are more bowling changes than I can keep up with from this river end, and forward goes Cook and turns the ball into the leg side again for no run.
I think the thought was fairly immediately he'd rather bowl at this end, Zafar, and I think that's why Van Buren bowled an over to facilitate the change round.
In comes Zafar over the wicket to Cook, who quietly works this behind square this time. Ball just dribbles away out towards the fielder on the 45.
Well, Cheltenham is just, you know, a wonderful place because you've got the cricket festival we've mentioned, you've got the greatest racing extravaganza anywhere to be seen. I say this as a racing man. You've got the Gloucester and Warwickshire Railway, one of the termini being at Cheltenham, right inside the racecourse complex. And you've got I don't read personally, but you've got the book festival as well. Fantastic place and lovely countryside around it.
Yeah, I think from memory the book festival tends to be just a little bit after the cricket festival.
I think you're right.
You can usually see the signs or the banners for that festival after the cricket festival. So Zafar is going to switch to round the wicket and there's another helmet being brought out now. And it looks as if Marcus Harris is going to go under the helmet and he's going to field at leg slip. So on the Cook, clip off the pads. Short leg, who is Ollie Price, and Ryan Higgins is the slip fielder. And there'll be, well, I thought for a moment there were going to be two fielders out on the leg side boundary, but in the end it's just going to be the one. Josh Shaw out at deep mid wicket, and Tom Price has gone into a 45 position. Zafar bowls, and Cook can defend this one just to the offside of straight, and Zafar picks it up. I've wondered whether, actually they've kind of changed the field to have the leg slip in place, but now the angle's taking it across Cook. I wonder whether Zafar might have just stuck over the wicket with that change of field. Cook whips this one firmly, wristily, but only as far as Chris Dent at mid-wicket, and there is no run. No runs yet off this over. Cook on 18, and Zafar bowling to him, and that's turned once more to Dent, who fumbles the ball. Rather surprisingly, I know there is it was one of those matting things over maybe the next
could well be
here. Might have caused that. Anyway, it didn't cost a run at all. Zafar bowling and Cook smothering the spin and turning to Dent once more. So that is a maiden over from Zafar, but as yet not the consistent threat that we saw from Simon Harmer. 34 for 1 Essex after 20 overs, and there are 3 more left until tea.
Yes, emails from Martin Levin, who says he quotes W.G. Grace's well-known statement, "They came to see me bat, not you bowl," and he attributes the same sort of sentiment to the very atmosphere that Viv Richards would gather around him. And Martin finishes by wishing Dick Davis get well soon. We've heard from NFP44, a rather longish email. I will attempt to get through it during this over. Just waiting, we're going to see Van Buren switching to the Hayes close end now. Slip on the back pad, and just defensively into the offside from Wesley. So MFP44, Martin Palmer from Southgate says, your correspondent asking about outgoing cricket might find it worthwhile exploring the Essex second 11 fixture list, as the next ball is again nudged for no run into the offside. As a Middlesex member, we benefit from second 11 matches played at Radlett and Merchant Taylor's School in Rickmansworth. The players on parade always number several first-team players, as was the case recently. Here's the next ball, left alone by Wesley to go through to the wicket keeper. When my wife and I watch Middlesex twos take on Surrey at Radlett, the standard is therefore of high quality. I note that Essex twos were there in May, but didn't get to that, as Van Buren's getting through this over at the rate of knots, as the next ball played for no run into covers. Given the comparative lack of formality and viewing restrictions at the outgrounds, you sometimes get into conversation with players and ex-players, as already Van Buren is in again, and same outcome, played into the covers, no run. I had a brief chat on the boundary with Clive Radley. How's that for name dropping? It's a super player, Clive. Lovely to hear him mentioned. I hasten to add that Mr. Radley wasn't playing, and you're often welcome into the pavilion to use some of the facilities vis-a-vis catering and loos. And here, the next ball will produce one run out to the man on the cover boundary. So just the one run off the over, 35 for one, 101 behind. Wesley with the run there, and you finish your email. I noticed from the Middlesex fixture list there's a match against Essex at Billericay from Tuesday the 13th to Friday the 16th of September. So Essex is not a one-ground county if you enjoy cricket. I might even get there myself. Watching the current match from Chelmsford and enjoying the coverage and commentary. Very well done. Martin, thank you very much for your email. And you finish off ancient former junior member of Essex from far too long ago.
Well, when it comes to WG Grace stories, and particularly because it is Gloucestershire versus Essex, and I know I've told this story before, but then you do tell stories over and over again, but I think it's worth it. I read this one quite a while ago, and I thought it probably was worth noting down, so I did. Zaffer bowling to Wesley, who drives firmly, and that is a tremendous one-handed stop by Dent at short extra cover. I thought that was for all money.
Superb stop.
And it's the speed that he got down there that was as impressive as the amount that he stretched for it. This time it's gone straight to him though. Two well-timed shots from Wesley which have gone straight to Chris Dent, and he's now feeling those fingers even on a hot day like this.
Just a little bit more intent in the way Wesley's gone about this over.
Perhaps the sarcasm's got to him. He got another
sarcastic
cheer in the previous over for another single. As this time he opens the face, guides away behind square on the offside. There's no run. The story involves Charles Courtwright, Essex fast bowler at the time. Indeed. So the first ball, WG gets hit on the back pad, plumb in front. Everyone appeals, not out, says the umpire. Zaffer moving in, bowling. Wesley covers up in defence. After all, it's WG and people have paid money to come and see him play, etc. Next ball, after Courtwright's walk back to his mark in livid fashion, thick outside edge goes straight into the keeper's hands. As Zaffer bowls to Wesley, who defends into the offside. Everybody appeals. Not out, says the umpire. Predictably, I suppose. By now, smoke's coming out of his ears as he walks back to his mark. As Zaffer's back at his and completes the over to Wesley, who is forward in defence. Maiden over, 35 for one remains the score. So he lets loose another thunderbolt, which knocks out off and middle stumps. WG waits for a couple of seconds, hoping there's going to be a no ball called. There wasn't. And then walks off. Courtwright says, "Leaving already, Doctor. There's still one bail left standing."
Excellent. Yeah, there was some great humour in those days. sure there still is. We've got just the one over up till tea, if my maths is correct, which it may not be, but I think this is the last over before tea. And it's going to be bowled by Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper.
Oh, just for I said failed, didn't I? I meant stump, of course.
Right.
I said that off and middle stump were uprooted before anyone leaps down my throat about that.
So Van Buren to bowl initially to Alistair Cook. And ball is tucked away past a diving back pad. There's no run. We've heard from Paul Snyder, who hadn't got through his email before. Talking about outgrounds, he says, back in the 70s and 80s, I started my love of cricket, as Van Buren bowls again to Cook. And Cook has flicked this one away for a single to backward square leg. And he will move along to 19, the score to 36 for one, exactly 100 behind. You continue. I saw a poster saying Essex were playing at Valentine's Park, Ilford, against Sussex, with Imran Khan in action. Before the world of live streaming, this was a way to attract newbies into county cricket. And kind regards, hope Dick is back tomorrow, as the next ball is hit for another single at least, and it's well stopped there, and could have been more than that, but good stop. Wesley gets a single. He moves along to 10, the score to 37 for one. So thank you to Paul for your email there. I think there's one more I'd like to get through before the tea interval. There's two more to be precise, as Van Buren's in, and Bowles and Cook has just glanced this to short fine leg. There's no run. Ken Newbury says, I would respond to your invitation to talk on Gloucester cricket, but I'm afraid it would consist entirely of reminiscences about Wally Hammond and Tom Graveney. I've never met Wally Hammond, but I'm almost ashamed to admit I've not only met Tom Graveney. Dot ball played to short mid-wicket. I commentated with him on many an occasion. He was my favourite player as a kid, and just as nice a man as he was a wonderful batsman to watch. Couldn't speak highly enough of, sadly now, the late Tom Graveney, who was just the most marvellous man to commentate with. The next ball is played up to back pad. There's no run there, and that is tea. The batsmen are wandering off with the score at 37 for one, 99 behind. Ken finishes off. I appreciate your keeping us informed of the reasons for any stoppages in the commentaries. Regards, Ken. P.S. Someone has just mentioned the abomination of the 100 competition. I better close this quick before I explode. Thank you very much for that. And finally, Nick Hines. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I find Essex one of the most boring batting sides to watch. Granted, Gloucestershire have bowled well, but Essex have shown no intent whatsoever. Very disappointing. Well, you do have a point, Nick, and bearing in mind, I was thinking only the other day, bearing in mind it is a fact Essex's scoring rate is the slowest of any side in either of the two divisions. And I remember days when I'd go and watch Graham Gooch, Mark Waugh, Nasser Hussain, and admittedly, we're talking about, you know, absolutely fabulous players, but I wish there was a little bit of the pizzazz that they exuded on show now.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because you've got the middle order, the likes of Rossington, who doesn't tend to hang about.
No,
Walter,
true.
certainly, if he wanted to, could score quickly. Critchley, Harmer lower down, but anyway, we're not there yet.
No.
37 in 23 overs. I'm a little bit surprised because they've almost got a shot to nothing to build the lead up, but then at the same time they're 99 runs behind on first innings and they've only lost one wicket, so I'm not sure. I'm sure it's frustrating as a supporter, but they're in a fantastic position, Essex, and they've made sure that they haven't gone throwing wickets away against the new ball, and they should get a sizable advantage after first innings from here. I'm sure there'll be more reminiscences as well as commentary after the break for those of you who were still reminiscing.
Well, thank you, Ed. And 3:52 they left the pitch, so it'll be, roughly speaking, 12 minutes past 4 when we continue commentary. Thank you very much in the meantime, and particularly to those of you who sent us emails.
Welcome back to Chelmsford. It's the final session of the first day's play between Essex and Gloucestershire here in Division 1 of the County Championship. Gloucestershire 136 all out earlier today. Essex 37 for 1 in reply from 23 overs. It's been slightly turgid at times in Essex's reply. 19 from 61 for Cook and 9 from 58 for Westley, but they are both still there and striding out to the middle to resume things for the final session of the day. Ed Seaborn and Paul Newton, your commentary team, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Essex stream. Essex 99 runs behind, and Zafar Gohar from the River End to bowl his 5th over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10 so far. The 1 wicket falling that of Nick Brown, caught behind by Bracey off the bowling of Tom Price for 6. And here is Zafar bowling to Westley, who drives and will not get a run as Chris Dent does the fielding at extra cover. Simon Harmer, the story of Gloucestershire's first innings as far as their Essex bowling was concerned, and Zafar bowls a flighted delivery which is driven as far as Dent once again, who sprawls away to his right and fields, and there's no run. Harmer taking 5 for 44 from 15 overs, but there were contributions from all the bowlers bar Snater, not for the lack of trying, as Zafar bowls short, and Westley has pulled at that one and missed it outside the off stump. He could almost have got that one on the second go around. It looked as if he started his shot that early. I think he was just completely done in by the lack of pace, as well as the fact he decided to pull a ball which turned further outside his off stump. Zafar bowling. Westley forward in defence, but it wasn't quite as comfortable a defence as most of the ones in the previous session.
No, although Bracey reacted there as if, you know, it was the nearest thing he'd ever seen, whereas he did get the middle of the bat on the ball.
Zafar to Westley, big stride forward this time, and Dent will once more be asked to do the fielding. That's an extra cover off the defensive shot from Westley. 2 wickets for Jamie Porter. He got rid of both the Gloucestershire openers. The score on 19, and a wicket apiece for Aaron Beard and Matt Critchley, as Zafar bowls well wide of off, and it turns further wide. Westley has nothing to do with it, and it is a maiden over to start the evening session from Zafar Gohar. Not much of a surprise there, given what we've seen in the afternoon. 37 for 1, the score remains. Top scorer for Gloucestershire was skipper Graham Van Buren, who made 34 and was involved in a disastrous run-out with Zafar Gohar, although, as we were able to see on replay, it should have been Zafar who was out. Zafar ended up 29 not out, and those were the only 2 batters to pass 15.
Yes, Tom Price is preparing to be switched to the Hayes close end to bowl initially to Alistair Cook. Essex after that maiden over, first over after the break, are 99 runs behind. Gloucestershire's 136 all out, and it looks like being not only a day on lots of wickets, but a very low scoring day as well. We've only so far had in 2 sessions 173 added, which is fairly meagre going. Some just dips behind a cloud as Price is in around the wicket to the left-handed Cook, and no shot from Cook, who saw something he didn't like there very much, because he's not the most committed gardener of all time, but he lost no time in going down and having a good prod at the pitch there as it went through to Bracey.
Yeah, Tom Price just bowling the 5 overs with the new ball, so it wasn't stretched out quite the same way as Higgins, who ended up with 7, so he should still be relatively fresh for this spell, especially after the tea break having just happened.
Price bowls, and Cook mid-off, no run, score still 37 for 1, and Josh Shaw does the fielding there under his sun hat, but certainly Essex crawling along at a run and a half and over in the 23 overs of their innings up to tea, and Well, if they want any batting bonus points, they do need to find a certain amount of acceleration, you would hope here, as Price is in around the wicket again. Bowls to Cook. Cook, it's good bowling, let it be added, from Gloucestershire. That was a good delivery. Cook could do no more than defend it into the offside, and there have been very few genuinely loose deliveries. Got to give credit where it's due to a very tight performance from the Gloucestershire bowlers.
Yeah, and I suppose what you would say as a counter to that is that when you know that things are going to be met mostly in defence or with a leave, you can then settle into your rhythm and bowl tighter, just because of the fact you're not going to get much from the other end.
Yeah, indeed, as Price bowls and Cook returns it whence it came, and score remaining at 37 for 1. The man to go was Brown for 6 off a fine delivery from Tom Price that had a good deal of lift to it and caught behind. Cook has made 19 and Wesley 9 at tea. Cook had faced, I think it was 59 balls for his 19, and Wesley 9 from 58. As next ball, Cook comes down late on this one, returns it to the bowler, but as I say, the bowling is very accurate and nagging, so I don't think Essex were ever going to have an easy time with the bat. Maybe they could have at least got up maybe another dozen runs in the 23 overs that were bowled, but fair play. They've bowled Gloucestershire out and are doing their level best to make sure they get a decent first innings lead here, but that's a long way away at the moment as Price bowls to Cook. Cook pleasantly drives through extra, well, not through extra cover, but to extra cover, and straight to the fieldsman. There is no run. The over ends, and it's a second consecutive maiden after tea, 37 for 1.
Yeah, I also think in terms of Tom Price, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8, and when you think that that's somebody who's not played a massive amount of cricket so far this season, it makes what he's done coming into the side and taking the wickets that he has even more impressive for me. But I suppose it also actually shows you how good the university system is in terms of keeping up the level. Zaffer continuing and bowling outside the off stump of Wesley, and there is no run.
Which university did he go to?
Durham.
Durham, yes. So of course Durham's in the past, Durham in the era of Nasser Hussain had any number of Essex players who went to Durham University. Nasser Hussain, John Stevenson.
Zaffer bowling, a sweep shot comes out from Wesley and he doesn't get anything on it, and I don't know if he kind of known that that was going to turn past his off stump. It did. I'd have to have a look at a replay to see what line that started on, but certainly from our slightly, but only slightly off angle, it looks as if it started on about off stump. Zaffer bowling to Wesley, who's forward back in defensive mode now, and Zaffer picks up in his follow through. It may be that Essex have kind of assessed this surface and thought, well, actually, even if we went hard at it, we probably wouldn't be able to score 400 on this. So we just need to make sure, as Zaffer bowls, drags the length back a bit, Wesley can play this off the back foot, back up the pitch. I just need to make sure that we get 250 to 300, that sort of range. And yes, I'm aware they'll have to accelerate even to get the bonus points for the 300 and the 110 overs, but I can't imagine they're going to be going at a run and a half and over for the entire innings. I don't know, I just wonder if that's what they're thinking at the moment. Zaffer round the wicket to Wesley, bit of turn, but negotiates it easily enough off the back foot.
Just to let people know, we've had many people wishing Dick Davis, our colleague, absent today, truanting today, wishing him well. Well, he's rung me at tea to tell me that he's on the mend, so hopefully he'll be with us tomorrow.
Zaffer to Wesley, who turns this one firmly into the leg side. It's fielded there by Hammond, and that is another maiden. 37 for 1 is the Essex total. And yeah, well, it's been hot work, it has to be said. Even in the shade as we are, I cannot imagine being a spectator out in the sun, a full force of the sun all day today. I noticed, though, thankfully, that as I look around the ground, I can't see anybody who's decided to forego the use of a shirt, which is nice, at least.
Yes, we've got a surprising number of people up on the stands with us. We're all right. We're under a roof here, but they've braved the sun all day there. Well done to them. I hope nobody sort of keels over with the heat. Cook plays the ball into covers. There's no run. One thing I will say, I think, Ed, is that since lunch, it's felt just a little bit easier. There have been periods where the clouds have covered the sun, and there's a bit more of a breeze.
Yep, that has certainly been welcome. I don't know. I'd be in the shade all day on a day like this.
Yeah, very much so. Well,
it's just the fierce nature of the sun. It's not just the temperature, just somehow the sun feels exceptionally powerful today.
As Price is in bowls, nicely taken on the tumble by James Bracey. Down leg side the ball went. Score 37 for 1. Still not a run since tea. But yeah, there have been far more humid days than today, even though the sun, as you rightly say, I mean, anyone who, we were saying at lunchtime, anyone who thinks global warming is a myth is wandering around with their eyes closed, because we've got about another 2 to 3 weeks of this guaranteed, and that sun gets ever hotter. It really does. It really, quite apart from this heat wave, as Cook plays the ball through the covers. First runs after tea, 2 of them won't go to the boundary. And Cook never one to expend energy unnecessarily, and I support him in that. I've devoted my whole life to that principle, and I haven't succeeded at much, but the avoidance of expending unnecessary energy, I think I can claim to have, to some extent anyway, mastered the art, and Cook certainly has. He's a very, very bright man. 39 for 1, and Cook has 21.
I mean, I'd be tempted, after another sarcastic cheer was raised, to raise my bat to the crowd after that couple of runs.
Yes, as Cook has pulled this one round, and that's gone down to the man on the long leg boundary. I was about to say for 4, and suddenly the fieldsman emerges from, as far as I'm looking at it, between the railings of the Tom Pearce stand to my right. I'm not suggesting the fielder himself is stuck between those railings, but that's where my sight of him was, and 1 run. Cook goes to 22, 40 for 1.
Well, Zaffa's putting in a fair bit of work at the moment, because well, I suppose this is the first time he's actually had to change sides, but if he's going to be bowling all afternoon, I'm not sure that I would want to be going third man to fine leg as well. It is hard work bowling spin still.
Indeed. Price is in, noisy motorbike in the background, and I suppose there's no such thing as a quiet one. Wesley plays this back to the bowler, and there's no run. We hear again from Nick Hines, who just before the tea interval was bemoaning Essex's very slow rate of scoring, and he now says, without a hint of sarcasm, I wonder how many of the spectators are still awake. Well, I'll tell you what, probably they all are, because there's this wretched motorcycle in the background that's, personally I've banned them, I have to say. It makes such a racket. As here is Price, who's impressed us all today, bowls. It's another good delivery, an off-cutter, and although it didn't suggest getting the batsman out, it did suggest that there was going to be no easy easing of this siege that the Gloucestershire bowlers have held Essex under from really the start of the innings. 40 for 1, 96 behind.
And it feels a little as though we're already getting into the period where facing the seamers is substantially easier. And I think even in Gloucestershire's innings of 136 in 39 overs, we started to see the seamers losing a bit of their threat. It's just that, well, Gloucestershire lost 5 to Harmer, 1 to Critchley, and there was another run out. So,
and yeah, and of course
they had the threat of Harmer at the other end all the time.
And 2 of the 3 were very early wickets for Jamie Porter when the new ball did have a bit of life to it, and the other one was a straight delivery from Beard that Hammond refused to play a shot to and was bowled.
Zaffa round the wicket bowling, and Cook turns this one into the foot of Ollie Price, or maybe the shin pad. It doesn't look to be in any difficulty there, and he's managed to prevent a single. Josh Shaw out on the deep mid-wicket rope. Leg slip, short leg and slip in close, and once more Cook is looking to turn the ball into that gap on the leg side, but can't quite find it. Dom Goodman is the substitute fielder on at, well, backward square leg 45 position as Zaffer bowls to Cook, and that one comes off. Almost looks as if it could have even come off the back of the bat. It's certainly leading edge anyway, and it rolls up towards mid-off. There haven't been too many moments of alarm for anybody yet against Zaffer, but he certainly missed the middle of Cook's bat there.
Cook with a more open stance against the spinner.
Zaffer bowls, and that's turned to Goodman, backward a square on the leg side for no run. I suppose also because of this angle as well, the fact that Zaffer's bowling round the wicket to Cook as the left-hander, he's just opening himself up a bit more to get a better look at things. Deal with the angle better.
Yes, indeed.
Zaffer bowls, and that's just touched to Dent at short mid-wicket. The offside field consists of just the slip, a point, and a wide mid-off. And Cook, at the moment, is not interested in using the offside, and Zaffer has had enough from round the wicket for the moment. He's going to bowl the last ball of this over from over the wicket. In now and bowling, and Goodman once more will be called into action at backward square leg, and there's no run. Maiden from Zaffer. That's 5 out of his 7 overs which have been maidens, and it's 40 for 1 Essex as they trail Gloucestershire by 96 runs.
So another over ends. We've Adam Thomas has come back from Morton in Marsh to say, in the days before the internet and online commentary and streaming, some listeners will remember cricket call. Every county had their own phone number and you could dial in to listen to ball by ball commentary. Yes, I used to do it for Essex, Adam, and it was 0898 1214 followed by your serial number for each different county. I have to say, to my shame, I forget which final 2 digits was Essex. Might have been 16, as in 12, 14,
it's probably
16.
a good thing, because we have no idea what these numbers are being used for now.
No, that's right. As we see Price begin the new over from the Hayes close end, initially to Wesley. Taken on the pad and called through for a leg by Cook. And that will take the score to 41 for 1, 95 behind. And Adam continues, it was about 40p a minute in the 1980s, thankfully before itemised billing. I used to call him from work and was never sacked. I remember Paul from that service, along with Richie Stevens, he did Somerset, and Mark Lamport Stokes, he did Gloucestershire. And your memory is excellent there, Adam. I still know the Gloucestershire number, 0898 12 14 34, yes indeed. I love hearing that, because those were just the most marvellous days of covering every ball of your county, whichever one it might be. You didn't miss a ball all season. As here is Price in, bowls to Cook, and he plays the ball into the covers, and there's no run there, and 41 for 1 remains the score.
I've been doing this a little while, but I haven't heard of that service before, actually.
No, remarkable.
I don't know how, but I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, mention of Mark Lamport Stokes, one of my favourite anecdotes, and apologies to some of the Essex supporters who will say, oh, he's not bringing that one out again, is he? But I can't resist it. I'll come back to it in a moment, but here's Price in to bowl to Cook. And Cook drives, but without any real sense of middling the ball. No timing, goes to mid-off. Mark was a lovely bloke who did Gloucestershire, Mark Lamport Stokes. So many of the commentators were. Some of us still very much in touch with each other. And we were at Ilford one day, and complete contrast to today, freezing cold in early May. And rain had stopped play, and we had this sort of caravan. And in the course of the day, we got about 24 cups of tea with quite a bit of it left in the bottom of each cup. And here's the next ball, and it's played to mid-off again by Cook, and there's no run, 41 for 1. And the upshot was that Mark Lamport Stokes very thoughtfully put some of the discarded bits of tea in the bottom of cups into one cup, and eventually got about 2 or 3 of these cups, and he innocently poured them over the edge of the caravan. And gradually, in stages, this head came up, who'd been sheltering lying low down for the shelter afforded by the caravan. A pull from Cook here, fails to locate the ball, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Score remaining at 41 for 1. And this guy in glasses, with the glasses unable to see anything because they got tea all over them, sort of said, "That's my head that's landed on." But yeah, it was just one of those things. Mark had no idea that someone was trying to shelter there, but I think we did find it quite amusing at the time. Here is the next ball from Price to Cook, and a nice drive this time from Cook. That was much better time, but it goes straight to short extra. And there's no run, and another maiden goes by at 41 for 1 with Cook on 22 and Wesley on 9. But it was at that game, actually, another old Gloucestershire favourite, Eddie Barlow, who was South African, and he could bat in middle order, but he often opened the batting. And he's a wonderful character, and I interviewed him during a lunch interval one day, and I asked him in 40 minutes 3 questions. He just, you know, he was very, very generous with his time because he loved to talk about cricket. And all you had to do was just give him something to nibble at, and away you went for the next 10 minutes.
Zaffer continuing. Well, it's a flight to delivery which is outside edged by Wesley, and it will fly down to the third man boundary and go for 4 towards probably a member of the Gloucestershire support staff down there. So far away, it might be Dave Bartlett actually, and it's 4 runs to Wesley, and he moves on to 13. It was a thick outside edge, wasn't anywhere near the slip fielder, but the first time really that the outside edge has been found by Zaffer. 45 for 1.
Yes, and then of course when things aren't going your way, it doesn't sort of go into Slip's hands.
No. Wesley clearly was getting a little bored with that shot, and he goes back into defensive mode and sends this one towards backward point. I mean, 9 off, what was it then? 9 off 73 before that delivery. I think even some of the greats in terms of powers of concentration would be feeling a little, even though we've had the tea break, be feeling a little bored by that. But it's just been the case with Wesley that whenever he's tried to play a shot, it hasn't gone especially well for him. He's been missing pull shots, missed a sweep shot earlier as well, and it just hasn't been a fluent innings at all, but he is still there. The current run rate has gone over 1.5 and over with that boundary as well, as Zaffer bowls round the wicket. It's full and defended away out into the point region, and there is no run. Elsewhere in Division 1, Warwickshire 198 for 8. It says they're still at tea there, so that's going to be a late finish at the Aegeus Bowl. Zaffer bowls, and that's turned wristily off the back foot by Wesley towards wide mid-on, and he will be able to come through for a single here. 14 to Wesley, 46 for 1. So that's the state of proceedings there. Just having a look to see who's got the wickets. 3 for Abbott, 2 each for Barker and Gloucestershire fan favourite Liam Dawson, and a wicket for Mohammed Abbas, as off the back foot Cook gets this one wide of Price at mid-off, and nicely played by Cook off the back foot just to pick himself up a single. 47 for 1.
Just explain Liam Dawson, Gloucester fan favourite.
Yes, I will do. I will do so after the over is done. Zaffer to Wesley. He's taken all the pace off that one as Zaffer. Wesley drives hard, but Dent called into action again at extra cover. He's got those kind of tuba grip sleeve things on because of all the diving around he's having to do at extra cover. Prevents runs this time. 6 off the over. Essex are 47 for 1. Well, it was in the T20 game at Bristol between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. It was effectively, it wasn't a must-win at that stage because the reverse fixture at the Aegeus Bowl was absolutely must-win. But from the point of view of a home game against your closest rivals in the T20 standings, it was a must-win. Dawson fielded a ball at long off in front of the flats at Bristol.
Yeah.
And the crowd there were absolutely certain that he'd already put his foot over the rope before he palmed the ball back in.
As we see a new over from Price to Cook, and it goes through to wicket-keeper Bracey without a shot needing to be played.
I must admit, I haven't really been interested enough to go back and look to see whether that was the case, but certainly every member of the crowd in that section of the ground, and of course the rest of the ground as well, perhaps with slightly less obvious a vantage point, felt that it should have been 4. Dawson signalled to say, I don't know, so of course it then had to go to kind of umpires' call, effectively saying, well, if he doesn't know, we have to give him the benefit of the doubt and give it 4.
And here's the next ball, that's pulled away by Cook, and 4 runs to the just in front of square leg boundary, and that takes the score to 51 for 1. I think that will be now. Indeed, the 50 comes up in 30.2 overs, so it's been a pretty hard grind to be sure, at 1 2/3 an over with that boundary, just raising the rate, inching its way up, clear of 1.5 an over. 51 for 1, Cook 27 from 85 balls, Wesley 14 from 78. Around the wicket to the left-hander comes Tom Price, and bowls again to Cook. Cook plays this to mid-wicket, and there's no run, 51 for 1.
There was a loud grunt from Tom Price, that delivery as well. And just before I finish the entire story on the Dawson affair, it shows you that, and I said Tom Price, at the moment the bouncer's probably not one of the balls that's in his armoury, but it's also not a very quick pitch, and it wasn't dropped that short, but somebody like Cook is going to latch onto that, and it's a mark of how few deliveries that have been bowled like that.
Price bowls to Cook, return to the bowler. Indeed, it was a rare gift. 51 for 1 is the score on the board. Yes, I
mean, it's, you know, the fact that we're in the 31st over at the moment, and there have been so few balls which Cook has been able to latch on to like that. It must be the first slight drag down that Tom Price has bowled in his 9th over. So in general they have been accurate, but at the moment they desperately need a wicket or 7.
Price, Cook, very nice off drive, but straight to the skipper in the covers. Yes, name dropping after name dropping, but I have actually commentated with Liam Dawson, which is why I was interested to know. He was summarising, you know. I have to say he was absolutely superb.
Yeah, I can fully imagine that. So the finish to the story was he cleaned up Ryan Higgins with a beautiful bit of bowling.
Yeah.
Turned, hit the off stump, having pitched leg stump, and then ran off towards that particular section of the crowd, giving it all sorts. So he didn't exactly endear himself to Gloucestershire that particular evening, and quite looking forward to the Cheltenham Festival for that reason as well.
Here's a nice shot from Cook again, but Essex, just when they are playing run-scoring shots, they're not getting any runs. They keep picking out the only man in a sort of 20-yard space who could do anything about it. That went to backward point, and at least from Cook's point of view, he got a boundary in the over, 27 to him, 14 to Wesley, 51 for 1 in 31 overs now. But yeah, all joking apart, at the time he had broken some bone or other, and that's why he was with us. Kevin James, the Hampshire commentator, former player, great guy. He had persuaded Liam to come and join us, and obviously in our trade we do work with a number of players. I have to say Liam was right up there with the most enjoyable people I've had the pleasure of commentating with.
Well, are we at last getting our first look at the ball?
Yes.
Yeah,
you're right.
I think that's it, and it's going to be changed. Van Buren is sprinting off towards us.
Yes, just while we're waiting, you said you hadn't heard of the cricket call service, and I'm very pleased to hear from Adam Thomas, who used to listen to it. And in addition to all the counties, there was a line called Cricket Call International, and that had its own number as well that you dialed to get it. And I was lucky enough, because I still had my flat in Leeds where I used to be a teacher, and I got the Headingley test for 3 years running. 87 against Pakistan, Neil Foster, who was a great bowler for Essex in his time, got 8 for 106, I think it was, his career best figures. Following year, 1988, it was the West Indies, and the last of the 3 years I did was Australia's visit in 1989, and my 3 colleagues on that occasion were Tom Graveney, who, as I was saying earlier, was just a privilege to work with. Trevor Bailey from this parish, he was also a privilege to work with, and Henry Blofeld. So it gave me a bit of a buzz to say, yes, welcome to play 2 minutes to 11, players just coming out on the field, and your team today, and there'd be these 3 very, very well-known names, and the complete nobody who had to be there, because it was my job to bring all the kit and set the stuff up. But they were great days, and for anyone who knows Headingley, in those days, the commentary point was up in the stand at the bottom end of the ground, where there was also a rugby, Leeds Rugby League played in the field beyond, as it were, and there was both commentary looking one way with the cricket, and if you turned round and there was a rugby league game going on, you could be commentating on that. It's changed now, because the pavilion now is at the other end of the ground. I much preferred it in the old days, when you had the old style pavilion, when Ian Botham got his fantastic match-winning innings effectively in the 1981 Ashes series. And at that time, the schoolboy team I took that were in a club league used to play the North Leeds team at Headingley, and used to play on a strip of the outfield. And it may only have been the outfield, but it was the best pitch that my lads ever got to play on. It was a fantastic privilege to play there.
But of course now you've still got the likes of Liam Livingston hitting it onto onto the rugby field.
That's right.
Zaffer to continue to Wesley, edged and wide of short leg. Ollie Price went sprawling after it. If he just happened to have decided to field at a backward short leg position or a leg gully, he may well have had that one, but it just seems to be the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, his initial movement was to his left and it went to his right, and you can't blame him. You've got no time at all. You just see the ball come off the edge, and if he'd been a bit quicker to go the right way, he might have had a chance.
Zaffer bowling has turned there, and it's worked against the turn by Wesley, and as a consequence he can't get any timing on it at all, and it goes to Matt Taylor. Backward square leg. It seemed to fly off the inside edge as well. It wasn't the bat pad job, it was straight off the inside edge, and just went so quickly as Wesley works this one into the gap at mid-wicket and comes through for a single, and will probably be quite glad to do so. 52 for 1, Essex.
Yeah, it's got cloudier again now. Blue skies rather disappeared, and we've got a very welcome strong breeze getting up now.
Yes, I think we may lose the sun for quite some time now, as Zaffer bowls to Cook. That one turns towards Cook's body and cramps him up for room, as for once he was actually looking to play into the offside rather than with the turn.
The forecast, as you were saying earlier today, was that it would cloud up a bit later on, and they've got it right.
Zaffer bowling to Cook, forward in defence. Zaffer scuttles away to his left to pick up. Northamptonshire have lost a few wickets now. They're 226 for 5. Emilio Gay was dismissed by Joe Denley for 112, and then Denley also dismissed the other Proctor, spelt the same way, that's in the county circuit at the moment. Luke Proctor for 33. Denley 2 for 18 from 4.2 overs, so he's been a bit of a golden arm for Kent. So Northants 226 for 5. Somerset are 217 for 4 at Southport against Lancashire. Zaffer to Cook, that's cut away. There's nobody anywhere near that. That will be 4 runs. There's a huge gap, chasmous, between backward point and wide mid-off. And even though it wasn't absolutely blasted by Cook, he knew he didn't need to. Just stroked it into the gap and picks up a boundary to end that over. Essex 56 for 1, trailed by just 80 now. Cook into the 30s on 31 with his 5th boundary. Yorkshire also going along well against the championship leaders Surrey. They're 261 for 5 at Scarborough. I say going along well because, whilst that's still a decent enough score, they were 125 for 5. A big partnership going on at the moment between Adam Lyth, who's 109 not out, and two-time Gloucestershire loanee Johnny Tattersall, who is 53 not out.
Yes, that is a good score. Now, if it were at the Oval, you'd say 261 for 5.
That's true, yes.
Not very good. But up at Scarborough, you know, there's a lot of wickets can go down there pretty quickly, and that Yorkshire indeed have done well there. Josh Shaw
I was at Essex's game there in 2017, I think it must have been.
That's right.
When it was over, I think, before tea on the second day.
Yes, Mohammed Amir.
Indeed.
Remember him? He got 10 in the match.
Of course, he's played for Gloucestershire this season.
Indeed, yes. As here... Oh, it's a caught and bowled, is it? No, he hasn't quite got his hand underneath it as Wesley jabbed at that, and Shaw, with his first ball of the match, went down. He didn't immediately react to it, because when you've just bowled the ball, you're thinking of sort of not going down the track. But he then reacted very quickly, and I thought for a moment he'd scooped it up.
Yeah, I certainly thought so too. I'm just having a look again. It looked as if it had even carried.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought he'd caught it to start with.
And then he rolled over, so I lost sight of the ball, and I can only think that having just about got the ball in his fingers, it slipped out again. Valiant effort, and Wesley, fortunate to survive, is on 15 and faces Josh Shaw. The long approach, bowls, and this ball's nicely tucked away off the pads. 2 runs here, chase out towards the mid-wicket boundary. And they might even think of a third, but it was never quite going to be taken there because the fieldsman had drawn alongside the ball by the time that the decision had to be taken. Not many fielders have a bullet-like throw nowadays. That's one thing where, for all the massive improvement in fielding brought about by white ball cricket, hasn't, for me, brought about an improvement in bullet-like throws. There used to be, every side tended to have a couple of fielders when I was first interested in cricket in the 60s and 70s, or even the late 50s. And Essex used to have a guy called Mickey Bear who got a wonderful arm on him, and the best I've ever seen was Keith Boyce, the West Indian. Incredible throw. Here is the next delivery, and that ball's hammered off the back foot by Wesley into the ground and then caught, just a crowd catch by Hammond at backward point, and there is no run, and Essex remain at 58 for 1 with Wesley on 17 and Cook on 31.
Well, already Wesley is trying to target Josh Shaw, it seems. We've had 3 shots for 3 balls, although that one, has to be said, Josh Shaw very fortunate to get away with that one.
Well, he was, but so was Wesley very fortunate to get away without being caught and bowled from Shaw's first delivery as he comes in again and bowls. And that ball's played to mid-wicket. He's sort of just above medium pace without being really quick, Josh Shaw, but he has a busy sort of run-up, puts a lot into his work. Strong man.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned that earlier, and in one-day cricket, he can really get his pace up. He was actually clocked sort of high 80s, I think, last season at Taunton in a televised match there. Whether the speed gun was accurate is another thing.
Bowls, and Wesley leaves a ball that's sufficiently outside off stump for the batsman to be able to leave that with impunity. So 58 for 1, and I think I'm right in saying with that 2 runs through mid-wicket, the 50 partnership was raised. Indeed. 7 for 1 when the wicket fell. So Essex have not a spectacular or particularly quick partnership, but it's done a good job from the point of view they've got 9 wickets in hand and are now fewer than 80 runs behind, 78 to be precise. As Shaw is in, Hayes close end, bowls to Wesley, and this is well wide of off stump and left by the batsman. So 33 overs bowled in this innings, and Essex 58 for 1.
I have to say, one of the things I am missing today is the fact that there are no spectators directly in front of us, because quite often you can pick up a rather amusing grumble or something like that.
Yes, that's right.
I dread to think what would have been said when Essex's run rate was still around about 1.3, 1.4 and over. The grumbles, also occasionally you get a very helpful shout about something if you're not sure.
Yep.
But no spectators in this part of the ground today because of where the pitch is over towards this side. But it is always one of the features, and every ground's got a certain feature really to do with their commentary position or whatever, but that is one of the things that you always think of coming here in terms of having those spectators directly in front of you. preying on your every word. Another helmet is, well, in fact now the helmet's been discarded, so there's just going to be the 2 close catches for Cook. And after having had a ball chopped through the covers last over for a boundary, Zaffa's going to plug that gap now by having Harris at cover. So already Cook's got rid of one of the close catches. They're just the one shot. And Zaffa bowls short and wide, and even though that field has been put in position at cover, he can't stop that one because that's 4 more to Cook, played between cover and point. And 62 for 1 now is the Essex score, and they trail by just 74 runs.
Yeah, that's been far more like the Alistair Cook we've got to know so well over the years. The last 2 fours through the covers have been majestic from Cook, and of course fast outfield, short boundaries, anything loose outside off stump, as we have yet another look-see at the cricket ball. And the bill for Dukes gets ever higher with each match that goes on. This scene will have, we can say without any fear of contradiction, will have been replicated up and down the country today in all the other games. There's no way anybody is having a whole 80 overs with the same ball these days.
How many overs is that? Was that the 4th over with that ball? Something like that.
Yeah.
I can't recall exactly when it was changed. Didn't note it down.
Yeah.
But if you did note such things down, you'd end up with a list as long as your arm.
And we had, I think, 2 changes of ball before tea, and perhaps in the Gloucestershire innings there weren't. There may not have been more than 1 change of ball. There was certainly 1, but after all, sadly for Gloucestershire, the whole innings only lasted 39 overs. But these balls are just beyond a joke.
And the other thing was that Essex was still picking up wickets, so there was no need for them to change the ball.
Yes, good point. Yes,
because I know the umpires are supposed to and do at the fall of each wicket. They take the ball so they can have a look at it. But my understanding is that the balls are already out of shape before they're even used on occasion.
Yeah.
So what can the umpires do if, as I know has been the case because I've read about it, the entire batch of balls that can be used are all out of shape? What can you do but select an out of shape one? And you've almost got to kind of say to the fielding side, well, it's kind of almost up to them in a way to ask for the ball to change and to be changed, and then it is changed because technically it's out of shape. But then what do you do if it's out of shape before you even start? It's a little unsatisfactory, as we said, because you know the whole point of seeing off a new ball, as Zaffa bowls over the wicket to Cook, who just takes a shuffle across his stumps and then defends with a good stride towards Zaffa. But you're supposed to see off the new ball so that its condition deteriorates or whatever, and you don't then have it swapped for potentially a ball that's in slightly better condition than the one which has been changed. As Cook turns that one to mid-wicket this time, there's no run. And by condition, I don't necessarily mean it's being out of shape. I just mean the fact that it's been worn by what could well be a fairly abrasive surface. As Zaffa bowls, that's clipped finely this time by Cook towards short, fine leg. He's done that a couple of times where he hasn't really got a massive amount of bat on it, and there have been yelps from Gloucestershire fielders, but really, I think Cook knows exactly what he's doing. Zaffa with an elaborate start to that delivery, and this time Cook has tried to turn leg side again, and it's just looped a little in the air for a moment. And of course Gloucestershire have removed Harris from that leg slip position, and now after the 2 fine clips they're going to put Harris back in there. So what Zaffa doesn't want to do is bowl this one short and wide as he moves in to completely over, and it's on middle and leg and turned to dent at mid-wicket. 4 runs from the over. Zaffa is through 10 overs now for 25. Essex 62 for 1, fast approaching the halfway mark towards Gloucestershire's first innings score of 136. I didn't tell you what was happening in Division 2, so I'll just briefly do that. Derbyshire are 202 for 5 against Durham, so that's a bit of a recovery. Leos Deploy, 82 not out. And Anuj Dal, who's been in amongst the runs, he's 64 not out. Rushworth, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 29. There you go. You can take the life out of the ball and the pitch, but you can't take the life out of Rushy. Glamorgan, 249 for 7 against Nottinghamshire. Contributions all the way down there. Middlesex versus Worcestershire. 12 wickets have fallen there so far. Middlesex recovered somewhat to 188. Worcestershire 37 for 2 in reply.
Start of a new over from Josh Shaw. Hayes close end. First ball clipped off the pads to square leg. And no run. The batsman's Wesley, who remains on 17. Cook 35. And Essex 62 for 1. Are just 74 runs behind. We've got 20 overs after this one tonight, and it is possible that Essex, if they were to speed up a little bit, might just about be into the lead before the close of play. I don't think they'll manage that, but it is possible. Shaw's in bolster. Wesley hits it to mid-on without timing, no run.
So Middlesex recovered from 93 for 7 to 188 all out. There were half centuries for Luke Holman, who made 62, and Tom Helm finished 50 not out. But Worcestershire 38 for 2 now in reply to that 188. Both the wickets to fall going to Tim Murtagh, and Sussex are having a rather good time of it against Leicestershire at the moment. They're 322 for 3.
Shaw in bolster Wesley. Wesley clips this off the pads now. This is going to go for at least 3 and quite possibly 4 as it's going out towards the mid-wicket boundary, the long boundary over there. The fieldsman, I think, has just managed to knock it back in. That's good retrieving, and they don't take one for the throw. So 3 runs to Wesley, and that's easily his best shot so far. If you wanted to be really cruel, you could say it's his first shot, but that's a bit going too far. But he has found it difficult today. 20 runs off 90 deliveries would suggest that I'm not that far wide of the mark with that statement. Cook has 35 from 98 and is preparing now to face Shaw coming round the wicket, and Essex are 65 for 1 and 71 behind. Cook jabs this one off the hip, plays it to short mid-wicket, who does the no-look throw while facing the batsman's end, the no-look throw at the bowler's end, just in case Wesley had backed up and thought there was no danger. I'm all for a little bit of deceit there, and he, as it happens, missed the stump with the throw, but I applaud him for at least having a go.
Applaud him for his deceitfulness, yes.
Yes, exactly. Nothing wrong with a bit of good, honest deceitfulness. As we see the next delivery, and bowl, this goes down to mid-off. After all, you know, no matter what the sport, there is deceit, and perfectly reasonably. We've been watching Wimbledon for the last fortnight, and of course, you know, all the time the players are sort of, for instance, shaping as though they're going to hit the ball deep into the backcourt, and then we've seen some lovely drop shots that just make it over the net.
Well, I thought you were going to talk about kind of stretching out the time between points, that sort of thing.
Well, yes, that's true as well, of course. It's here is the next delivery, and Cook plays this back to the bowler. There's no run there. The master of that, of course, is the man who's got the gold medal, as it were, Novak Djokovic. And I entertain myself between points by counting the number of times he bounces the ball before he serves. And it's all gamesmanship, you know. It leaves your opponent not being sure when you're actually going to serve.
Well, he doesn't, though, bounce it quite as many times as the 2017 runner-up Marin Cilic. I think Indeed. At one point that was counted as something like 22 or 23 bounces of the ball before he ended up serving. It's quite remarkable. And because it's so much a part of his pre-serve routine, because of the new shot clock that they've got, or service clock, he's basically got to sprint to the line just in order to stand there and bounce the ball, do nothing else but that. Zaffer starting a new over, flighted delivery, it's full and defended by Wesley out into the covers. Even with that new shot clock, though, they've still got the issue of the fact that the chair umpire is the one who starts the clock. And when does he start it? Right after the point's finished, I think, is when it's supposed to be started. As Zaffer is in and bowls, Wesley reaches forward, defends into the offside. But if you're clever and work the umpire, you can manage to get an extra couple of seconds per point out of that, and that can make a huge amount of difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if your opponent's somebody who likes a quicker game. Zappa bowls, that's edged and has gone past Higgins at first slip. Whether it carried, I'm not sure. But it's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs, and yet again, the edge found, but no wicket. And even worse than that, it's 4 runs to the score, and Essex are 69 for 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it down as a missed chance myself. It just goes to ground so quickly. At one point, he looked very much in position to take a catch, but it's just gone straight down, really.
Yeah, I don't think it was catchable, but it's just amazing how quickly it went up and down. Zappa to Wesley, inviting the drive. It's slammed away, and Dent, I think, has kind of worn that one. I'm not certain that was hand that he stopped that one with, because it bounced up off that used pitch there, and he did well to make sure he got behind it.
Very good stop. 4 runs. That was really middled if he misses it.
Zappa moves in and bowls. Sweep shot attempted. It's missed by Wesley. Not the first time he's done that, but the turn is taking it past the off stump, so he is relatively safe playing that one. I suppose if you are going to field a short extra cover, you know that you are going to wear 1 or 2 throughout the course of the day. Zappa bowls to Wesley, who turns that one into the leg side, picked up by Matt Taylor at square leg, and that's the end of the over. 69 for 1. And to be fair, even in Gloucestershire's innings, there were several edges which could have carried to slips on another day, and that one from Wesley, I think you could certainly add to that list, because it really, Higgins is basically standing with his left foot on the edge of the cut part of, well, the cut strip. Obviously it's beyond, well beyond the crease markings here. In fact, it seems as if they cut their strips just a bit further back than some other places at Chelmsford, but what I'm trying to say is he's standing as close as he could be, and off the bat that edge was kind of knee height, but then it just absolutely died on Higgins and I think fell just short of him.
Yeah, I think that's right. So Shaw is in. 2 slips. Hayes close end, bowls to Cook. Cook has got this through. It may not quite reach the boundary, actually. It was in the air, but clear of the 2 fieldsmen. If there'd been a 3rd slip, I think he'd be on his way back to the pavilion. And it's also a no ball. So I'm afraid, although there were 2 runs taken, there's 4 runs in all, and that means that the score is 69 for 1, and Cook on to 37.
Well, Ollie Price got a hand on that, which is why it didn't go down for 4. He managed to slow it down. He couldn't have taken the catch, and as you say, even if he had taken the catch, it wouldn't have mattered because it was a no ball.
And next delivery from Shaw is played by Cook down to mid-off. There's no run. Yes, in that case, of course, Gloucester will be somewhat relieved that it was a no ball.
Exactly. I mean, Ollie Price is a good slipper, but I would have thought that any slipper could absolve themselves of any blame for not having caught that, but at the same time, any time you get a hand on it, it probably feels in your own mind at this level that the catch should have been taken, but as it turns out, it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Next delivery is played by Cook. Beats the despairing dive at square leg, who I think would have been better off running at the ball rather than diving. They get 2 runs. Ball arrested about 5 yards from the boundary, near the pavilion, the short boundary, and score along to 75 for 1, with Wesley 24 and Cook 39. I thought the board had missed something a moment or 2 ago, and in fact when I gave you the score previously as 69, they hadn't updated it from the previous run at that time, so that's why it suddenly leapt on more than might have been imagined. It's 75 for 1, and Cook again nicely, but this time well fielded at short mid wicket, and there is no run, so 61 behind now. Essex, we're in the 37th over of the innings, and I think there should be 55 bowled up to the close of play today. So at the end of this over, there will be a further 18 overs still to be bowled. Certainly we're going to be doing a fair amount of overtime, though I suspect the spinners will come back and expedite the process when we get nearer the time. And in comes the bowler Shaw, and I think there's 2 more here, as that ball is hit out to within 5 yards of the mid-wicket boundary, clipped off the pads by Cook. Shaw just coming round the wicket to the left-hander and straying onto leg stump, and Cook moves along to 41, 77 for 1.
And it goes back to that theme that we've seen throughout the day, really, with right armers bowling round the wicket from the Hayes close end, just being a little bit leg-side-ish on occasion. I mean, two contrasting bits of fielding. I don't think any second slipper would have caught that one that was edged, but unfortunately Dom Goodman, big tall fast bowler on his substitute fielder, managed to crawl along the floor with that one earlier in the over.
And here the ball is played very nicely. This may well go all the way to the boundary, and it's a square cut from Alistair Cook, and the applause will tell you it has indeed made it over the ropes. That's the long boundary on the offside when the left-hander's on strike, and the bowling's from the Hayes close end. 81 for 1, and Cook moves along now to 45, and there's a real acceleration now in the last few overs.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the problem of going back to the fielding earlier in the over. It's the problem with having a probably 6'6", 6'7" fast bowler on as a substitute fielder.
Shaw bowls, and Cook a lovely shot here. It won't go to the boundary this time. It's through the covers, an easy couple, and Cook moves to 47, the score to 83 for 1, and for the first time runs really are coming plenty. That was an expensive over one way or another, and 2, 4,
14 I think.
Yeah, 14 off the over, because of course it included a no ball, 7 ball over, and Essex has suddenly shot along from 69 for 1 to 83 for 1, and are now only 53 behind.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire do have a lot of bowling options, so we'll see where they go next. It will be Zafar to continue into his 12th over. They've used 6 so far. Higgins, having bowled the 7 overs up front, could come back into the attack, or you'd think surely at some point will come back for a burst in this evening session. Tom Price has bowled 2 spells of 5 and 4, so whether we see Tom Price again today, not so sure. Matt Taylor has bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens. You'd have thought he'd be due another go before the end of proceedings. But Zafar Gohar for now, and Wesley off the back foot, looking to turn this one away leg side, fielded by Tom Price at mid-on, and there is no run. Breeze just seems to have died down again, just as it was kicking up nicely. The flags are not moving particularly, what's the word I'm after? Well, they're not
vigorously.
That's the word. That is exactly the word that I was after. Thank you. Brain fog at this stage of the day. Last delivery was defended away by Wesley off the front foot, and Zafar's in once more. And once again, Wesley leans forward. This time sends it out towards Dent at extra cover. Yes, the command of basic English words after a day sitting in the, not quite in the sun, but in the baking heat. Just does start to go a little bit for those of us who don't quite have the mental capabilities. I'm talking about me, obviously. Now, we've got 3 close catches on the offside. We've got 2 slips and a silly mid-off now. As in comes Zafar and bowls to Wesley, who plays a nice looking on-drive quick single, and Tom Price just can't quite bring the ball under control at mid-on. I'm not sure the amount that he had to move, whether there would have been a run out possible there at any point, but it was a tight single.
Yeah, I think Wesley would have got there, because Price had to dive to stop the ball, and then he would have had to have got up.
Zafar bowling to Cook, who turns this one neatly towards mid-on in the end. Dent across to field. Yeah, I think it would have had to have been one of those ridiculous ones where they throw it from the ground, but of course with those you can't get any power on the throw,
no.
So I think there was always going to be one there.
And probably not accuracy either. It's kind of like
exactly.
A bunker shot.
Zafar bowling to Cook, and Dent will field once more at mid-wicket as Cook works with the turn, and that's the end of another tidy over from Zafar. 12 overs for 30. He has really throughout his Gloucestershire career been nothing if not tight, but the problem that he's got is he's found 2 edges and neither of them have resulted in a wicket for him.
Yeah, it's hard work now for the Gloucestershire fielders. They've in the period either side of tee, they've bowled thoroughly well, given nothing away, but it's difficult to sustain it over a really lengthier period of time, and it's just the bowling just lost its edge a bit in the last half dozen overs, and Essex have added some much needed momentum from their point of view, and they're actually the dizzy heights of being over 2 and over now, as here we see Shaw in bowls to Wesley, and Wesley has hit this very firmly but nicely stopped at short mid wicket, and no run. Ryan Higgins is there, and Wesley's had 2 or 3 really good shots cut off by that short mid wicket that would have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, he's starting to find his timing with that particular shot. At the moment, not really with any others in general, it has to be said, but he's starting to whip the ball away into the leg side with some force.
Shaw again bowls to Wesley. Wesley this time has beaten the sprawling dive of Higgins, but will pick up 1 run, covered at deep mid-on, and 85 for 1, just 51 behind now, with Wesley up to 26, Cook in to strike on 47.
Just seen a picture on social media of our colleague Andrew Radd, who's resplendent in his Oundle Town Cricket Club cap, and he says that he is overheating, which I can well imagine.
Yeah, good man Andrew, and down here earlier in the season as Shaw is in, bowls to Cook. Cook pushes it to mid-off, thinks about a cheeky single, but it would have been too cheeky, and thinks better of it, and score remaining at 85 for 1.
Also, actually, just whilst I'm looking at other things, I don't think we mentioned that Sri Lanka have defeated Australia by an innings and 39 runs in the test match there, so that's something to warm the hearts of the nation.
It certainly is, yes, as Shaw is in and bowls to Cook, and Cook defends into the offside. Again, there's no run. We've got sort of half sunlight at the moment.
And I was talking about Sri Lanka, by the way, not England when it comes to warming the hearts of a nation, but anyway.
No, we'll take pleasure in that. Is that played in Sri Lanka?
Indeed it is,
yeah.
yes.
I was going to say it would be a real upset if it were in Australia. But
and I can also tell you that Jayasuriya has taken 6 wickets in the second innings of Australia, but no, not that one.
Yeah, the bowling version thereof is here is Cook throwing it to short mid wicket. There's no run. Again, the no look out of the side of the hand throw at the stump to the bowler's end doesn't actually remove the bails, and I think Wesley's up to that trick now, and had stayed in his ground. 85 for 1. The sun makes a reappearance. Yeah,
I mean 6 for 59 from 16 overs. Impressive figures, I must admit. I'd heard of another Jayasuriya since Sanat, but this one is unfamiliar to me. Prabhat Jayasuriya.
And here's Cook with a nice off drive, but didn't make a very good sound off the bat, and wasn't really timed. Goes to the backward point. The end of the Josh Shaw over, a dot ball to end it. 51 behind, Essex with Brown out for 6. 85 for 1, Cook 47, Wesley 26, partnership 78.
And in the women's ODI, which is taking place at Northampton today, England have bowled South Africa out for 218, with 4 wickets for Nat Siver and 3 wickets for Catherine Brunt, and 88 for Chloe Tryon from 73 balls with 10 fours and 3 sixes. So it's been an exciting innings to watch. England needing 219 to win that one, so we'll keep our eyes on that one as well. And there is going to be a change in bowling from the River End. Zafar is out of the attack, and we're going to see Ollie Price for the first time, which we actually saw Miles Hammond come into the attack before Ollie Price at Canterbury, which I was, I wouldn't say surprised by, but certainly Ollie Price is thought of as being a potential all-round, and of course Miles Hammond was an off-spinner back in the days before he had the yips as well. but it's Ollie Price over Hammond this time. He's got some height, has Ollie Price, so we'll see whether he can generate a little bit of Simon Harmer-like bounce off spinner. And he'll be bowling to the right-handed Westley, who's on 26, and a slip and a short leg as Ollie Price bowls. There's turn there, but it's a bit short, and Westley has plenty of time to rock onto the back foot and work the ball out to Tom Price on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 86 then for 1. The fielder under the helmet has had to change, of course, with Ollie Price now bowling. And I think it might be Miles Hammond under the helmet, actually. So Ollie Price back, when I say back, will come round the wicket to the left-handed Cook. Not much of a surprise there. Ollie Price is in and bowls. There's turn again, but only succeeds in turning to find the bottom of Cook's bat, which he then inspects. And there's no run as it goes out to Harris at cover. And Ollie Price in once more on leg stump, nudged, if I can even say that word, into the leg side out towards mid-wicket, and they come through for a quick single. So Cook is making steady progress now towards a half-century. He's on 48, Essex 87 for 1, trailing by 49 runs now with that single. As in goes Ollie Price and bowls, turned away into the leg side past short leg and out to Tom Price again at deep mid-wicket, so another run is added.
Yeah, the scoring rate's picked up nicely. Essex can now say, well, people may have grumbled about our slow scoring rate, but we're now accelerating. But they have only got 9 batting bonus points from 8 matches.
Ollie Price bowls, and Cook plays that one as if it keeps a bit low, just jabs down on it at the last minute. Won't get a run as he sends it towards Matt Taylor at point.
Did well there because it kept very, very low indeed, and good watchfulness from Cook.
Yeah, you want to be receiving a delivery like that after you've faced 116 before it, rather than getting that one first ball, for example, as that one's just turned leg side by Cook, fielded by Dent at mid-wicket, and the end of the over. So a bit of turn there for Ollie Price. He's gone for 3 off his first over. Essex are 88 for 1, trailed by 48. Incidentally, last year, after the match was over, and of course it was over in double quick time before lunch on the 3rd day, but Ollie Price spent probably a good hour talking to Simon Harmer after that game, and it's again a credit to the individual that Simon Harmer is that he would do something like that. So maybe Ollie Price is thinking of a few things that Simon Harmer said to him in that long chat after that game whilst he's bowling now.
As you imply, that is typical of Simon Harmer. He's a gentleman, very nice man, as well as very fine bowler, and always prepared to try and help someone else. As here we see start of a new over from the Hayes close end, and Van Buren has come back into the attack to replace Josh Shaw. Probably a good move. Shaw hadn't really looked like getting a breakthrough. Van Buren's in bowls, and this ball is fielded by Miles Hammond under the helmet at back pad. Score remaining 88 for 1. And next delivery given a bit more air. Nicely driven, fine stop in the covers, but unable to prevent the single. And Westley moves along to 29, and the score to 89 for 1.
Somebody over there towards that, I guess, hospitality marquee there in a pink top and blue trousers. I thought there was somebody from the Middlesex T20 side had turned up all of a sudden.
As Van Buren tries to tempt Cook into an indiscretion by giving the next delivery an inviting air, but Cook wasn't having any of it. Hammond fields under the helmet, and Van Buren, who gets through his overs very quickly, is already in again. Gives that even more air. Cook will still have none of it. Plays it to extra cover, no run.
Yes, and Van Buren will get through them even quicker than Zaffer, and in fact probably as quick as anybody on the circuit.
Yeah, I agree. He's impressed me with how quickly he gets through. And here's a run to Cook. Evades the diving back pad. Was all along the ground out to deep square leg. Cook now has one short of a 50, 49, and the score to 90 for 1.
Took his 100th first-class wicket this year, did Van Buren, which combined with about 5,500 first-class runs, he's had a very good career, and also his 100th match this year too, so milestones aplenty. I noticed that Simon Harmer was approaching, I think it was 800 first-class wickets, but I think he's 11 short, and I'm not sure even Simon Harmer can take 11 wickets in Gloucestershire's second innings, although he might get close. Ollie Price to continue, and Cook off the back foot looking to cut, but looks rather disgusted with the lack of pace that he was given to work with by the pitch there, and ending up sending it much further in front of square than he wanted, straight to Harris at cover. Cook has been beaten by that one, and there was a appeal from Higgins, who's still got his arms up in the air at slip, but that was a lovely bit of bowling from Ollie Price, turned just enough. Well, I said just enough to beat the edge, but then possibly a bit too much to take the edge. Drew him into the forward press, and Cook, putting the previous ball completely out of his mind, does exactly the same thing, but this time he gets a good part of the willow on it and sends it away out into the covers. Ollie Price is in and bowls, and Cook cuts. This time he's got it probably further behind square than he wanted, and Matt Taylor is able to field at backward point. So no runs yet off this over, but still you can see the shift in terms of Essex's mentality, whether it was a time they were looking at, whether it was a number of runs on the board. As Ollie Price is in, there's another edge found, and this time it's well wide of slip down towards the third man boundary. This may well go, and it does. Josh Shaw tried to get there as best he could, but it's away for 4, and that is a half century for Cook. Yet another one. This one's come from 126 balls with 7 4s, and he's really made sure that his county are going to be absolutely bang on top at the end of the day's play, I think, regardless of what happens now.
Yeah, because you know, these games, Essex have a better home record, let's face it, than away. They're a long way behind Surrey, but they certainly don't feel they're out of it. If they win this game, it'll be 3 wins in a row after a slow start to the season, and they play Surrey next at the Oval. So that'll give them a theoretical chance of closing the gap further.
Ollie Price to complete the over, bowls, and Cook this time just rocks back a little and blocks that one away, but still a good over that from Ollie Price. I think Cook certainly knew what he was doing with the 4 that brought up the 50. It was still the outside part of the bat, but earlier on in the over, the one that turned and beat the outside edge was certainly all Ollie Price is doing. But as with all the Gloucestershire bowlers since the very early stages, when Brown was out in the 4th over, they're wicketless, and Essex now behind by only 42 runs. There's still 13 overs left in the day, and they're going to feel a long 13 overs, even though Gloucestershire haven't been in the field for masses of time. It will feel as if they have been because of the heat and because of the position that they're in the game.
So we're just waiting for Van Buren to bowl again. Essex have played a game fewer than sides at the top like Surrey. As the next ball's hit into the covers, there's no run. So theoretically, even though 50 points sounds as though there's no chance of closing a gap like that, but they closed just such a gap to win the title in 2019. Here's the next delivery, left outside off stump. Somerset at one point were 50 ahead of Essex that season. And if Essex, in their game in hand, this isn't necessarily it, but if they picked up 20 points, here's Van Buren against slow left arm round the wicket, plays close end to Wesley, plays it back to the bowler, and then were able to get a result at the Oval, suddenly, you know, they'd be within one match of levelling things off, you know, at about 20 points behind. Van Buren in again, bowls, and this ball is played up to back pad. My great wish is that we stay with 2 divisions. for the county championship. I just don't like the conference system at all. And if you weren't in the top division last year, it was a waste of time for the those in the lower two divisions as the ball's played back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think in the end that was the problem with the conference system. I think a lot of people liked it in the first part of the competition because theoretically it gave everybody a chance. But actually, the second part, yeah.
Wesley flicks this through mid-wicket. He's going to get at least 2 runs here. Long chase for 2 fieldsmen. They've finished with the second run. They're going to come back for 1 on the throw this time, and will make it with impunity. 3 runs to Wesley, who's playing with increasing confidence out there. 32 to him, and the score to 97 for 1. And ticking off the decades of runs, Essex now say goodbye to the 40s behind and are 39 behind.
I have to say, personally, I wouldn't mind, and I'm sure there'll be people saying, well, you wouldn't with Gloucestershire bottom of Division 1, but I certainly wouldn't mind seeing a straight 3 divisions if we have to go to fewer matches, which, I mean, at this stage, the rhetoric that's coming out, it almost feels inevitable. I hope it's not.
Yeah, but I mean, it's to me, you can't run a competition that's got 400 players in it purely for the benefit of the elite who play Test cricket, let's say a squad of 20. What about the other 380? The competition's got to matter and not just be changed every 5 minutes, you know, to suit the elite, who very often aren't available to play anyway.
Ollie Price to continue. That's turned leg side past the dive of Harris at mid-wicket, but there's only going to be 1 because the boundary is so short out there, and Tom Price can actually cover quite a lot of ground out on that leg side boundary. So it's 98 now for 1. But yeah, I mean, for me, a straight 3 divisions would not be the world's worst option. Cook just waiting for Gloucestershire to get their field sorted, and the decision seems to be to move Hammond from short leg to second slip, as Ollie Price is there and bowls. Forward defence from Cook. Ollie Price still looking for his maiden first-class wicket. He has taken a wicket in List A cricket as he prepares to move in, and bowls now to Cook, forward and defending back to the bowler. But I don't know, it feels as if the powers that be have decided that we need less cricket, but it's less championship cricket. As Ollie Price is in and bowls, forward defence again from Cook out into the covers. But I know we've had an awful lot of dry weather, but it's one of the many things that's consistently said in reply to this. What if you get a really wet summer and nobody's got any cricket going into,
yes, indeed,
say, a home test series? Price bowling, and on the back foot cutting is Cook out towards Tom Price on the cover boundary, and another run is added. 99 for 1. And I think one of the great successes of the test side, whilst there's been a change of approach, change of leadership, etc., it's been the fact that they've just had an awful lot more cricket, first-class cricket. Certainly many members of that side. As Ollie Price is in, and that's worked away leg side by Wesley, out towards deep mid-wicket. That will be a single that will bring up Essex's 100 for the loss of just the 1 wicket. It's come after 44 overs, but Essex are now rubbing Gloucestershire's noses in it, really, from this point onwards. They're going to get a lead. It's going to be a big one. The question is just how many. And I know, yes, I know the likes of Johnny Bairstow's just come from playing the IPL, but I have to think that other members of that side, the likes of a Matthew Potts, for example. I nearly called him Matty. I know you're not supposed to call him Matty, actually. It's either Matt or Matthew. Matthew Potts, who's been bowling lots in first-class cricket, lots of confidence, excellent selection. Surely that's part of what's made us a much better side this summer.
Well, absolutely, and I saw another player come to that after this ball. Van Buren beginning a new over. Quicker delivery, and very nicely fielded at short extra, otherwise that probably would have gone to the boundary. Wesley's on strike, 100 for 1, 34 to him, 54 to Cook. Van Buren in no time is back in again, bowls, and this ball is played back down the pitch. Yes, new name to me and indeed to international cricket, Richard Gleeson, was absolutely superb in the T20 the other day. You know, he's coming for the last 2 games. All right, England lost the first, but his bowling was the one beacon in it. And there were some good articles in the winter, dot ball back to the bowler while I'm talking, some good articles in the winter pointing out the problem with England batting wasn't so much that there was no talent coming through the county system, as the next ball is flicked into the onside, single to Wesley, goes along to 35, 101 for 1, but there have been several players who've done very well for England. Think Ollie Pope, Rory Burns and so on. It's when they've been with England for about 18 months that it all starts going pear-shaped. I blame the ECB from start to finish and their various officers. And I mean, look what a mess the whole organisation's in from the non-playing perspective. You know, I mean, there's hardly anybody on the committee at the moment. They're all over the place. As we see Van Buren about to bowl to Cook. And Cook has played it off the back foot to mid-off. There's no run there. Any system which changes radically every year, how do you know if your latest idea was a good one or not? You just haven't given it time. Why not leave it alone for a bit? Now, I don't think 14 4-day games is all that much. It's 2 a month for 4 months and 3 in the other 2 months of a season. April, May, June, July, August, September. As the ball goes to short fine leg, no run. The over ends in next to no time when Van Buren's bowling, 101 for 1. And, you know, as I say, if you keep on changing it, you just never give anything a chance. And I know Rob Key's very much in favour of going back to the conference style, but I mean, it was necessary during COVID because the 2020 season didn't start till August the 1st. That's fair enough, but I don't think it's, you know, a good idea. And I think they'll change it back again if they go to it, you know, in about 3 years' time.
Yeah, I think that's very possible. Yeah, I think one of the other things that's sometimes talked about, sometimes not, as Ollie Price starts the next over, and that's worked leg side by Wesley, just making sure he knocks the ball on the head, as it were, sending it to mid-wicket. It's actually not just the players, it's everybody else around the game as well. It's, you know, for example, you think of kind of catering staff, that sort of thing, temporary staff who require county cricket for an income, as driving is Wesley. There's nobody out on the cover boundary, and that may well go to the rope. There's a pursuit, but it's not a successful one, and it's 4 runs to Wesley, and I think that might be one of the shots of his innings so far. He's on to 39, I think, once the board moves, 105 for 1.
For all his reputation as being a leg side player, he has actually got lovely cover drives in his locker, and that was a very good example of it. Didn't hit it unnecessarily hard, but beautiful timing out to the long boundary.
Because whilst it's obvious that to certain powers that be, county members don't represent a large enough group for them to take their interests with too much attention, as Wesley turns that one out to deep mid-wicket for a single, and Wesley moves on to 40. There are so many other things like that reducing the number of games has an effect on. You're already seeing huge portions of the season where there's no cricket played at a home venue. As Ollie Price is in, bowling to Cook, who's forward, getting on top of that, sending it out towards cover. Even taking members out of the equation, there's just no cricket for anybody to go and watch.
And in home series, as you've hinted at already, you want there to be games available so that an out-of-form test player can go and get a good knock.
Ollie Price is in, forward goes Cook once more and sends it to Marcus Harris, who's been kept rather busy in that cover region. Essex just 30 runs behind now, and the last ball of this 46th over of their innings as Ollie Price is there and he bowls, and Cook turns to mid-on this time, but can't get a run. Took a little bit of a jog down the pitch there to Cook. It was a foray, a rare foray really, down the pitch, although he's of course not really using his feet to the spinners, perfectly happy just to play them from the crease. It was after he'd hit the ball. 106 for 1 are Essex at the end of the over. 54 to Cook, and Westley on 40 just does seem of late to be not just starting to find the timing. It kind of started with those whips through mid-wicket. Even if he wasn't getting runs for them, he just started to feel the ball out of the middle of the bat a bit more, and it just, at the moment, seems to be translating into some of his other shots, and he's starting to look much more assured in his stroke play as well as his defence out there.
Well, we've got Ryan Higgins coming up back to replace Graham Van Buren at the Hayes close end. Now, this isn't meant to be in any way anti-Ryan Higgins at all, but I was just admiring the way the advent of spin at both ends was giving us a great chance of finishing at 6 o'clock. And it's been a hot day, and I think nobody wants this to drag on greatly past 6. Obviously, Higgins, who I must say, to be fair to him, he's pretty quick through his overs. So there are 9 left, and we've got, what, about 24 minutes left. We won't quite make 6 o'clock without 2 spin at both ends, but it won't be a great deal past. Higgins is in, 2 slips, bowls to Cook, and beg your pardon, to Wesley, and Wesley pulls it for 4 to the square leg. Well, in fact, it's going to be cut off. My apologies. I hadn't seen Zafar running round from initially out of my sight from long leg towards square leg. 2 runs, and that's the 100 partnership. 108 for 1, the only wicket to fall. Brown for 6 was when the score was 7.
Yeah, there's always going to be something to grumble about, isn't there? But I don't think there can be too much grumbling about this partnership.
As Higgins is in, bowls, and Wesley a little bit across the line there. I'm not surprised that Higgins was just a little bit interested in that, and a bit aghast when the bat came down at the last minute. Played perfectly safely, let it be said, but if he misses that, he's probably gone for all money.
And I understand the reasoning behind it, because it's not just this game. You look at the table, Essex 9 batting points from 7 games, Surrey 28 from 8.
Yes, absolutely, as this ball is played to mid-wicket, thrown quickly back to James Bracey, the wicket-keeper, and 108 for 1. Essex have 28 further runs before they move into the lead.
And that is quite a substantial difference. At the same time, though, Surrey have drawn as many games as they've won, and if Essex can keep getting wins, as you've been saying.
Higgins is in and bowls, and Wesley plays it back to the bowler. To be fair to Surrey, their biggest enemy is their own pitch, because it's too good. And, you know, a lot of those draws are at the Oval, and Surrey will genuinely look at some of the away games. They're at Scarborough today. They may well look at that game and think, heck, we might just be able to get a win there in a way that we wouldn't be so confident if it were at the Oval.
And you wonder actually how many games, like for example that Trent Bridge test, what was it, sort of 450 played 550, and it ends up with a thrilling final day.
Higgins bowls to Wesley, Wesley to mid-off, there's no run.
You wonder how many games, if they were allowed 5 days, would end up in something like that. Of course you would get other games which would end up just being another day of, well, just a net session, pretty much, glorified net session. But at the same time, if those are to be the types of matches that it's wanted to be played, then actually maybe having fewer games but 5 days is some sort of a compromise. I don't know.
And here is Wesley rolling the wrist because a man had been placed out, Josh Shaw, at deep square leg, but he wasn't to be lured into that trap, and he picks up a single. It's eventually fielded from long leg by Zafar. 109 for 1 at the end of the 47th over of the innings, and Wesley moves along to 43.
I should add that's not my personal opinion, was just floating it out there. Anyway, Ollie Price to continue, 4 overs for 15, as the breeze just does get up a little bit. We've got very hazy sunshine, although as I say that, the sun's making a bit more of an appearance, but it's now getting towards the stages of being pleasant rather than unpleasant, which at times I think it probably was for those in the sunshine earlier on. Wesley on strike as Ollie Price bowls, and that's turned firmly to mid-wicket by Wesley. It was almost a Yorker length delivery, that, and Wesley certainly got the bottom part of the blade on it. Ollie Price in, takes some pace off that one. Wesley once more looking leg side. This time he finds the gap and picks up a single out to deep mid-wicket. 110 for one.
Yes, I suggested at the start of this session that Essex might pretty much have caught up with the Gloucester.
It's funny, I was just thinking about exactly the same thing.
For a long time, it looked as sort of you want your head testing. You know, Essex was so slow, but actually they may just about do it now.
Yep. Ollie Price in and bowls, and Cook goes back and checks the drive, and Price will lurch a good almost 3 pitch widths away to his right to pick the ball up. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? You spend around about 90 overs, not quite, in the sun together, and you start to get the same thoughts at the same time. Ollie Price in, and forward goes Cook and defends away, rolls out towards cover point.
He's not bowled at all badly here, Ollie Price. I think he's particularly good when he's bowling to the left-hander.
Yes.
He's had more joy bowling at Cook than Wesley.
Certainly, yeah. He's been able to get a little bit of turn away from the bat of Cook. This time, though, he finds Cook just leaving alone, confident in the fact that the ball was going to turn further away outside the off stump. There are some appreciable foot marks, particularly, I think, well, maybe it's just because we can see them better at the far end as we look at it from the river end, sort of the Hayes close end of the pitch, as Cook goes back and cuts a single out towards deep cover, and so it's all the ones. 1, 1, 1 for 1, and Cook will have the strike on 55. But when Essex are already looking like building up a sizable lead, foot marks being added to what was already more than enough assistance out there in the surface for Simon Harmer in the first innings, does rather spell doom. And I'm afraid to say, after the day that has been, 136 all out and 111 for 1 in reply, from a Gloucestershire point of view, I'm not sure that they're thinking about anything other than doom at the moment.
No,
on the field and off it, probably.
Just run through the other scores for you. Warwickshire bowled out for 217, Hampshire 11 for 1. Northampton 271 for 7 against Kent at Canterbury. Somerset 260 for 5 at Southport. I was going to say Old Trafford, but it's not Old Trafford. Drinks break going on. Yorkshire 297 for 5, with Live still going strong with his century under his belt. That's at Scarborough. Those are the Division 1 scores. In Division 2, Derby 256 for 7 at Chester Street. Glamorgan 308 for 9 against Nottinghamshire at Cardiff. Middlesex 188 all out at Lords. Worcester 49 for 5. And Worcestershire and Middlesex, well, they're two of the poorer sides, it has to be said, and they're sort of almost having a game of misère to finish, to prove who is the least good of them, or the least bad in the case of the winners. Sussex 362 for 3 have had a good day against Leicestershire. And elsewhere, England women have bowled out South Africa for 218 in 47.4 overs. England have just started their reply at 1 for no wicket in the first over there. So a lengthy delay. I'm afraid this has absolutely scuppered my plans to see the day over at 6 o'clock. It's not that I'm going anywhere particularly. I'd just like to basically get back in the car with the windows right down so that I can get some real air into my lungs. But we've made it through with just the two of us today. Dick Davis, for anyone who missed it earlier, tells me that he's feeling much better, which we're all very pleased about, and very much hoping that he will be here with us tomorrow. He couldn't be here today because of this attack of what my father would call the collywobbles, meaning stomach trouble. We've got 44 to Wesley, 55 to Cook, and the partnership has so far put on 104 for the second wicket, and we're going to see Ryan Higgins start from around the wicket to Alistair Cook. We're not particularly close to getting the game underway again, but there are one or two signs that it may not be too much longer.
I'm surprised you haven't got a dinner reservation or something. sort of swanky restaurant somewhere in the countryside?
Well, without being...
I'm sure that would be your style.
Without being unduly presumptuous, I've had my very nice curry from Anne's Pantry here, and so I tend to leave these sort of swish dinners for days when I haven't already had a free lunch.
Is that what it's called? Anne's Pantry?
That's right, yeah.
Didn't notice that. I saw a big sign saying drinks and a big sign saying food and thought that was
they're very, very good.
Where I wanted to be. But
yeah, I hope you enjoyed your curry. I certainly enjoyed mine, and they you know, obviously we are subsidised with them, and that they are very, very good addition, because previously it was pretty hard work getting any grub here, and very much welcome Anne's Pantry. The first ball of the new Higgins over goes to square leg, and there is no run, fielded by Tom Price, whose bowling impressed us, particularly in his new ball spell. Got the wicket of Nick Brown. And Higgins is in again around the wicket. Hayes close end, bowls to Cook. Cook plays it a check drive to mid-off. We're in the 49th over, and at the end of this one there'll be 6 further overs. The time is 5:46, so there's going to be perhaps 3 overs that will go beyond 6 o'clock, but that's not a bad effort at all. Obviously helped by a fair number of overs bowled by spin. Harmer taking 5 for 44 in Gloucester's 136 all out. That's down leg side. Only just, it didn't miss leg stump by all that much. And Cook, having gone to flick at the ball, and he'd almost gone a little bit too far over. It was, I think, unlikely to bowl him round his legs, and yet it's threatened to do so.
I think he'll also be, well, obviously be cross that he didn't score off it, but yeah, I think he will feel maybe that he was in a position where he could actually have been a victim of the strangle down the leg side.
And here's the next ball, and this is fairly close to the off stump, but Cook again leaves it, and 111 for 1.
Just because, like you say, he'd gone a long way across and then had kind of fallen over a little bit when he was trying to clip that one, and that's so often when you see those leg side strangles, everyone always says, "Ooh, unlucky," but sometimes it's not.
No, quite right. Here is Higgins in again. Bowls to Cook. Cook has clipped this off the pads, but straight to square leg, and Tom Price. And once again, the score remaining at all the ones, 111 for 1.
Is your leg there off the ground because you're superstitious, or has it just happened that you've decided to fold your one leg over the other? Oh, right, there we go.
I'm not a terribly superstitious man, but I take your point. Another Gloucestershire man, Shepherd, as this ball is clipped away. Now here there will be runs. It's gone past square leg, just waiting to see if anybody emerges, but they don't from under the Tom Pearce stand. So it is 4 runs to end what had been an economical over, and that takes Cook to 59. Wesley has 44, 115 for 1. So Essex are now 21 behind with 6 overs left to be bowled today.
Well, relief for those of a superstitious persuasion then, because we're off the Nelson. I was wondering if Essex were to decide to use a night watchman, would it be Jamie Porter?
Oh, you're right, and I think if a wicket goes down, it's not a policy I like. I'm not in favour of night watchmen, but you can bet your bottom dollar Jamie Porter will come in, and he is a good night watchman, you know, and although he doesn't bat very quickly, mind you, you can say nor does anyone else today, he's been known to sort of last well into the next session, the next day.
Graham Van Buren's replacing Ollie Price from the River End, and that's stroked nicely by Wesley through the covers. Not fielded particularly cleanly by Tom Price there, but cleanly enough that there is no run. Wasn't there a time when Jamie Porter even possibly opened the batting twice as a night watchman? I remember remembering that wrong. That's turned away sharply into square leg, short leg, and Hammond has worn that one to save a single for his side.
Yeah, it's happened at least once. He opened with Alistair and made sure that photographs were taken for the album.
Van Buren bowls very wide and doesn't draw Wesley into a shot. Maybe it was something like twice in 2 games or something
could be
like that. I just had a vague memory
I
of
think
that.
Essex in 1 game might have been at the Oval. Come back to that.
Van Buren is in. Wesley reaches forward, rolls that one back to the bowler.
I think Essex only wanted about 1 to win, in
That's
the game.
it.
And Porter, with a big smile on his face, walked out with Alistair Cook, and the team, they like a joke, and that was quite a funny one.
Van Buren moves in and bowls, and that's going to angle down the leg side. Not sure if that's come off pad or nothing at all. Don't think there's any bat involved, and it's nothing at all. So 4 byes, 119 for 1. There was a little bit of, maybe just a little bit of swerve on that from Van Buren, but it didn't turn, and so just went further and further down leg, and 4 more runs to the extras column. At the moment, the extras column is worth 10. It's a huge amount, but still a contributor as Van Buren bowls, and no shots from Wesley outside off. That will go down as a maiden over, and Essex 119 for 1 now, behind by 21 runs. 5 overs left, so the race is on. Essex require 4.2 and over to be level at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a bit of a feeling, in spite of the acceleration that there's been recently, but I think the 2 batsmen are very conscious now there's not long to go, and so they're trying to make sure that they're not dismissed. Having said that, we had the 4 to Cook at the end of the over before last, and then the 4 byes in that over, so actually the once funereal scoring rate continues to pick up as Higgins is going to continue, and there are now 5 overs left of the day's play. First of them from the Hayes close end, Ryan Higgins to Cook, not really out of the middle of the bat, goes to mid-wicket where I think he was looking to play that back, just favouring the offside, but it doesn't suggest for a moment that he was nearly out. He's made 59 from 147 deliveries, and Wesley 44 from 136, and the pair of them have put on 113. They've always tended to bat well together, Wesley and Cook. Cook drives very pleasantly, but straight to mid-off, no run.
Well, they complement each other as a right-hand, left-hand, but
They
I'm
do.
sure also, I guess sometimes you just enjoy spending time with somebody else out there in the middle, even if you're not talking all the time.
I mean,
just some people you feel more comfortable with.
They're both character-wise similar in that they're calm characters, and so I think they just enjoy occupying the crease as Cook plays the ball into the offside. There's no run there. Wesley in his younger days, I mean, at one point he opened in 2014 and was absolutely brilliant, had a wonderful season. Sadly, never quite, for me, recaptured that form. I've never totally understood why he chose to go back and bat at 3, because he was doing a heck of a good job opening. Some of his innings at that time were sensational as Cook plays the ball to mid-on, and there's no run there, 119 for 1. And isn't it always the way that a player at the peak of his powers in county cricket doesn't get picked for England until he's not quite on that peak, and when he does get picked, he doesn't prove a success. And Wesley had his chance against South Africa a few years back. Didn't do by any means badly, but they rather worked him out at short mid-wicket, where he was caught 2 or 3 times. As Cook, ugly looking shot, because I think he lost his balance when going for a cover drive, and in the end almost crumpled at the crease, came off a thick inside edge back to the bowler. 119 for 1 remains the score.
Yeah, I mean, as incredible a player as Cook has been throughout his career, people haven't always waxed lyrically about the aesthetic qualities of his batting, but that one certainly.
Nor would
not.
he.
No.
There's no pretense about the man at all. This goes straight outside off stump. But as well as being a very, very decent man, that goes through outside off stump, 119 for 1. He just has these extraordinary powers of concentration. And our absent colleague, who hopefully won't be absent tomorrow, Dick Davis, got a lovely comment from Alistair once, and sort of said, Alistair, how do you pass the time when you're at the crease? How do you go out, go about it hour after hour. He said, well, actually, I worked out once that I only have to concentrate for 8 minutes in every hour, because the rest of the time, you know, there are hold-ups, there are delays, you're not on strike and all this sort of business. And he just said, you know, I tend to think of other things, that many of which don't have anything to do with cricket.
Yeah, I'd heard that before, but I'd forgotten that it was Cook who'd said that. I suspect I probably heard Cook say it himself on TMS and I've forgotten it since. Van Buren to continue, and Wesley is forward defending, wide of Van Buren with the blue-heeled boots.
But if you think about it, I mean, nearly everything Alistair says is just common sense. And it's true, if you think about it, you do only have to concentrate for about 8 minutes an hour.
Van Buren in, Wesley looking to drive this time, sends it up to Ollie Price at mid-off, and there's no run. I think also, if you were to do a kind of a statue or something of Cook, what I would like to have is the pose that Cook is in now, with
I agree,
leaning on the bat, doing the single teapot, as back goes Wesley this time, and plays quietly into the offside. That's just the image of Cook, which I suppose is a shame in a way, because it probably should be a shot that he's playing, maybe the clip through mid-wicket, something like that. Van Buren in and bowls. Wesley goes back and drives, but will only pick out Dent at extra cover. I wonder if Cook's worked out exactly how much time throughout his career he spent at the non-striker's end alone. It would be an awfully long time. Van Buren is there and bowls, no shot from Wesley. He almost looks disappointed to have received that delivery from Van Buren.
If you remember an hour ago, I was talking about how Cook never expends wasted energy, you know, and I said, you know, that he's a man after my heart in that respect, and I applaud him for it.
Van Buren in, and wristily this is played towards mid-wicket, where Harris does the fielding. It's a maiden from Van Buren. He's only gone for 11 runs from his 8 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled well. If you remember with Cook, the context was his licence to field at slip. And of course, I admire him for it. The context was he'd actually left the field at one point for about 20 minutes, maybe snagged a finger when he's fielding in the slips. But he lays claim to that slip position, and nobody in the Essex side is going to fight him for it. You know, it's kind of elder statesman's privilege, but he's virtually spent his entire career there.
Well, just the 3 overs left in the day as well. We're only going to be, I think, 2 overs.
2 overs over, yeah.
That's 6 o'clock.
That's great. We're pleased with that. And Higgins will, in all probability, bowl 2 of the 3 as he comes in now and bowls to Cook, who's got it past the diving short mid-wicket, nicely backed up by deep mid-on. Single, score to 120 for 1, and that takes Cook up to 60, and Wesley comes into strike on 44.
I suppose tomorrow we see just how long Essex want to bat for, but it's only day 2.
Yeah.
So, to be honest, the answer could be a session into day 3 if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, and
or
of course,
even further, but probably not further, because they'll have so many runs by that point.
They can say to Gloucestershire, you chose to bat, as Higgins is in and bowls. A little bit of a leading edge from Wesley, but all along the ground to mid-off. He's looking to work that into the onside, as he so often does, and there is no run. 120 for 1, 16 adrift.
Yeah, so by the end of tomorrow, they could have basically a 300-run lead and really be going for it on the morning of day 3.
Higgins, Wesley, it's a brilliant stop at short mid-wicket by the diving fieldsman
Van
there.
Buren.
Indeed, and that might well have gone to the boundary. I think it was beautifully timed by Wesley. 120 for 1.
Well, that's the thing, he's so strong through that region, and yes, like you said, he was kind of found out, but it's a strength of his as well, is still get it through, and no matter how many short mid-wickets you put in.
That's right, as he's worked the next ball down for runs to third man, 4 of them I fancy, unless anybody's hiding under the Tom Pearce stand, and they're not. So the signal comes up for 4, 124 for 1, and Wesley is 48. And I will admit, should the scores be level at the end of the day's play, I will give myself a little bit of a pat on the back for suggesting that this could be very close to parity by the end of the day. As Higgins is on his way to Wesley, needs 2 for a 50. And I think it's coming here. He's got it past square leg. It's going out towards the boundary. Zafar will prevent it going for 4. It may not quite have got there anyway. But that is Wesley's 50. He gets 2. And he raises his back to the pavilion. And 126 for 1 means Essex now are exactly 10 behind.
Has been a struggle at times for Wesley, but it's also been an exemplary innings of how you can struggle for a long time and then just find some fluency whilst you're out in the middle.
Yep, his sort of latter 30 much quicker than his initial 20, and it's played back to the bowler. And I do remember that he had roughly 20 from 20 from 90 deliveries at one point. So he's now faced a further 63 and has got another 30 there, which, sorry, space 147 now. So in another 57, he's got the extra 30, which isn't exciting going, but it's much quicker than it was.
Well, yeah.
And he has faced 147 deliveries, and I'll tell you in a moment how many 4s he's got.
5.
5, thank you.
Yep, so really, apart from the wicket of Nick Brown, this has been about the perfect day for Essex.
Very much so. Yeah, I mean,
it's sort of 99.5% perfect.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 pitches at Chelmsford earlier in the season where the ball just didn't do anything for the bowlers, and so we had these long, protracted, basic 1 innings matches. But the last couple, the Hampshire game and now this one, have helped Simon Harmer in a way the earlier pitches weren't. And of course, what happens is you can raise an eyebrow when the visiting team gets out for a low score, but then when you get a partnership like this one, you know, Essex can turn around and say, well, we proved you can bat on it.
Yep, certainly. And I think what they did to facilitate what they've done of late is make sure they didn't lose wickets up front.
Yep.
And they didn't expose that middle order to the spin, which could potentially have been more of a threat than it has been.
Good point.
Van Buren then to bowl the last over of the day from the river end, and Cook will turn a single into the leg side out towards Tom Price on the rope. 61 to Cook. I suppose what I mean is in terms of the balance of play, it's pretty much 100 to 0. But in terms of how Essex might view the day, I'm sure some fans will be saying knock off a few percent for the speed with which they've batted. It's going to make it difficult to get to 400 within the 110 overs, but I don't know.
Well, Essex know that the real business is to get a win.
Exactly.
Get the 16 points for the win.
Van Buren to Wesley, that's left alone. There are 2 slips in place waiting for an edge, but we haven't seen one for a while.
No, you can't have it both ways, really. If you want a pitch where you can bowl sides out on, then you're not going to get a pitch where you can score 400.
Van Buren is in, slow delivery, and Wesley is forward and making sure that that doesn't go in the air for even a fraction of a second. Van Buren already turning once more and in and bowling, and that's a big shot for leg before wicket. It looks pretty close but not out, says umpire Paul Baldwin.
Yeah, worth a shout for sure. I think the umpire may just have thought that if the ball didn't proceed to turn, it might just go by leg stump.
In goes Van Buren, and he bowls, and this time the middle of the bat found from Wesley. Back to Van Buren it goes. Haven't quite seen the replay yet. Yeah, he's got a big stride forward, I think, and maybe it was just angling down the leg side. It was a good shout though, as Wesley negotiates the last ball from Van Buren today. Back to the aforementioned, and 127 for 1 Essex, with 6 balls, I should say, a maximum of 6 balls left in the day, and they trail by just 9 runs.
Yeah, and just wanted to point out that the cricket liaison officer for this game, a bit of an old favourite of mine, is Dean Koska, former Glamorgan slow left arm. His career went on, you know, and he was still a wonderfully agile fieldsman close to the wicket, even, you know, in his last year or two at the helm. Lovely to see Dean Kosker down here. But here's Higgins to bowl the last over of the day. Hayes close end, and that didn't go by the off stump by very much, as Higgins clasping hands to mouth would attest. But Cook knew what he was doing. He's on 61. Wesley has 50. 127 for 1. If a wicket were to go down at any point in this over, it would automatically become the last ball of the day.
So Jamie Porter's taken his pads off.
Yeah.
In annoyance.
Yes,
that he hasn't been
you're
needed.
quite
I bet
right.
It would be that way
He'll
as
be
well.
thoroughly cheesed off. He will not. He'll have been sort of secretly hoping that his moment would come. Higgins is in and bowls to Cook, and it's played into the onside for no run. In fact, I don't think he's a great keeper of a secret. I think everybody would know. But it's a lovely attitude.
Chucking the pads off across the dressing room, punching a couple of lockers, that sort of thing. Well, maybe not quite that far, but
to give him his due, he loves cricket. He plays it very seriously. He's wholehearted, puts everything into his bowling. And when he has to bat, he sets out to enjoy himself. And that's a very good attitude as Higgins is in. Bowls to Cook, and Cook plays this back to the bowler, and there is no run there, and we have 3 deliveries left of a long day, not a particularly run-producing day, but nevertheless an intriguing one.
he reminds me a little bit of Steve Kirby in that regard, because Kirby used to take great pride in his batting whenever he was allowed to do so, and he would also be somebody that I think would jump at the chance to go out and be a night watchman as well.
Now, I'm so glad you mentioned Steve Kirby. Here is Higgins in the bowls to Cook, defensively down to mid-on. I don't think Cook's got his mind on adding to the 61 runs he's got. He wants to make sure he's there. But Steve Kirby, if we go back sort of 20 years or so, played for Leicestershire and was even mentioned as a potential England player at one point. And as you say, absolutely wholehearted, like Jamie Porter, definite suspicion of ginger in the hair, and great character. Here's Higgins in. Bowls to Cook, drops a dead bat on the ball, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I promise you it wasn't the vague hint of ginger that made me draw the comparison, honest Gov.
But he had his moments, and he was a fiery, quick bowler, and wore his heart on his sleeve. So, last ball of the day. Maiden over so far, probably stay that way. Higgins to Cook, does stay that way. Played back just past the bowler to mid-on. Applause from a knowledgeable crowd here as ever at Chelmsford, who knew perfectly well that that was going to be the last ball of the day. So, scores not exactly equal at the end of the day, but Essex will resume 9 behind, 127 for 1 in 55 overs. They have exactly twice that number of overs to see if they can farm some bonus points from this innings tomorrow. Cook 61, Wesley 50, partnership exactly 120. And Ed, thoroughly enjoyed your company today, and hopefully Dick will be clear to join us tomorrow.
Indeed, yeah, and I'm afraid from a Gloucestershire point of view it's been a rather depressing day. 136 with the bat and then 127 for 1 for Essex in reply. After the new ball, really, there weren't too many alarms for Essex. Cook surviving a very loud and good LBW shout off Ryan Higgins, but after that, and that probably came, I mean, it had to have come inside the first 14 overs because it was in Higgins' first spell. I'm afraid I didn't note down exactly what over it was in, but there wasn't a massive amount to bother Cook and Wesley after that, other than trying to execute some of their shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that the Gloucestershire spinners let the side down, but trying to compare anyone to Simon Harmer, you're bound to come up with a negative, because he's just so good. And whereas he was sort of giving the batsman a different question every ball that he bowled, as well as the Gloucestershire spinners bowled, once you got the hang of playing them, end of story.
Yeah.
Wickets were not thrown away.
It certainly looked like that, and it was basically, you know, Harmer contains and looks like he's going to take a wicket every ball.
Yeah.
A lot of the time Gloucestershire spinners were bowling, it was containing, and that was mostly it. There were a few chances created, of course, or a quarter chances, particularly that outside edge of Wesley's that was found, which somehow managed to fall short of Higgins at slip. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't completely without chances, but then you've got two quality players in Cook and Wesley who will more than make you pay if they're afforded any chances. Of course, Gloucestershire weren't weren't dropping catches or anything like that, but things just didn't quite fall their way. And if you've got that combined with the nature of Cook and Wesley as players, then that's going to be tricky for Gloucestershire to take wickets. So yeah, it's been a, as I say, it's been a depressing day as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, and they're already staring down the barrel of a very heavy defeat after the first day.
So thank you to those who've emailed today, and thank you to people who have simply listened and enjoyed the commentary, and be with us again at 11 o'clock in the morning.